Salutes to everybody on the call. How y'all doing?
Doing good.
Salute, salute.
It's all good, broski. What's the word?
I can't call it, man. I just got news that the Jamie Foxx situation with said that he had a stroke and that he's or what he bro say he had an aneurysm and a stroke. Dang. And said that he's paralyzed and blind.
Yeah,
I wonder did he
I
rub the
hear that
wrong,
part.
wrong way?
Yeah, I think that's crazy, man, that a lot of times it's weird when people play certain roles, shit happen to them. I don't know how, that's just crazy.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, I ain't saying shit. I'm just saying shit just be weird, bro. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's weird as fuck.
Said Jamie Foxx
No
had a
cap.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see, I ain't know
Somebody,
about the eye shit and all of that, though. The blindness and all of that. That shit, that's second news to me. First news was the.
yeah,
You
y'all
think it's
in
some
it.
shit behind it?
People in the chat talking about it's the JAB, but I ain't finna even get into that. I can't even tell you, man. Like I could go, I'm a 10 for a hatter, but I'm kind of being reserved right now because he ain't really today's topic, but that is some crazy shit. Let's just say that, we know where we can go with it if we wanted to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. That's a whole building within itself. That shit is stretched the fuck out.
Yeah, for real though.
The artistry niggas dying and all of this shit. And then with the JAB and all of that shit. Oh, that shit can go either way.
Most definitely. But that's something maybe I will have to cover eventually because it's crazy. But yeah, salutes to all of y'all, man, and salutes to everybody in the chat room.
And the thing is too on that. With that, the last thing I'm gonna say is if that be the case, you're gonna see a lot more where that came from. But go ahead.
Hey, my nigga, that background hard, bro. That's sharp as fuck.
Hey,
Yeah, I
appreciate
didn't know what to go with, so I said, "Fuck it." You already know how the squad get down.
Hey, appreciate y'all,
Yeah, that's
man.
hard.
Appreciate y'all, brothers, man. Shalom, salutes to all of y'all. I'm gonna drop the link for other people to join, so it can be because I know it's more people want to build on this than us. This shit was a lit topic on that Monday Madness, man.
Oh
So
yeah, nah, definitely was. And
um,
G, just what you was going in on yesterday too, with the realms and shit like that, and the whole connection with that, and how we got to unlock the key within ourselves in order to get to that next level. But go ahead.
let me go ahead and I got a video review that I got to do to start this off properly. So y'all can stand by for a minute if you like. While I do that, it's gonna set the stage for the show. But we do see what the topic is, man. Some people say that slavery never existed. And I'm still asking the question today, who put the lashes on Whip Pete's back? You know what people told me last show was that's the only picture you got. They didn't say who put them lashes there. So I'm gonna play a video now from when I was on BAP News, Big Aboriginal Power channel, just so I can show you how my conversation with a couple of people over there went when it comes to the topic of slavery, and you'll be able to see all the different viewpoints and dynamics of it. I was able to talk to Top Cats, and we talked about scheduling something. We will be doing that. Couple of brothers over there. Let's see what this is, man. Let's speed it up a bit.
I think the video was titled, "If the slave trade didn't happen, what about these whips on his brother back?" And on a
Hey, peace to
thumbnail,
the panel. Happy Friday, everybody.
Same to y'all. I'm doing the video review at this time, guys. So Give me a minute to set the stage for the show with this review, and then we gonna chop it up and do our thing. But yeah, let me get this thing out the way, man. All right, so let's hit play on this one.
I don't want to do any assumptions, but I saw Bro Sanchez do a live the other day, questioning anybody that was questioning the slave trade. I think the video was titled, "If the slave trade didn't happen, what about these whips on his brother back?" And on a thumbnail of that title of the video, he had the dude that was sitting down with the whips on his back. Y'all know that popular picture, right? So,
Exactly.
you know, I'm not trying to put nothing on you, Bro Sanchez. I didn't watch the full video, but if you believe the slave trade happened and you believe that we were slaves and shit, I would like for you to come up in here and explain that to us, you know, humbly speaking. And with that, I relinquish the motherfucking mic. Salute to the people.
As
gotta
far
watch
as,
it.
as far as slavery is concerned,
Hold on. Everybody stay muted right quick. I want to get to everybody fresh on the panel. Shout out to everybody in the panel. King Cash, please don't come off the mic when somebody done speaking. You're going to be the last one to speak, respectfully. This is an Aboriginal biased panel, okay? American Indian panel, okay? I just want to make that clear. It's very biased here. You can be last, but when we get into the discussion, we on your ass. Brother Top Cat, what's going on? You got the flow, brother.
Peace. What's up with it? Peace to everybody in the building. I want to say this here. I had pulled up over there to that Sanchez bill. They was beating up niggas who was like riding with that slave trade story. So they wasn't on no bullshit. They was actually whooping them niggas over there.
Yeah,
But,
I was gonna say that. I know Bro Sanchez where he stand with it.
But I wanted to say this, man. Tell me why Chris Harris and Sinetta was live today, man. Going in on you.
Yeah, I know.
You seen them? Yeah, man. I was just looking at it. They sent it to me on my IG.
I sent it late. That's why I was gonna go in. I was like, man, this guy
Sinetta on the pounder, and he say Ab TV gonna come over there tomorrow, and he got a few niggas gonna run a fade with him.
I think
and he said you set up for Saturday.
Yeah. I told him I want to talk to Shaka or somebody like Jabari.
Yeah, he said he ain't gonna do Shaka. I don't think Shaka doing that now. They trying to get you and Chris Harris. You know, Chris Harris is Jabari little minion. He like his little understudy. But yeah, so that's why they trying to get him out there. He's champion though.
They trying to throw the little minion in before I get to Jabari. I see what they do.
Right. They ain't gonna I don't think Jabari do it. I think that's how they gonna do it. Like, see how you do against Chris, and then Jabari will take the fade. But,
I think we're gonna see what my brother's gonna do. You know what I'm saying? Ab TV. I know he's looking to get into the ring, and I just been spanking niggas. I'm on a Javante Davis run. You gotta win a little. You gotta put some wins up there before you come talk to me. You see what I'm saying? So we looking to spank up on Jabari. So we're gonna see what they do to Chris Harris, which I already know what they're gonna do to him. It's gonna be easy. We're gonna get him out of here. So yeah, that's nothing, man. These guys are little dudes, man. We just seen what got done in his last debate. Shout out to Bro Sanchez. With this last debate, smoking up on over there.
Yeah, they beat up some Aboriginals though. And Dr. Mayat. Y'all, you seen that one?
No, I didn't.
That was yesterday.
Damn,
man, that shit looked bad, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
Where? Oh man, I can't wait to see that. Bro.
Yeah, that was on Dr. Mayat channel.
Yeah, I ain't like that shit, bro. It was a few niggas, they rolled them up, bro, who made them pack it up.
Was it some brothers you know that got channels?
I never heard of them.
It was just one nigga.
Why they beat them up? They always get the weak ones that don't know everything.
Well, we ain't gonna say weak. We'll just say the ones that ain't as seasoned as
some all over the place, man.
I saw that. One thing about it, man, you can't really be going over to these platforms thinking you're gonna get treated fair and shit like that. I stopped doing it. I like the debate, but when you get over there, they're gonna mute your mic. They're gonna fucking you ain't gonna. It's gonna be tough, you know. But I came up here to say, man, yeah, I'm not with the transatlantic slave trade at all. what I was making an argument was you got a lot of confusion going on because people saying the slave trade didn't exist. Some other group muddied the waters. Now we all know the transatlantic slave trade did not exist. We know that, but some people, you know, if you pass some truth down to 100 people, when it get to that 100 person, it's gonna be something different. So what you will hear is a lot of people saying slavery didn't exist, slavery wasn't real, and I'm like, wait a minute, y'all taking the Aboriginal shit and running with it. I don't hear no Aboriginal saying slavery didn't exist. I hear Aboriginals saying the transatlantic slave trade was bullshit. Slavery existed. The slaves just didn't come from Africa. They was already here. And then you got a group of conservatives saying, what, you know what? Slavery didn't exist. Even Jesse Lee Peterson. So that'll tell you, look, man, slavery was a hoax. It wasn't no slavery, but they're mixing. The reason I always bring up Jesse Lee Peterson is because he's from Alabama, where slavery was. And he said that he's an older cat that said he was actually living back during those times. So I would even debate him, and that's a bold stance for me to take because I wasn't born back then. You know, I am from Alabama, but he's saying one thing, but a lot of more older folks who born in Alabama that's older than him or around his age, right? They saying another thing. So who right, who wrong? Thing that with, hey, the slave trade didn't exist. And it's looking like everybody's saying slavery didn't exist when that's not what the Aboriginals was saying. You see what I'm saying?
I think that goes to like what happened last night with the homie on Dr. Maya channel. It's like too many people, you know, people have their own way of doing it, and then they'll put an Aboriginal title on it. And so anybody they encounter, the next Aboriginal they encounter, they gonna feel like they are tied to that same doctrine or belief or thought. So I think that is an issue that needs to be fixed, though.
May I? Go ahead. Yep, sister, I go after you.
Okay, I just wanted to say that the only thing that we're saying, those that I know who I'm talking about, who know who they is, we're only saying that we was not slaves. We're not saying.
Okay, so check this out, right? If you got a social security number right now, you and your goddamn family was slaves. Let me see. I just want to address what she just said, because you got a group of people out there saying, listen, we wasn't slaves. Not everybody was slaves. Guess what, man? If your family isn't a quote unquote royal family, then guess what? Your ass is a slave. How the hell your family wasn't slaves? And we got B-list, C-list, and D-list, A-list celebrities who still considered slaves. Did you hear me? You got folks who worth millions of dollars and folks who worth trillions, and in another tax bracket look at them like they broke peasant slaves. You living paycheck to paycheck saying you ain't a slave. If you a slave today, it's a result of you being a slave back then. You can't be broke as hell today with no royalty telling me that you descend from a lineage of kings and queens. Bullshit. If you did, you will have something to show for it today. You know what it's called? 2 words: generational wealth. Y'all are delusional, and I'll debate anybody that's talking about, well, I wasn't a slave, y'all. Everybody wasn't slave. Your ass was a motherfucking slave. If you own this bitch talking to me and you a regular motherfucker like me, nigga, you a slave. The people who goddamn it ain't slaves are considered royal motherfucking families. Guess what? I bet you can't walk up to a Rockefeller or a Rothschild motherfucking say, show me your ID and social security number. Yeah, go ask motherfucking Queen Elizabeth for her social security number like a fool and see if she got it. You're a slave. You just don't want to admit to it. Any Negro that's listening to me right now talking about that your family wasn't a slave, come on, I'm gonna clown you and debate you today. Y'all ass was slaves. Yep. And you know what they like to say? Self-hate. You know that's self-hate. You a victim, Sanchez. You damn right. You're a victim. You're a victim of colonialism. Like you can make me not be scared to tell, like I'm gonna be scared to tell the truth. That's what they do. They say, you know what, because of how you talking, Sanchez, you sound like a victim. Maybe because we all are victims of fucking colonialism. Well, I ain't no victim. The same people that say, well, I ain't no slave. Show me your ID and birth certificate and your damn social security number. That's your proofs of purchase.
Facts.
And nobody else wasn't slaves. We not saying
that's why we can't get free. You know what they said, and I ain't about Harriet Tubman, and I ain't saying she was a real figure. I'm just bringing up the story. She could have freed most slaves if they only knew that they was fucking slaves. Now, whether that story is true or not, I find myself in that predicament today where people can't goddamn free themselves because they don't know they in bondage. Let's go.
And none of that didn't happen to you, Cass, and you over there with your slavery book. We're not saying it didn't happen to y'all.
You see her? And you over there with your slavery book. We not saying it didn't happen to y'all. We saying it didn't happen to us. Now think about this, right? You got a whole group of women out there that's standing up for grape culture. If a woman been touched against her will, you know the R word that we can't really say if she been raped, right? So my thing is this right here. You got movements and women advocating behind that kind of stuff. Now show me the group of women that's following their ass around saying, we didn't get raped. We just want to let everybody know we didn't get raped. Do you see that? Like you got women every year that put pink on and they advocate for breast cancer. And most of them women in the parade that's walking, they are victims of breast cancer. But guess what? I don't see a bunch of women following them around saying, we just want to let y'all know we don't have breast cancer. They got it, but we don't. Only when it comes to slavery. When a group of people say, look, man, we're descendants of slaves, you got another group of people following them around, another group of black folks saying, well, we just want to let y'all know we ain't slaves. Bitch, nobody talking to y'all then. If you were a real non-slave family like the Rockefellers and Rothschilds, they don't got to go around and tell a motherfucker, look, we want to let you know that we the Rockefellers and we ain't descend from those slaves. Only a slave would say the shit you saying. Think about that. Like, think about this shit, right? You got a group of people going around saying, look, we're descendants of slaves. And you got a whole nother group of people that look like them following them around and that gotta let it be known, and we're not. We ain't slaves. What would be the point of that? You could, if it's by default, if you ain't a slave, you just shut the fuck up and continue on with your royal ass, with your king and queen ass, your non-slave kingdom having ass. Then let the slaves go tell everybody they slaves then and lead them up. Why you got to follow them around and say, well, I ain't a slave, I'm a king, I'm a queen. You a damn slave that's among slaves and you in denial and you fucking up our damn movement. That's the truth about it.
Relish in your slavery. But though you can't make me be happy with that shit. That's how that go.
And ain't nobody happy with slavery, but we damn sure ain't in denial and delusional about it. You know what I don't get, right? That our ancestors actually went through slavery and kept their head up and endured some shit that we didn't have to go through today on a physical level. Only thing we got to go to today is to remember what they went through. And we acting like that's so fucking hard to do when nobody never hung your ass and beat your ass. Just by me acknowledging the fact that this happened to my ancestors, that's making y'all black people mad. Well, that didn't happen to me. Well, everybody ain't no slaves. You can go over there with your little slave book, and I don't want to be feeling bad and sad. So you and your feelings then. I don't care if the truth make you feel a certain way. People were lynched and beat and enslaved and owned as property. The fuck are y'all talking about? You're not gonna make me be in denial because the truth hurts. Get over it. Like I'm gonna lie with all of y'all like these atrocities didn't happen to my people just cause it make you feel some kind of way. When you ain't the motherfucker that had to get beat down in the street and lynched and burnt alive at the goddamn stake. All you got to do is acknowledge that it happened to your ancestors. How hard is that? They literally went through the shit. Weak motherfuckers, let's go.
A lot of people's genealogy is contradicting the slavery story. Not saying that it ain't happened, or what we can get into is maybe a more complex system that they add in this slave title onto, right? Which we can get into that as well. But we know under this whole system, niggas was in charge. Can we confirm niggas was in charge?
If a nigga tell me to show proof of slavery, I'ma tell his dumb ass to go peep the generational wealth gap. He don't study economics. Don't you know that 1% of the entire world own 90% of the wealth, you dummy? And you said show proof of slavery. When that 1% that own most of the world's wealth, you can trace their fucking history back where they own people as property, and they had a head start with an institution that was built on committing crimes against humanity. You can go and read the history and go down the roots and lineage of these royal families and some of these corporations and companies that's ruling the world today, and see what they had a part in: slavery and crimes against humanity and war crimes. And you talking about some show you proof when they still fucking doing it today.
Prior to the slave trade. Can we confirm that from some of the brothers on the panel?
When this discussion of
I'm not taking no shots at nobody, man, in particular. I fucking shoot in the crowd. So quit with all that bullshit in the chat room. He taking shots at Dane Calloway or shots at this one and that one. I'm a blind nigga. I aim at the crowd with my eyes closed. And whoever get hit. That's how I do it.
slavery that comes up, here's the predicament. First and foremost, all human interaction had some either captivity, incarceration, or whether you use the word enslavement. All wars had slavery as a punishment or restitution as process. As a matter of fact, if you go and research the Holy Roman Universal Catholic Church, post-millennium talks about how slavery is enacted and what should be the treatment. When we want to go biblical, we already know slave conditions as a time period. It's only 7 years. Here's the problem. I get sick and tired of listening to ignorance being repeated.
And to be honest with you, let me aim at Dame Calloway like I'm scared or something. Let me just say this, because you niggas act like I can't disagree with a nigga. Shots out to Dame Calloway. If he's saying slavery didn't exist, he's wrong. And I'll debate him on it. And I ain't got no beef with Dane Calloway. But I will say this. A lot of niggas that say slavery didn't exist ain't from the states where slavery took place at. They be from New York, Baltimore, D.C., way up north niggas talking about Southern history. I'm from the South. And I ain't gonna be standing up defending, like I said, they like to say with the Aboriginals, we say our grandma a lot. Guess what, y'all? On everybody who say that, don't they understand that that's tribal traditions? That your tribe's history was orally passed down through an oracle. Why you think they called the old lady an oracle? They orally told you who you were, and it was passed down for generation after generation. We didn't have a written history. Our written history is when they gave us the false identity and reclassified us in that written history. We didn't write our history. It was orally told, like the Dogon tribe, like all the other tribes out there. Show me their written history. Anything you see written about these tribes will be a part of manifest destiny, where they written into some colonialized literature with a false identity and ways to show how their land was taken. I've already done the research. If you look up anything the Westerners saying about the history of the Dogon, is spookism and fish people and mermaid people, just like they say with us, we're monkey people and Flintstone people, and they making fun of everybody's ancestors, saying that your ancestors were monkey men, fish men, if you the Dogon, no more motherfuckers and shit. And if you think about it, the Dogon ain't saying that about their ancestors and all that. That's what I'm saying. They got an oral tradition that they pass down, and they also have symbols to support that. And if you can't connect with it, you ain't in on it. Those Western anthropologists, they never come and give you the truth from what these tribes is saying about their own history. They give you a written, translated, watered down form, and y'all know that. So they did that with us too.
Repeated. The Aboriginal woman here is being called an African. They are being told they give birth to slavery. We've gone through this, right, Chief Morning Thunder?
See, this brother that's talking right now, his mistake that he's making is he's making the word slave synonymous with the word African. That ain't my problem. And anybody doing that, I can't help you. That ain't my problem. All right? When I acknowledge that slavery existed and that my people were slaves, I'm not saying that they were Africans. That's what he's saying. He's saying if I'm going to claim descendant of slave, then I'm also claiming descendant of Africa. And I don't know why we can't separate those.
The document is the so-called dumb diversus that created the agenda of the doctrine of discovery. And in that document, giving authorization to West European monarchies to traverse the earth, transplant their squatters, displace Aboriginal populations, lie, call them savage, barbarians, and then convert to Christianity or die. Then during this process, under the doctrine of discovery, they were to create those Saracens, which is referring to the Moors and the Muslims, infidels and unbelievers into perpetual servitude. Now, whether we call that chattel slavery, what I would suggest to you is they perfected it in America and then try to continue the transporting it worldwide. But they are trying to convince the niggas in America that they are now Africans, and Africans.
Right. They're trying to convince us that we're Africans who are non-slaves. They have always tried to convince us to identify as our oppressor. When we say that we are king and queens, that's what the people that tortured us and ruled over us was called. We wasn't king. We didn't descend of kings and queens. We descended from people who hated kings and queens. Now check this out, right? They always want you to identify with your oppressor. So now what do they want you to be? An African who's a non-slave. Guess what? That's your oppressor. Them damn the homie motherfuckers. That's them Africans that they talking about. We are Africans that was brought over here on a slave ship. No, Africans came over here on ships and enslaved us on our own land. Facts. Facts. Africans claim, like we said, we didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us. What that mean is that we was already over here in Plymouth. And what we call in Plymouth, but we didn't call it Plymouth. This is Englishman term. This is the Pilgrim's terminology. Plymouth Rock landing on us mean foreigners landed on our land with their Plymouth culture, colonialization and colonial culture, and indoctrinated us with their mindset. They hated us, now we hate us. They called themselves Christians, now we call ourselves Christian. We basically assume the identity of our oppressor. And that's what he's saying right here. And he think that when I call myself a slave, I'm just acknowledging a war crime that was committed against my ancestors. And as a result of that past war crime, my people at the bottom of the economic totem pole today. See, when y'all say that black people built this country, my question to you is, what the fuck do you got to show for it? Mr. I'm not a slave. You built this bitch for free and you think that ain't slavery?
Stupid.
These same folks that say that they ain't slaves and they don't come from slaves, they'll still turn around and say black people built this country. But what you got to show for it, Mr. Ain't a slave? What you think, if you built this shit for free, that's called slavery. And the people you built it for didn't pay your ass, but they benefited everything. They at the top of everything and you at the bottom and you built this bitch? You can't say that and still say, well, I'm not a slave, but I built this bitch and ain't got nothing to show for it. I got you, man. I got y'all.
Deserve to be enslaved forever. Now, I may be in error here. I'm just trying to draw the context. When we allowing that to be attached to us, that is consenting through either ill-informed, outright ignorance, or indoctrination.
He's saying when you call yourself a slave, you're ill-informed, outright, and you can tell by his accent that in his mind, he really doesn't think he's a slave, right? He really doesn't think he's a slave, if you understand what I mean, you know. His type, hell no. You must be ignorant, ill-informed. I bet you he don't think police brutality is probably real neither.
From a
Alabama.
He hung himself up. But salutes to that brother, man. This ain't nothing personal. This is me being me with my reviews. Y'all know how we do it. Get the likes up. Please get the likes up.
To the ancestors that they stopped all that.
Hold on, yo. I want to ask Brother Sanchez and Topcast 2 questions. Go ahead, AP.
No, I just want to see if some of the brothers want to respond to what the brother Alabama was going in on. We got a couple of brothers on here. We got Top Cat.
I'm gonna tell you right now, man. When a nigga go out to eat and he put the white handkerchief right here on his neck, he's officially not a slave no more. Okay, you can't tell that bad he's a motherfucking slave after that, son. You done bumped your. Once a nigga put the little handkerchief and like that, son, he ain't a slave no more in his mind.
Sanchez, you got yourself on here, like, man. So I want to get you guys' opinion on that.
I mean, he just brought up the dumb diversity. He brought up the perpetual servitude. The reason why, niggas want to force religion on us and, go to war on us. And the reason why they did the, what's it called? Doctrine of discovery, like the law of conquest or whatever. That's what he was talking about. I got 2 questions for Brother Sanchez and Topcast, though.
Okay,
right?
I'm allowed on the answer right quick before you ask your question, brother. Go ahead, Sanchez. I see your mic. I see you ready.
No, I was just waiting to answer his question.
Oh, go ahead, Lyman. You got your question. Go ahead.
All right. So, boom. Right? It is niggas over here saying we wasn't enslaved over here. It's niggas over here saying that we was actually the slave owners, right? William Ellison Jr., I believe his name is, Anthony Johnson, a whole bunch of niggas in Louisiana, a whole bunch of niggas in South Carolina, right? A whole bunch of niggas in different places was owning slaves, right? White slavery. This is what niggas.
I told y'all, niggas want to identify with the slave master so bad that they just flat out and say it now. Real talk, we wasn't slaves. On the real, we was the slave master. We was the one that enslaved a white man. But look at where you at today. What did that nigga said? Look at your funky black ass. What he told him in that movie? Come on, man. This is real quick before I hit play on this shit. I'm gonna allow y'all. Let's take about 5-10 minutes, man. Am I tripping? Like we trying to trade places with the slave master on the low.
No, you're exactly right, and this is important.
Like,
Yeah.
this shit is hilarious.
I'm gonna tell you what it sound like to me, bro. Right?
You stay can to be just like I wasn't a slave. It's like, my nigga, it's okay. We not saying you overhurt or, you know what I'm saying, you bitching or nothing like that. You just literally telling the truth of what physically fucking happened.
Hey, OG foreplay. Hey, OG foreplay.
Hey, yo.
If I'm tripping, click the link, man, and come correct your brother, man. Don't let me fall and stumble. Get me while I'm tripping.
Really, you was just beating the shit out their asses, them goddamn points. Like you said, ain't no way you could be talking about we had this and that, and then now you don't have shit to show for it, but you talking about we wasn't slaves. You can't say both. Like, you can't have your cake and eat it too.
Yeah, them niggas try to have their cake and eat it too.
It remind me of, right, like, you know, so in the Pan-Africanism, they tell you, they start off by telling you black man God, right? And then they switch up with the Hebrews, and then the Hebrews or whatever, they come in and they be like, yeah, we God's children, right? And then it's like, yeah, we the slave master. It's like, you know what I'm saying? It sounds like that that toxic black shit, like what they call it, that like that white shit, like that KKK shit. It sounds like that for niggas.
Yeah, but you know what? Eventually, that's what you gonna hear. They gonna be like, but hold up. Speaking of the KKK, it was a black man was the first member of it, though. We the one started the KKK. You know, that's the shit they own. You know, like we giving the white man too much credit, man. We was the one hanging them and beating them, man. Like, come on, bro. Y'all going too like what the fuck? Oh my God. Talking about delusion.
Niggas is and they
Hey, but you know what that sound like though? That sound like you know how niggas in the hood be telling stories when some shit fucked up happened, but they can't admit to it. They like, motherfuckers know they didn't get beat up, jumped on, and all kind of other shit, but they get to telling you shit like, man, I went in there and it was like 4 of them niggas. And, you know, I was beating all their ass. You know, I was shooting at niggas and everything. I even stabbed me a nigga. But then, you know what I'm saying, I slipped on a piece of glass, and then, you know what I'm saying, they all whooped my ass. When really, the story was just, they whooped this nigga ass from Jump Street, and it wasn't all that involved. It's like, come on, bro.
Yeah,
some people just can't take a L.
He's saying that we wasn't. God, hold on. So
what they talking about?
You know, I want y'all to respond on that, and also,
hold up.
Go ahead.
When you say respond on that, you was kind of cutting out. You mean to respond on the fact that there were black slave owners?
Yeah, because that's what niggas is saying now.
And my thing be, think about it, right? The conversation right now is black people descending from slaves and reparations. And you got a whole bunch of group of black folks talking about well, that was black slave owners, but we ain't black though. I can't make this up. Anything we try to do, they try to undermine it, like Tariq said, man. Because They picking on you calling yourself black, right? They talking about fuck the reparations and shit. But then again, you know, because that's linked to you having to be an African slave. If you get reparations, they pan you to misidentify yourself. All this stuff, right? It's just crazy. Then when we talking about white people being slave masters and paying black folks back reparations for what they did, now you got a bunch of smart black niggas coming up want to give you the history of black slave owners. Talking about inappropriate timing. In a time where America got the white slave owners on trial and they're talking reparations for black folks, dude, you got a group of black folks talking about, well, black people had white slaves. You think that'll come from white folks? I'm like, damn, that should come from the white folks at this time. Why is a bunch of niggas doing that? Why is a bunch of niggas doing that? Like,
Hey, you know what that point brings? It's like, what's more believable? Are they sore winners or are we sore losers? Because if they won, they ain't got no reason to admit that, well, you know what I'm saying, we did them wrong at a certain point. Especially if they say, that'd be more something to brag about. We did them wrong and they still overcame and won.
Think about that, right? Think about, you just dropped a real bomb, Q. You just dropped a real bomb, Q. Watch this, bro. You said some shit. Let's digest it. Let me walk with you on that, right? Ooh-wee. Because this finna get ugly. Watch this, what he said, right? The people that literally enslaved us, they would have an out. They can say, look, man, y'all tortured us, man. Y'all beat us up. We had to do that. But if we literally did that to them, they would definitely admit that. Definitely, Q. That'll give them a justification for enslaving us. They would definitely, but you got black folks doing it for them. And they didn't even do it. Damn, I gotta drop a bomb. Damn, I gotta drop a bomb. Gah! Nigga, y'all sick at this point. Gah! Hold on, I got to say this shit again in case that's going over some of y'all head. Look at what's going on now. White folks got a get out of jail free card, Q. All they got to do is say, man, y'all was torturing us first, and then they got black folks that say, yeah, man, we enslaved them. Black folk, come on now. But they won't even tell that lie. And niggas is saying it. Oh, my God.
And that's what I'm saying. And now that's a bomb, and like they said, remember this. It doesn't sound more believable that they saw winners or that we saw losers.
I just know we saw, goddammit. I just know we saw it in the motherfucker, yeah. Oh, shit.
It's hard to sit down. Shit, we been some standing up motherfuckers.
God damn.
And that's right. And you hear all these niggas out here, these street niggas talking about, yeah, we some real steppers. Our motherfucking feet hurt. Yeah, that's because that ass so, nigga, you know what I'm saying? It's hard to sit down out here, you know what I'm saying? Life been whooping that ass. Of course, niggas some real steppers. You ain't got no choice but to step.
Damn, man.
Now, niggas is saying that, yo, we wasn't enslaved at all. We was the slave owners.
Yeah, I hear
You know
that. Yeah. Oh, my God. Damn. We wasn't slaves at all. We was the slave owners. Bro, if I was a white person in a royal family right now, I would be so happy for black men like that one and for other ones. Yeah, like, yeah, you know, while I'm at the top and I done benefited off the back of y'all ancestors, you are telling the world, nope, your ancestors was not slaves. They actually enslaved a white man, and that's why the white man on top and we at the bottom. How that makes sense? How that makes sense? We were the slave owners, they were the slaves, and that's why they own everything and we don't. Wow. Wow. Just fucking wow, man. And what that is, you hear that from a lot of, I'm telling you, there's a big push. Think about this, brother. Who would that benefit? If I was a slave master that took all your stuff, that would be good for me to hear a group of people saying, hey, man, It was you slaves who was the slave masters. What y'all going through is karma. You enslaved, you see what I'm saying? Like, it makes them wash their hands because you got this new movement of folks saying, well, we was the slave master. They just, and they're not even saying it. Thank you, Q, for that one. I got to keep putting that one in there. And dude, don't you think that'll be the main thing they taught us in history? It'll start off with white folks being enslaved, and it'll have us beating the shit out of them, nigga. I'm talking about fucking them up. And then they would just rise up one day, 300.
And they want our story so bad. Like, you don't. That's why they make the stories about us. They try to make it seem like y'all should be proud of y'all rose up about us. You don't think they want our story since they want to be Jews and everything else?
But, crazy.
It's not the case. They would just depict it as white people if it was factually the case. They'd be like, you can't refute this. We got the images of white backs with whips on them. Where those images at? Show me some white backs that look like that nigga back.
Oh, man, oh, that's another one. Oh, that's another one. I'm going to tell you why that's another one, Q. I show that one picture of this black brother, and they say that's the only picture you got. Yeah, that mean I'm 1 to your 0. You don't got one picture of one white back like that. So in baseball, we always have games where a nigga win 1-0. Especially in hockey sometimes. I got you though, nigga, 1-0. And you can't talk about my one picture if you ain't got no picture. Yeah, give me that white back with them whips on it. And we can go back for back round this bitch, nigga. This bitch. And I bet you the score gonna be the same every time. 1-0, bitch. 1-0, bitch. You goddamn right. Let's go. Straight up said, flipped it to saying we was the ones doing it. So I'm with you on that. I do hear that a lot, man. It went from it wasn't no slavery to hold up, we were the actual slave owners. And I'm trying to see how that ain't a contradiction. But yeah, there were black slave owners. And when it come down to, let's say, a conversation like reparations, it wouldn't even be about color. It'll just be about crimes against humanity, whether you were black, white, yellow. If you were enslaved by another person's family who benefit off of that slavery, and you can prove it in your lineage, it don't matter if that slave owner was black, white, or whatever, they got to pay. I don't think that you know, if they tried to use that to lessen the shit, then that still ain't a good way to do it. But yeah, what's your next question, man? I do be hearing that crazy crap, man.
Hey, man, there's a lot of I know some people personally that really be pushing, but
yeah, I just had a debate on that in a Pan-African loss. I had a debate on white slavery just the other day.
Wow, dude, show me the black slave owners today that's owning white people. Because I could show you white corporations that's motherfucking owning blacks, whites, Hispanics, and these white corporations descend from the slave trade. They wouldn't have a foundation today in America if it weren't for the slave trade. Now, I'm not denying the slave trade or slavery. I'm denying the transatlantic slave trade being a way that my people came to this country. And I gotta be specific about that because people taking that one statement and turning it into everything else.
But do you have any info of the white slave? I mean, the black slaves.
Hold on, King Kev.
Yeah, like we got the white man name, everybody. Got his last name. And you know what? It's about to get real funny now. Because now they about to tell us, no, you wrong. These our last names. We came up with these names like blacksmith and shoemaker. Which is, you know, jobs that slaves did, you know. Yeah.
Can I say something, bro? But do you have any?
Yeah, you're going to tell us now these were tribal names, right? When we know that we had names like Chippewa, Akunte. Let me see, what's another one? Kukulkan, right? I don't see how a group of people who call themselves Incans, Aztecs, Olmecs, will have a name like Smith and Taylor. When they name and they shit Pahui Hui and shit like that, like Hawaii, damn near Hawaiian, damn near. In a lot of terminology, like you telling me if I walked up to a Olmec nigga, his last name would be Carpenter, cause he worked with wood. Oh man, y'all killing me now. That's what they about to tell me, y'all. Now somebody was
whoa. Bab, I know you're gonna jump on that, Bab.
What I heard, and these my brothers, salutes to these brothers, man. I ain't got no smoke for these brothers, man. But guess what though? I got to point out to where the disagreement was and stand on my can't nobody make me run away from my argument. And this will be a good debate, perhaps, coming up if anybody would like to arrange it. But yeah, salutes to these brothers, man.
Bro, from what I was told,
Cedro Star, you got to cut off all the media devices around you that's playing any streams, because it's gonna, you got a lot of feedback in your background. But let me finish this little clip. Hold up, let me say this. I have heard that these last names we got is black people's last name, but I've heard that, but I don't subscribe to it. Let's take something like Adamson, right? Adamson is literally dealing with the biblical Adam out the Bible, saying that you're his son. Peterson, the biblical Peter out the Bible, you his son. John's son, Johnson. David's son, like the King David, right? The Olmecs didn't have these kind of names. You feel me? Check it out. A lot of these names with son on the end come from biblical patriarchs. So,
why are you giving that to so-called white men?
Now you see that? Why are you giving that to them? We want to be the slave masters. We want to be the ones that's saying we created the name Taylor and Smith. We the ones that enslave. See, when in this dude's mind, he's the slave master. So why are you giving that to them? Because that's who the shit came from. Did we get amnesia? Let's hear this.
Hold on, let me go.
Hold on. I know.
It's cool.
I think Top
the
Cat
brother that asked me that question, I got respect for him. He be kicking a lot of knowledge, and I've also learned from him. So I'm gonna humble myself and be open-minded. I'm here today to learn as well. Salute.
Yeah, no.
So
I would just say, I would say I'll probably disagree with your answer, brother Sanchez, but I understand your point.
Oh yeah, this ain't.
No, this is a good conversation. This is a good conversation.
Yeah, this ain't my lane. I have no problem being wrong on some of this stuff here. I don't know everything, so I'll be kind of egotistical to come up here in you guys' lane acting like the expert and shit, you know. So, but what I will say is this: what I have, why he asked me why would I give that to white people? Well, anything biblical, religious, they can have that. That the slave master can have that. I don't find any benefit. Then you know where it's gonna go? No, black people created the Bible. Black people created the book that talks shit about them in the book, and then Manifest Destiny was given to the whites in the book. No, that ain't the white Sanchez. We the children of Israel. See how this gonna go? When you want to be your oppressor subconsciously, it just turns into this is like a therapy session, because it's really crazy, man. Benefit of us trying to claim King James was black, anything biblical or you know, the Bible is a book, if you ask me, based upon God justifying manifest destiny and slavery. So I mean, a lot of these last names that we get, they were inspired by a lot of the biblical patriarchs, and that's a fact. Who want to debate me? Click the link. It's Friday Fire. Matter of fact, y'all hit the support button. We got many ways that you can support the show. All right, Cashapp, PayPal, get some gear, get the book. If you
yo,
like
bro, I'm
show,
good now. I had on my focus right. That's why I couldn't talk, because I had on my mic. Right. But look, hi to everybody. I don't want to be rude. Come here and I'll say what's up to everybody.
And listen, guys, when Cedro finish, just let him get the last word, because it ain't time to officially open up the round table. I want to finish the video review, and then we're gonna get it in.
Okay, I'm gonna be quick, all right? All right, so what I was taught when I was growing up by my own, because I'm from NC, and I was taught that we're Indian, we're Cherokee and Apache Indian, and mixed up with a little Irish. That's what I told like in my family. But I was told that slavery never existed. It was indigenous servants. That's what it was.
I knew they was gonna come.
It was indigenous servants.
Hey, that's slavery though.
No, slavery is when you don't got no choice. Indigenous servants mean like you're volunteering to do work.
Okay, so let me ask you something. If those servants didn't volunteer to do the work, could they feed themselves and have clothing and shelter?
I mean, they could, but at the time, like our people didn't know because remember we were set back. Everything
no, I'm saying, no, I ain't talking about them. I'm talking about these voluntary servants, right? They do it because I've done volunteer work before. And I don't get paid for my volunteer work and I don't care about getting paid for volunteer work because I don't need to. I got my income coming another way. When you say that our ancestors weren't slaves, they was doing voluntary work. I'm saying, were they getting paid for this voluntary work? If they was the
it'd be just like if I come to your house, bro, Sanchez, right? And I'd be like, yo, bro, you let me stay here. I mean, I make sure your kitchen stay clean and your kids stay fed.
No, that ain't how that's gonna go. I'm gonna tell you that. I'm gonna say, look, man, I'm letting you live with me. This is what your ass got to do. What you talking about? You hear that? That man said, bro Sanchez, you let me stay with you, so this what I'm gonna do. Nigga, hey, no.
Come on, bro, don't be ridiculous. People do that all the time. Matter of fact, somebody doing that for me. Right? Somebody living with me right now.
Hold on. I know I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying though, you said it like you doing them a favor. But my thing is this right here, brother. This is what you gotta realize. If you don't clean up, right, and you messing up, and you don't put in and you taking, and boom, 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 and we got a arrangement here to where, okay, you're a resident with me. I don't know your ass. This is just some boom, boom, boom. Guess what, man? On some real shit, yeah, you gonna have to have duties around this, even in a boarding house. If you live in a boarding house, you got the fucking, it's gonna be lawn work. It's gonna be trash. Like, so, but listen though, and if you don't do that stuff, they'll kick you out the boarding house. So now that ain't really voluntary work. That's like I'm working for shelter and shit. Like if I don't do this shit, this man gonna put me out. Like you made it like it was volunteer work.
Listen, I call it voluntary.
It's part of your rent. It's part of your rent. Now,
right, that ain't no volunteer work.
No. Listen, only reason I say voluntary is because they not making you do it. Like they
no. Listen. So ain't nobody making you get up and go. Listen, bro, because I gotta play the video. Remember, but listen, I hear what you saying. Ain't nobody making you get up and go to work tomorrow, but you want some money, right? Ain't nobody. This ain't a forced form of slavery. It's that if you don't work, you don't eat. Meaning that most of the world just working to eat and have food, clothing, shelter, and barely getting by. And that's the new form of slavery where you fucking work basically for food, clothing, and shelter. What you think the slaves worked for on the plantation? The slave master clothed them. The slave master gave them food and the slave master gave them shelter, but the slave master did not give them wealth, which is a share of the profit, which is why people live check to check. And they only fucking accumulate debt in this new system of slavery, and they don't know why. Because it's the same form of slavery with a facelift. We just don't see it. And if your last name James, a lot of these names,
I just want to say one thing.
They do. Yeah, because I gotta go to the video, but yeah.
Okay, with the indentured servitude, we have to understand, like, it was an option that they gave to the Irish where they were basically in debt in Ireland because they had taken their land, taxed them, put them in a debt slavery system, and they had an option where they could either go to jail or be sent to the penal colonies of Australia and America in order to work as indentured servitudes. So it's kind of like nowadays, or not nowadays, but some back in the 60s and 70s, they would tell you, hey, you got caught with drugs. Do you want to go to jail, black man, or do you want to go fight in Vietnam? It's the
Yeah.
same thing. History just keeps repeating itself. When they came over here in the beginning, the blacks were free because we had the land. Once they took title and deed to the land, that's when they could put us under indentured servitude, because now we couldn't work our own land because it wasn't owned by.
That's not indentured servitude. That's slavery straight up.
What they
That's
called
not
it.
indentured
Yo,
servitude.
yo, man, you know what? I'm gonna tell y'all what happened, right? The slave master got tricky and he had to change the name of slavery. And guess what? To hide his act. And guess what? Now the slaves are going along with the shit and they don't realize they doing more damage than good. Like you think it, like think about this, right? You said that they were indentured servants who did volunteer work. But if they didn't do the work, they don't have a residency.
And that's what I was trying to say, but nobody let me land. As soon as I said this is the service,
That's not indentured. That's not indentured. That's not
Well, take that up with him. Take that up with that brother.
But listen,
then.
but can I please talk? Only thing I said was this, and I got caught up. I didn't get to speak. Can I finish saying what I was saying? I was going to say that only reason why that indigenous service didn't work is because they took away our knowledge. That's why we wasn't allowed to read. We didn't have no knowledge. Just like right now today, this is why we look to the government for lights, for housing, because we lost the knowledge to conduct energy ourselves and to build our own houses. That's why we depend on the government to this day. Now tell me that don't make sense. If it don't, I just be quiet for the rest of the day. If that don't make sense, we depend on them because we don't know. We lost our knowledge in order how to survive by ourselves. We don't know how to conduct our own energy. We can't live in the woods. Most of us can't even start our own fire.
Bro, hold on a second, bro. I can't let you do that because you don't know all of these people, man. And that now we just blabbering for real. And the show is about indentured servitude. Is it slavery? And we wasting time. I need to play the video. I'm gonna show you by definition. An indentured servant is a fucking slave in my book. I don't care what anybody else tell me or what they say. I got the right to do.
One thing I was saying was how it worked. That's you're not listening to me.
It works. It works. I got you. It works like slavery, bro. I'm reading the definition in front of me. I put it up.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
look,
slavery,
I agree with
man.
that. I agree with that. One thing I'm saying, the reason why slavery works is because we don't know how to go out there and do it ourselves. That's why we depend on NICEC for lights.
Hey man, listen. The reason why slavery works is because if your ass don't work, you won't eat, sleep, and have clothing and shelter. It's really simple.
No, that's not true, because you can go in the wood and find your own fruits and vegetables and kill your own animals.
So why don't we? So why don't we do it?
Because you're not listening to me, big bro. Because we lost our knowledge of how to.
No, ain't no knowledge. You can't get to the woods. You can't. Yeah, you can't get to the woods because they're gonna shoot your ass down.
Bro, I was just in the woods early. I was in the woods all day, bro.
No, that's fine. What I'm saying.
Literally today, I was in the woods all day. So vegetation, animals, wild turkeys.
Listen. There's several things that we have to learn along the way. Nobody's negating that. What we're saying is that indentured servitude, anything that's other than yourself, meaning if you feel like getting up and scratching your ass and putting the boogers out your ass in your nose or vice versa, then you go ahead and do that shit. Now that's nasty as fuck. But
I think y'all kind of saying the same thing if y'all slow down and listen to each other. But I think what the people who keep saying indentured servitude having a problem with is this like silly ass word semantics. You know what I mean? Like again, it's slavery. Whether if you want to go back and do the old slave is a slob, so it's technically this, it's no, the act that they're doing, whether you call it indentured servitude or anything thereof, is a form of what we call today speaking slavery. Now, what the brother was saying about lacking the knowledge of, that's also the way that you keep a slave. Like to slave something, and I keep information from it. Now you become a slave under the control. You see what I'm?
Yeah, you become dependent. Like you become dependent on somebody. That's what it is, and you control a person because they're dependent on you to eat. You can tell them you make them do anything.
Watch this. You can't be. Yeah, that's a form of slavery right there. And my only thing I'm saying is a lot of people try to say these other synonyms for slavery as if we weren't really a crime against humanity didn't take place. Because and that's very dangerous. We can't do that, is what I was just saying. But salutes to everybody. But it does say that indentured servitude is a form of labor where an individual is under contract to work without salary to repay an indenture or loan within a certain time frame. Indentured servitude was popular in the United States in the 1600s, as many European immigrants worked in exchange for the price of passage to America.
Which is the same thing that they do with the
About
Mexican
scripture.
immigrants.
It's about scripture. We can even take it to scripture. Even in the scripture, it said you could own a motherfucker if the motherfucker owe you some shit.
Did you guys hear
You
Elon
own
Musk
that
is doing the
motherfucker.
same thing? Elon Musk is saying that people
What did
can
black
work
people
their
owe?
way
What did black
to
people owe?
Mars. People
They
can pay
can
back their
work
debt to
their way
Mars.
to Mars. Damn.
If you
Yeah.
look up what an employee
Hey.
is, Sanchez, it tells you exactly what you just read. Again,
Yeah, that's what an employee is. We're saying that we're doing it
Mhm.
every day. We're indentured servants every day while we're going to work, 9 to 5.
Bro, can I finish the sentence, brother, real quick? I'm sorry. I was going to say the employee, exactly the same description is the same thing that the brother just read. It tells you it's a person that's employed for wages or salary, especially at the non-executive level. That means they're lower than the executive. The only difference that's transpired now is employee has been coming into the corporation. When it comes into them using the corporate structure, making their certificates of participation, and immediately putting you under that certificate of participation when you sign the application. When you're signing the application, you're basically signing an addendum that says, yes, I am back in this company. I am here to work for this corporation, and I am signing my signature to be a part of this corporation. You're unbeknownst to yourself signing up for the servitude. You're signing up, you're giving them the signature to actually go in to have the articles of incorporation through the certificates of participation. They need a certain amount of employees to even be able to have the corporate structure. So now they have you participating in involuntary slavery because you don't realize what you're doing, and you're helping them construct this structure because now you are participating in their corporate structure with their articles of incorporation, articles of participation, and now you are a part of their corporate structure as a corporate soul of the entity. So this is how they have the slavery upon you now. Same difference.
No, that is not the same, sis. Sorry.
That's some goddess shit. No, I'm sorry. That's some goddess shit. I'm sorry.
No, that is not.
Okay, so
An employee,
hold. I got to go. I got to play the video, and we'll get it in afterwards. Hold y'all arguments. Come from the Bible, but a lot of them maybe they don't. Maybe black people created. I'm gonna speed it up. Bible that gave us
Was
name.
King James a melanated European, to your understanding?
I told y'all, and this is why I wanted to play the video, because now that I bring up that these last names, right, come from the Bible, right? He's saying that we created these last names when his. Okay, so listen, let me just slow down and show everybody what was happening before y'all came. So early in the video, I told him that we're slaves and we can prove it because we got the slave master last name. And he said, nope, we created these last names. I said, well, a lot of these names come from the Bible. And basically, did we create the Bible? And basically, listen what this brother just said. Wasn't King James a melanated man? Hear what he's saying? Now they're gonna make King James black, King David black, Abraham Lincoln black. They're gonna make black people be the authors of the Bible, which is the book that was the responsible. So the Bible is the book that's responsible for our slavery. Manifest Destiny justified is on a moral and spiritual level. And now they're gonna make us responsible for it when we're the victims of it. This is crazy. Talking about trading, talking about. Hold up, brother. I'm putting you saw what just happened to the other brother. I will respect you, Omar, but what I'm doing right now, right? I'm playing the video and I'm reviewing it real quick so we can go to the calls. I normally do this without the callers on, and I tell them to wait, and then I'll drop the link after this. So just bear with me. I ain't gonna be on this call long. I'm hopping off of here in like the next 2 minutes. Look like I hop off. So I just wanted to show the people they were gonna do everything I said they were gonna do. Blackwash everything. Like, wasn't King James melanated? I can't see. To me, that's pseudo. I never met him or saw him a day in my life.
Okay, so where are these originating white beings that's supposed to give you these?
See, when he said wasn't King James melanated, I said I never met him, never saw him in my life, and everybody was laughing like that's a G answer for real. So he had to go somewhere else now.
Surnames, because I think you're mixing apples and oranges.
And look, I like this brother, but I'm telling you, I don't think he like to be wrong, man. And it's showing a little here.
Surnames, as opposed to family or tribal names, and I hate that word, or nationalities, are originating from Aboriginal people. There are no Aboriginal white people. But go ahead, Sanchez.
What did that have anything to do with our argument? Think about it. If there was no Aboriginal white people, right? Then my thing is, he still never explained when did black people enslave white people. He never got to that part, you know. I want to know
if we're talking about etymology, syncretism, and all that stuff, right? Like the black is not a thing, white is not a thing. None of these.
We know that, brother. We know that, brother. We speaking. You know what, brother? Hold on. We ain't finna do all that right now. Just let me play the video, man. Well, listen. I'm not saying that surnames and all that I'm saying that slave names originated from the slave master. I know
if you had a mill and you did timber and your name is Miller, is that a slave name?
Yep. If the work you was doing was indentured servitude or a form of employment where you work, and if you didn't work, you couldn't eat and you couldn't live and you couldn't have the basic human things that, you know, if you didn't do this work, yeah, your ass a slave. I don't care. See, we in denial. Let me say what I'm saying. I want to define to you what a slave name is, so you don't go into your own little thing like what you just did. So here's what I'm saying. When you were owned by a slave master, it was like a marriage. You took the name.
Who was
that.
Please,
hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Trying to hear. I'm only talking to the gentleman right now. I'm gonna do one at a time. And like I said, this ain't a debate. This is stuff that's being taught in the South, where there's still plantations you can ride by in my hometown. So maybe all of these old heads are wrong, but I was taught by older people in my city, and us Aboriginal respect. See, my thing, like a lot of Aboriginals say, man, the Pan-Africans is debating their own grandfathers and grandmothers. Our grandfathers and grandmothers and great-grandmothers and fathers didn't say that we come from Africa, right? The Aboriginals say that a lot. But then our great-grandfathers and great-grandmothers didn't say that we weren't slaves either. I never heard none of them deny slavery. Our elders and our oral traditions, right? That slaves in Alabama, when they picked cotton on whatever plantation they picked it on, they inherited the name of their slave master. That's what I was taught. All right. So the brother asked me another, and can't nobody push back on that. That's what I was taught. The question, I forgot it when somebody came in, but maybe I'll get back to it. So my thing is this right here. I understand Aboriginals had their own last names and it didn't sound Greek, right? We had names like, we got names like Alabama, Cheyenne. These are the names of our lands, different names that we see in South America, Olmec, different things. But we don't see a lot of words like Adamson, Johnson, Davis in the Olmec and Mayan tradition.
But we do though, and that's why.
Now you got to show it to me now. When you said we do, now you got to show me names like Smith, Taylor, Peterson, Blacksmith, Carpenter. You got to show me this now in Mesoamerica. You think they're gonna show it to me, y'all? Nope.
I think we might have to get into a conversation about some of these names, linguistics, compared phonetically to what's like maybe Greek, right? Greek,
For example, right?
Muskogee,
Shoemaker.
or Muskogee.
Right, Shoemaker. Show me a Olmec that's named Shoemaker. Show me a Mayan whose last name Williamson.
He is phonetically inclined to the
That
Greek.
ain't what I'm talking about. See, now we're doing apples and oranges. Because look, when I hear a word like Muskogee, that sound aboriginal as hell to me. But when I hear a name like Taylor, that don't, like, it's phonetics. That's a dude that size you for a suit.
Yeah, that don't resonate. That don't resonate. Williamson don't resonate as Muskogee. If nigga, I just made the fucking word up Muskogee, and that sits with me. That sits with me well.
But guess what? And that's a name of a river in the South, Muskogee, and a name of a location for real, Muskogee. I think.
Hey, I just made it up, big bro. I love you. I just made it up. I was just talking, but in terms of resonance and sound and frequency, that's what we have to get back to. Mother Nature. That's what we have.
Yeah, Muskogee River, I think. Let me pull it up. Oh, yeah, it's a city in Oklahoma, Muskogee, Oklahoma, that's named after the tribes. So you resonate with some shit already that's, you know what I'm saying? Even the name Oklahoma is like, is more Mesoamerican.
It's more resonant. It's more resonant. We have to speak in terms of, that's what Tesla says. We have to just speak in terms of resonance and sound and frequency.
Yeah,
Once we speak in terms of those, then we good.
So, but you can't tell me Iroquois, a name like Sioux, Dakota, Lakota. All of these are related to Smith, and White, Brown. No. That I know.
But Taylor is a profession, though, Brother Sanchez.
That's what I keep telling this dude. Why he think I keep saying shoemaker and blacksmith. That our ancestors did not name themselves after occupation. Show me the Mayan people that named themselves spear, because they were shooting spears, right? They were hunt animals. Why didn't call, like the white man got the last name Hunter, William Hunter. Why? Because he's a hunter. Our ancestors didn't name themselves after some shit they did. Because you can change what you're doing, and you may decide think about it. That's that dude. Anyway,
I'm trying to ask you.
Hold on. Let me holler at Aboriginal. You cutting me off, brother. I can't talk to everybody at once. You're saying what I'm saying, brother. I just see these people identify by your occupation, and they've been doing that since the 1600s, naming themselves by what they do. And I'm gonna show you why, right? Even in our world today, you can see that. Soon as you meet a girl, if you single, where you work at, what you do, because that's that in their little society, your occupation, what you do for a living and shit, it defines who you are. But that ain't the law of the jungle. That ain't the law of the tribal man. We don't identify by your fucking occupation. Brought up the name shoemaker. Aboriginals didn't come up with the name shoemaker.
No,
That's
I understand what you're saying.
I got you. So I'm saying that there's a lot of black folks I know named shoemaker, blacksmith, named after action that was taken probably by their ancestors in slavery or whatever. Them the blacksmith.
Could you stop with the slavery thing? I'm not saying that you're trying to be offensive, but it.
You hear this dude here? Could you stop with
What's
the
offensive about
thing?
talking about slavery?
Right.
What's offensive about talking about slavery? Wait a
minute. Get hurt when they wrong,
shit, man. Could you stop with the slavery thing? Like, it's just offensive to hear. Like wait till he explain to you what's offensive about it. You gonna get straight.
That's my question. I'm not trying to
I'm about to hit play. Hold up a second, Oba. I got you, because I'm about to open up the calls. I'm going to let him explain out his mouth what's offensive about me just telling the truth about slavery. Shoemaker, blacksmith, named after action that was taken probably by their ancestors in slavery or whatever. Them the blacksmith.
Could you stop with the slavery thing? I'm not saying that you're trying to be offensive, but it is somewhat offensive to imply that the behavior of us in our own land had anything to do with being enslaved. So I'm not trying to check you,
Okay,
Sanchez. I'm saying.
Okay, so watch this, right? I'm going to share some with y'all, right? He's saying the behavior of us had nothing to do with us being enslaved. It was our own behavior in our own land, right? Now, check this out. I ain't saying that some of this behavior we weren't doing I'm saying we were tribal people who identified by our tribe, not by our action.
Nigga, we black. We was doing half that shit, but fuck that. You're not gonna penalize us for that shit. Like, be real. Like,
That's like a motherfucker looking at me and saying, you know what? His last name gonna be Smoke Blunt. That nigga smoked so many blunts, he's gonna be Sanchez Smoke Blunt. You know, like shoemaker, he make the shoes. Oh, he smoked the blunt. Oh, okay, yeah, that's the Smoke Blunt family. The smoke. Now, we didn't do no shit like that. Just goddamn, your name is what your occupation, what you doing and shit, man. Come on.
No, we didn't. We actually. So there are 3 names given. The day of the week, and any African or any tribal Caribbean person will tell you your name. You're given 3 names. The day of the week and all the other, whatever your mother give you and whatever your father give.
It's if we were to do that shit today, it'll be motherfuckers getting married and they'll be like, now here we are with Mr. and Mrs. Podcaster. Like, so we gonna literally have our last names, what we doing and shit, really?
Right. Mr. and Mrs. rolling on the sheets. You rolled on the sheets today? Okay, that's what happened. You just, that's. And so all your
creating a narrative that's a myth.
Hold on, we're now interviewing the Juggler family. Hold on a second, brother. Let me finish the video. Relax, I got you. Slavery is the ownership of a person as property, especially in regards to their labor. So if a person made shoes, right, but they was barefoot and they didn't own a pair of shoes, right? To me, ooh, that went over y'all head right there. That went over your head right there. See, the brother just tried to tell me we were the ones making the shoes. But if you look at any tribal people today, they walk barefoot in the jungle, and niggas just ashamed to be what they and identify what we really come from. See what I'm saying? So the people that was making the goddamn shoes didn't have none on their feet. You got people overseas making shoes, and they can barely afford the motherfuckers. And that, if you want to say that we was making shoes, that was slavery, because you were owned as property against your will and was used for labor. If you digging up diamonds in Africa for a nickel a day and you can't wear diamonds and afford them, that's a form of modern day slavery. Facts, boy. Slavery is nothing but the ownership of a person as property. It shouldn't offend you. It should put you on guard. It should make you act. You heard what I told him? I said, boy, the word slavery shouldn't offend you. It should put you on guard. Come on, man. Come on, man.
Can't sit up here and be like, the niggas in
we too easily offended, man, by the truth, bro. We too easily offended by the truth, man, for real. Omar, you gonna let me get through the video, man? And was used for labor. If you digging up diamonds in Africa for a nickel a day and you can't wear diamonds and afford them, that's a form of modern day slavery. Slavery is nothing but the ownership of a person as property. It shouldn't offend you. It should put you on guard. It should make you access that black man spirit in you and understand that it's alive and well, and that we're the ones that's targeted in this institution of it. God damn. That was off the dome.
And I noticed you slipped in the black thing.
See, I'm telling the truth and he's mad at words. Think about what's going on here. That's why I'm doing this video review. Tell me where I lied at. Now, I know that we ain't black people, but damn it, why would I be on a panel having a semantic debate when I'm dropping bombs up there? You know that I'm gonna come up here and say, God damn it, they identify us in America as black people. So for the sake of conversation in America using the English language, we ain't got to go up here and ask everybody their identity, because that'll take all day. All of us the same. They call us blacks. To move on with the conversation, let's just identify as that. It ain't gonna hurt nobody, because that ain't even the point of the contents of the argument. The argument is where we slaves, not where we black. The argument was where we slaves. You said the word slavery offended you, but you didn't say how. See, I don't care about your feelings when it come to me telling the truth, when I already know that the truth gonna hurt you anyway. But I don't care that it hurt you. I'm that kind of nigga. I'ma tell it, let it hurt. Let it burn, let it burn, let it burn.
Me too. But here's the
See, I'm
thing,
not
Brother
gonna play
Sanchez.
word games
But
with
see,
you like you
wait a
want.
minute. Words are very important because they're created by thoughts.
But
But
long as
here's
you
what I'm
know
trying
when
to.
I say
But here's
black,
what
I
I'm trying to
mean my
address with you,
people here,
Sanchez.
then we
No,
good.
because it's a slur and it's an insult. But what I'm trying to address with you about the slave narrative, okay? Chief Holiday has an approach, I may somewhat lean towards it, that a family of servants, and that is the definition of family, can be seen as quote unquote slaves.
Did you hear this? A family of servants. That sound like a Christian family in the South, and we just love Christ Jesus, man. You know when you really love Jesus Christ when you say his shit backwards. You ever met a motherfucking Christian like that? The name of Christ Jesus, just Christ Jesus. And I'm gonna tell you right now, when you hit me with that family of servant shit, I get Pentecostal vibes, son. We serve the Lord. Yeah, son, either way, you're a slave, spiritually, mentally, physically. Let's go. You niggas is in denial.
But the actual
And I'm not talking about the river in Africa, neither.
word slave attached to Slavs are a specific population.
Now, niggas love to bring up the Slavs. Are you a Slav? Is your culture a Slav? Right, that's what he gonna try to hit me with now. Boy, this is so crazy.
That were used for slave labor. Now, I know you're not going to probably do this every time you talk with people, but the
No, I'm
problem
not.
is how slavery has been codified in the mentality.
If he know I'm not gonna do that every time I talk to people, why pick at it instead of deal with these bombs I'm dropping? Because it gives you a place to run to get away from these bombs that I'm dropping. And you can have a little safe spot to play in semantics. You just said black. And I know you're not gonna do this every day. No, bro, I just dropped bombs on you. You could sit, this is your little damage control.
Of a society that's professing to push white supremacy. So when you are pushing whiteness, requiring blackness, their presumption is blacks are always slaves. When you're pushing African origins and then African is being attached to slavery, like the movie Roots, people.
That ain't my problem. Just because they attach Africa to slavery, I'm not gonna detach my ancestral history from it. That's fucking stupid. Do you understand how stupid that is? Just because they attach homosexuality to the rainbow don't mean I'm not gonna stop looking up at the rainbow saying it's beautiful. That's your logic though. Because they attach something bad to it, you should leave it alone. That's what they want you to do. You gonna fall right for it?
People's presumption, that's why this is very powerful, how words are being used. People's presumptions are that black Africans are always slaves. Then when you reinforce it with the Pope being the vicar of God on earth. And
see, we don't speak giving a fuck about people's presumptions though. You do. When I speak, I'm only concerned with telling the truth. I don't care what a motherfucker presumed, what he assumed, or none of those zooms.
And people giving authority to this one man, claiming that all black African slaves shall be slaves forever. You can't just be dismissive, bro Sanchez, because this is an embedded psychological
I can be dismissive. I can say everything coming out of your mouth is a bunch of gish gallop that's irrelevant to the arguments that I made. You still have not disproved slavery. You still didn't tell me about these names, Taylor and Smith and Blacksmith, and how they come from our how they come from our indigenous aboriginal people of this land. I dropped a lot of bombs. You didn't recover from them. So you played with semantics and concluded that I was being dismissive. Yes, because you even said you don't expect me to speak like that every day. So I'm going to dismiss that and I'm going to live up to your damn expectations. How about that? You expect me, you don't expect nobody else on this panel to play the semantic game every day when they go outside. And you clearly said you don't expect me to do it, but yet you keep saying I'm being dismissive. No, I'm living up to your expectations like everybody else. So can you debate me based on the arguments that I said and not what you expect? Because guess what, y'all? Base me on the argument at hand, are we slaves or not? Where did we get these last names from? None of that was dealt with. So I can dismiss everything else you saying because you basically dismiss what I was saying and how I just dropped bombs on your ass and ran to something else that was irrelevant.
Construct.
That you even said was irrelevant because you don't expect people to talk like that every day.
That has to be deconstructed, if not outright destroyed. I'll yield on that. But
sometime when you beating up on a person, they gotta speak just to not look defeated. And they can't admit that the arguments you made were fire, so they got to just ignore them and run somewhere else that's irrelevant and act like they really said or did something. But if you replay this thing, you will see he said a bunch of nothing.
that's a very big problem.
I got you. Let me ask you a question. You saying that with everything I just said, what I was wrong about was using the word slavery and black. Yes, that's basically his whole point to everything he said. When the debate was, were our people victims of a crime against humanity, basically? Were they owned as property in any way or form? It's different forms of slavery. I don't care what form you give me, it doesn't deny slavery. It just said it was this form of it that my people was a victim of. But to deny it all together to the point where you say we're the slave masters. We the ones wrote the Bible and King James was black. You know what, Sanchez? We created the KKK. You know what, Sanchez? You know, God damn it, we founded America and did the shit with Britain and the 13 colonies. That was all black people. The founding fathers of this country was black, Sanchez. Bro, I hear stuff like that all the time. Pull out some money on your pocket right now, Sanchez. You see the heads on that money? Them black people. Really? Yeah, man. They told everything, man, you basically chocolate coating all this shit and think you doing some, son. So no, so I can make a point. Just to make y'all point, yeah, man. That's like a damn J word, the J-E-W, you know, them people. It's like them saying, you know what? We were really the Nazis. Yeah, that's like them saying, you know what? That's like the J word people saying, you know what? Slavery wasn't real. It wasn't no concentration camps. What the concentration camp meant that it was a room you sit down and meditate in and you just concentrate. You worked on your concentration. It really wasn't that bad. They didn't see think about a J-E-W talking like this. See, we were the Nazis. And we the one threw them in the concentration camp. And see, imagine this kind of talk.
Those are very toxic and damaging
Now, guess
connotations.
what? Now, watch this. I agree with you. Every day I use the word black slavery because you know what? I deal with people who's on a certain paradigm. Like, think about it. Why would we make the debate, man? Oh, I'm gonna throw a flag. You use the word black. You use the word slavery. He gonna use those words too. Because when you dealing with people that ain't as deep as us, and I say, hey, man, black people do this, black people do that. Dude, what you want me to say? Hey, quit saying the word black. Then we've already created an identity for this group of people that we all know that we can say this one word and we know exactly the group we talking about. So for convenience, you know I'm going to say black people this, black people that, because you're going to automatically know the group of people in society I'm talking about. I don't know a other word to call them that they all will know who the fuck I'm talking about but that one, unfortunately, whether you like it or not. And that ain't my problem, nigga. You can't stop a nigga from saying black people. You're going to have to go around the whole United States, my nigga, and silence everybody. So what was the fucking point? If you're not gonna do that, it was because you was running from the fact that I slayed you, man. Facts. You're not gonna go out there and stop everybody from using the word slavery and black because why? It offends you. It offends him, y'all. I can't make this shit up that his reason for wanting us to stop using the word slavery and black is simply because it offends him. Can't make that up, man. Paradigm. Everybody we deal with in our day-to-day life ain't people like us on this panel. You got family members that don't know none of this stuff. They say, hey, I'm a black man, and I'm not going to argue with my aunties, uncles, and all them every day. And he not either. So why would he do that to me on the show? Because he wanted to run from the main argument at hand because he know I had that one in a bag. I speak to be understood, not to always take precedent over the bill and to flaunt my smartness. I can, every time somebody say the word black, I can debate them if I wanted to, but I choose not to, because I think that if we're speaking and we're understanding each other, that a person may say, look, my black brother, but if I went into a spiel with them, not everybody believe we're black people. It's something called speaking for lack of better words. I just want to come here and make my points and be understood. But I agree with you, right? I'm gonna wait till the static go away.
Hey, real quick, speak.
I ain't gonna let you
Speak.
Because you niggas not gonna let me speak. Let me get the fuck off here.
I got you.
Bye, Felicia.
A1 on here. Go ahead, A1. You got the floor.
Nah, who said they don't believe about black slave owners?
I don't think it's a belief about that. I don't think.
I mean, or the surnames. Who got a problem with that?
I just don't think they understand. He said he didn't know, so he's inclined to learn. You know, to be.
Oh, okay. No. I ain't got no problem. Listen. The slaves in this country was white people. No Negro could ever be a slave because a slave is a Slavic. I know that other people been pushing this shit.
And this is where the ignorance come in. And I'm gonna sit down with a tortuousness one, but I'm never gonna fucking agree with him on that. We know that the Slavic people were enslaved and they were named after the act of slavery. We know that there were a group of people called the Vandals who went around vandalizing everybody's land, and they earned the name as the Vandals. That's why we call it vandalism today.
Yep.
Right? But
What
guess,
about the
but
Germans.
hold on. Yeah, now let me make my point though real quick. Listen, when it comes from a cultural standpoint, I'm not a Vandal. I wasn't born and I don't speak the Vandals culture, but I've done vandalism before. So he's saying that I got to literally be a Slavic person for me to be a slave, which is the most ridiculous shit a person can say. That a person that committed the act of vandalism is not a Vandal because they weren't born into, you know, the original people that gave us the word for it. And there were more people like the barbarians. That was a land called Barbaria. That the land of Barbaria, and you had the barbarian people. And from the land of Barbary. And you can practice barbarianism right now, but that don't mean you from the land of Barbary. You can still be called a barbarian because you committed the act. And you got to separate the act from the land and the people, and they can't do that, y'all. And you got to be able to do that if you want to be intellectual, because you're mixing apples and oranges.
He can't be serious. Like, it's like he's trying to come up with an excuse, try to come up with the most clever argument he can, but that is some mental gymnastics.
It's crazy, man.
But hey,
Can I say something quickly? Peace to the panel.
Hold up,
I
Blitz.
feel
It's
like
almost over. The video almost over. I got you, bro. No cap. It's almost over.
just tell them that A1 told you that, first of all, right? Second of all, Negroes owned slaves in America, and there was hundreds of thousands of Negroes who owned slaves in every fucking, in every state and every...
According to the Virginia Assembly Court, Negroes and Indians owned white slaves. According to the Virginia Assembly Court record.
May I?
I'm not down you, but I do want to see that.
Ask them niggas where they white slaves at today, y'all. Them white folks who had slaves back in the day, they got even more slaves today, and we calling them employees. Thanks for that, sister. So let's go.
You know, if I was a learner,
I just showed it in the debate, brother. So I mean, you
I'm
can
gonna go back to
Bro,
it.
I've been doing bills on that shit for a long time, brother. You go to my channel, I got the whole slave master, black slave master book that I went through the whole book 5 years ago, bro. So ain't nobody caught up on it now because ain't
South
nobody been
Africa.
doing no research on it. I mean, I know people don't know about it, but guess what?
That's what
The
his white
guys over
slaves,
here been
South
knew about it.
Africa.
This is a common conversation for us. We know the slaves was Europeans.
Guess what, y'all? If he telling me in America you had black slave masters and white slaves hanging on trees getting beat, again, show me the picture of a white slave, right? With whips on the back. We know Jim Crow days was white people still lynching niggas in the street. So we can see the gradual history of us leaving slavery under the white folks. We can't see the gradual history of white folks leaving slavery under black folks. He can't show me where we even picked them up at and the history of us enslaving whites. The fucking institutions we use to perpetuate slavery, like they had the Willie Lynch formats and they had different institutions for the slave. Show us the history. Now, guess what they got to do? They got to go into all the white institutions that were used to commit crimes against humanity and own that and claim that and identify as the slave master. Boy, that shit is sad. That's what you got to do to be right in this debate. And dude, I ain't doing no shit like that. You ain't finna tell me niggas was lynching white folks in the street and all that. We can see the history of them doing it to niggas. And why wouldn't we never on the offensive side? Because we're the victims. The word that nobody like to hear, the V word. I'ma say it again. Victim, 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 victim. Slave, nigga. You a slave today. You was a slave then. You a victim today. You was a victim then. And I know that don't make you feel good, but I don't give no fucks though. Let's go, hit play.
None of our people were slaves.
Can't say
How
the
did we
word
get this
slave,
power though?
brother.
How did they?
Niggas gonna quit acting like they at the top with all that pride in your chest and you at the bottom of the economic totem pole talking about you ain't a slave when the generational wealth gap is a testimony to the corruption and the war crimes that was done over time to your people, and you can just deny them because you want to be smart online. We ain't gonna let it happen.
Stupid. They get all this power.
We lost power because you know what they was doing? What they was doing was when the KKK and these other militia organizations was going on, a lot of our families was being ran out of the South where we was from. So what happened was they created deeds and they told our family to sign deeds. Once you sign the deeds, now they can tax you, and they tax you without your number.
And guess who don't get taxed? People who ain't slaves. You know who pay taxes? Slaves. Slaves.
Without your knowledge of it, they tax you without your knowledge of it.
So I don't care how you became a slave, long as you acknowledge the fact you are a slave, and now we can do something about this servitude that we're in right now. We can do something about this position of slavery that we're in right now. But if you can't acknowledge that you're a slave, you can't get out of bondage. If I can't tell these niggas that it's some mental shackles around your damn brain, you ain't gonna get them off. A baby born in a prison, goddamn, don't think he in jail. If you were born in a goddamn prison, that baby never saw the outside. Well, you can't tell that baby he in jail. Let's go.
Of it, right? And once they taxed you and you didn't know you had to pay the taxes, and once you was so caught up with taxes, they took your property from you. So that's one of the ways they got it.
My shit.
They said A1 ain't lying. Guess what? Brother Sanchez ain't either. A1 saying what I'm saying, that we were slaves. He telling me how we became slaves now. And I don't care the many theories on how we ended up at the bottom and how we ended up as slaves. I'm talking about you denying that we ain't slaves. Everything A1 saying proves that we still slaves today because of what he's saying. Because of what he's saying. And because of many more things that put us at the bottom. We ain't gonna fake like we at the top. In case you didn't know, the slave master is at the top and the slave is at the bottom. Ain't no middle point. The middle class been gone. Either your ass a slave or you a slave master. Ain't no middle class, nigga. It's either pimping or horn. Either you the pimp or the hoe. The world been that way for a minute. They been got rid of the middle class. The inflation on a dollar has reached the level where whatever the middle class was making, that's considered broke today. Because the cost of everything that went up, but your employer ain't giving you a raise though, is it? So if you was in the middle class a few years ago, you in the poor class today. You in the lower class just because of inflation. They done deleted the fucking middle class right from under your nose.
Yep.
And you see what I'm saying? Niggas
It's
think
no
they
accident.
enslaved.
It's all by design too. That's all I want to say.
Crazy, man.
No, he's clear.
And that's one of the ways they got us. But our people weren't ever slaves, my man. That's look, that's a myth. The fact that people run around here telling our people were slaves. Our people didn't come from Africa. We wasn't no slaves. And I can show and prove on everything I'm saying. I can show and prove. I'm taking all debates, all fame, all anything.
Let me ask you a question, brother. Was our people ever owned by another person as property, especially in regard to labor? That's the definition of slavery. Did you hear what I just asked him? Let's hear his answer.
Absolutely not. But now we own that.
Wow. Oh my God.
What you just asked him? I didn't hear the question. I'm sorry. What did you ask him?
Yo, I'm about to repeat that shit verbatim, sister. So I asked him, was our people ever owned by another group of people as property, especially in regards to labor? And he said, absolutely not. He said, absolutely not. Y'all hear this? This man said absolutely not.
Wow. You're a renegade, man.
Damn.
That's property because you part of their jurisdiction. That means you part of their corporation.
So you saying slavery didn't exist back then, but it definitely exists today?
Yeah, slavery.
Now that's when I got you for real. You telling me slavery didn't exist back? Basically, according to A1, slavery is some new shit. Slavery is some new shit that came up. Because it didn't exist back then. That's some new shit, you know. Damn.
Slavery is slavery, man. When you're talking about slaves, we talking about Slavic people. We talking about Europeans, bro.
You're saying slavery is a new thing because it didn't exist back then. It only exists today, correct? Now, he just said slavery didn't exist back then, but it exists today. He said yes. Now I double down. I said, so you saying slavery didn't exist back then, it only exists today. You saying it's a new thing. He thought about that. Damn, I am saying it's a new thing. Now watch this.
Well, no. You technically.
Did you hear that? Boy, I'm a fucking beast. I got to run this shit back so y'all can see how all of this played out, man. I'm a chess player. Yo, watch
Africa,
this.
we wasn't no slaves. And I can show and prove on everything I'm saying. I can show and prove. I'm taking all debates, all fame, all anything.
Let me ask you a question, brother. Was our people ever owned by another person as property, especially in regard to labor?
Absolutely not. But now we own that as property because you're part of their jurisdiction. That means you're part of their corporation.
So you saying slavery didn't exist back then, but it definitely exists today?
Yeah, slavery is slavery, man. When you're talking about slaves, we talking about Slavic people. We talking about Europeans, bro.
You're saying slavery is a new thing because it didn't exist back then. It only exists today, correct?
Well, no.
I'm a bad man. Not ashamed. Let's go.
You technically, you wouldn't be a slave. A slave is a ethnicity. So when they refer to the people who are called Slavs are the only slaves. Now, are we prisoners of war or are we in bondage? Yes. That's the terminology. Slave is not being a slave.
Okay, so let me say something.
These people was fighting in rebellion since they got here. There was no easy subduing. So I would rather look at it as a prisoner of war.
AP, may I say something?
Brother Sanchez trying to come in, then I would like to get it after him.
Brother Sanchez respond to everybody. And shout out to everybody in the panel, man. We got 246 in here. Shout out to everybody that's in here. Make sure y'all hit that like button, thumb up the video, share the live stream. All right. Shout out to everybody. I do want to allow Brother Top Cat to get it in as well. Shout out to Brother Top Cat.
Peace, Top Cat. Peace, everybody in the chat. I mean, on the panel as well.
Yeah, I just had one more question for Touches in one. So you know we got like the act of barbarianism, right? We know what that is, Ben. If somebody say you barbarian, but that come from a culture of people called the Barbary people.
The Berbers, the Moors. That's all it is. That's all you dealing with North Africa, bro.
I'm gonna go somewhere with this.
Go
You
ahead.
know how we say vandalism? That come from a group of people called the Vandals. So when we say slavery, that come from a group of people called the Slavs. But the act of slavery goes beyond that one group of people. Oh my God. Just like the act of barbarianism can go beyond the Berbers. I can be a barbarian even though, woo, let's go. I'm not a barbarian. Or I can be a vandal even though
But
I'm not
Brother Sanchez, but you know what? Listen, real quick, right? Listen, that's only if they see these people, what they did.
He finna make some shit up now. Hey, y'all know, man. Hey, look, man, check it out, right? Honesty is the key, or you're gonna end up a highlight, like when you get crossed over and get on a poster.
It was change definitions, man. That's why when you deal with etymology, you can't change no definition of the word because the word is constructed by root words, affixes, prefixes, and suffixes. So these people then change and rewrote words, and now we're.
What does that has to do with anything I just said? That we can still call ourselves slaves and not be related to the Slavic people just because we had that we performed the act. A dude that makes shoes, he can call himself a shoemaker even though there's a family down the street from his house whose name's Shoemaker and they don't even make shoes. Think about what I just said. A dude that makes shoes, his last name might not be Shoemaker. But a dude, family down the street, they got the last name Shoemaker. They don't make shoes. What this showing you is that the last name can or cannot have something to do with the act. And you don't have to always sync the two together. Like I can be a shoemaker because I just make shoes. Or I can be a shoemaker because I'm born into the shoemaker family. That it both don't have to be true at the same time. And this is what he's trying to do. He's saying, look, for you to be a slave, you got to literally be born in the Slavic land. I'm like, no, you just got to be owned as property. How are we making this, no offense, kindergarten mistake, guys?
You're 100%. Yeah, and I'm a big fan of etymology. I know you are too, but it's clear what the discussion topic is. And he's totally missing the point. It seems like on purpose to try to win the argument with some loophole, but it just is stupid.
I don't think he's well studied.
I don't think it's
because a lot of our grandparents, they my grandmother on my father's side told me that her mom told them that they chose the last name that they wanted to deal with. Like some of her great uncles chose the name Jackson, some chose Jones, and they just picked those last names because they was running away from the plantation. So a lot of our grandparents weren't born under the plantation name. Some of them just chose the name as a disguise to get away.
Right, because they had a thing where if they were saying who they were or that they were Indian, there was literally what do you call it? A bounty put on them. They would literally be scalped. This is where the scalping came in. They were paying these people a bounty for the scalps of the Indians that tried to get away, and they were doing things. So they actually were cutting off the scalps of the people. And real quick, I want to say on what you said with the what he was talking about with the Slavs, Sanchez. When it comes to that, I think his point is he forces that a lot about the Slavic, and I understand where he's coming from. Slavic, yes, some of the Slavics were slaves. They did come and be part of the trans slave or whatever they want to call it. All these different misnomers that they use a lot of time is confusing because it just kind of throws you off. But I definitely understand where you're coming from because you're correct. Because there's been slavery even before these times they're talking about. Back in the early 1100, 1200, it's always been slavery.
Way before that. Back in ancient Rome, ancient Greece.
Okay, right, brother. Can I finish real quick? I know you understand. But what I'm saying is that way back, there was slavery. It's way before this time that's more appropriately everybody's arguing about the 1700s. This has been going on way before that. So the people are going to be in slavery and exchange different places. There's slavery right now today. In Libya, they're still enslaving people. Like, this is nothing like, I don't understand the semantics of all of that. instead of them expressing the point, I can see where when they brought the people over here with the names and things and switching, all of that did happen. Yes, because they were colonizing people. They were putting people on reservations. They set the camps up. Once they had a church, a ministry, a ministry of church, a school, and a health facility, they could set up a colony in these areas. They went in, set up the colony. The pastor would then be noted as a chief. This is where the fake $5 Indians come in from when you hear about the $5 Indians. They were noted as chiefs just because of setting up a parish, being a minister. They did this all over the place. Then they started closing in on the people and running them off. And this is what the brother was just talking about. Some of the people were like, look, let me just take this name and go. I don't want to have my name because I don't want to be hunted down, basically. In the midst of it, like, I mean, they were just trying to survive because they were killing off all our people. There's the story of Queen Aliquippa. They also did the same thing to her, and they fought and fought and fought, and they finally gave in, and then they went into the colony because she didn't want to let the rest of her people die off. So it's plenty of stories about this stuff that's true. And I understand what you're talking about when it comes to linguistics, but when you get a moment, Sanchez, I'm gonna let y'all chat. I'm gonna put a book in the chat that talks about the linguistics, and it talks about the Aryan land and so on and so forth. I'm gonna mute up right now.
We're inferior.
All right.
And we, you know what I'm saying? We're inferior to these terms.
Talking about words that was just getting entered into the definition earlier, you know, before the topic got.
But my thing is, the Slavic people are still in Eastern
No,
Europe.
that African American dictionary, you need to circle back to that, Bap. That African American dictionary is very damaging.
We'll definitely circle back around. I want to allow brother and Sanchez.
That brother there, he always saying what's damaging, what's offensive, and we got to get out of that mindset, black man. It's kind of like a very, it's gonna sound like I'm being, you know what? We soft, man.
No, you're right. You're right.
Everything fucking offend us. You know, yeah, everything is offensive. Everything is, that's destructive.
Sound like a little bitch. Let's be honest.
Like a dictionary ain't hurting me, man. I can take that bitch. If it's a lie in it, we can sit down and expose it. Let's go. Ain't nothing but a little work, man. Like
he don't want to offend nobody, man. We're in 2023, crazy.
Get that conversation, nigga.
Oh, okay.
Hey, salutes, bro.
If I could go after.
Oh, Key North, for what's good, my brother? How you doing?
Hey, salute.
What's
I'm
good,
doing
everybody?
good, bro. I'm glad you're talking on this point because a lot of people getting slavery misconstrued with what took the land. Slavery was just a thing that was in style at the time. Like it was a business at the time. It's still in business today. It's just did in a different form. A lot of niggas getting misconstrued when they told you was free, that you was free from slavery. No, that mean that nobody had to pay
buy your
$5,000.
ass.
Yeah, nobody had to pay $5,000 for you up front. You gonna go sign your own name on the motherfucking see what the corporations and shit went to back in the day. The only jobs a person could have when the economy got transferred, people had to go to Mr. Johnson's motherfucking meat farm and get a job. You know, but yeah. No, go ahead, bro.
No, you got it.
In on it. Yeah, so you know, being from the South, I know this type of shit. I know what happened when shit got transferred because I know what happened to my family. So we're looking at this as if slavery has something to do with the land getting took, when those were two separate things that happened. Slavery was something that was going on with people being transferred to Africa, from South America to North America, Haiti, and all that shit. Like, you know, we got to really elevate our mind to what's going on when we talk about slavery.
If we want to simplify the shit right real quick, slavery is what happened after the fact when your land get taken from your ass. When you're on your land and there's no oppressor, you enjoying your land and you following the tribal laws that your people following, y'all, everything lovely. When that Plymouth Rock ship pull up on shore, like we said, Plymouth Rock landed on us. At that moment, a foreigner on your land, these pilgrims. And it's over time, the foreigner will establish himself on the land in power above you, and you will become just an employee on your own damn land. We see that happening all over the world. We see
colonialism.
We see colonialism
No,
See,
it's called it's called enslavement.
I'm about to everybody. Yo, I'm gonna make a rule now. If that happens again, you got to go into the waiting room for 10 minutes. That's the new rule. Everybody should be able to talk without being interrupted. And if the host can't do it, that means it's just can't nobody do it. The sister, you know what I'm saying, was able to speak uninterrupted. Now I'm asking y'all to let me do it, goddammit. So check this out, right? What I'm saying, because you that shit making me forget what I got to say, man. That's weird, bro. Very disrespectful.
You're on point too. That's a shame.
All right, can I
Very
address
fucking
something? Brother
nah,
said that happened to me the last stream as well. I was pissed off, man.
You know,
Real talk.
it's very fucked up, bro. That's the new rule now, man. That's retarded behavior, man.
Is there a way that we can
Nah, bro,
because I
you was
love
the one of them.
I love
Wasn't
your
he one of the
platform.
ones that butt in? The way that we can do it is when somebody talking, just be quiet till they finish. When it ain't no complicated shit, it's just respect. Now let me rule now, man. And if the whole slavery is what happened after the fact when your land. So like I was saying, slavery is what happened when your land is taken. When the colonialists go to Africa, they don't move those Africans to anywhere else. They got Africans coming over here working with UNESCO trying to tell us that we Africans. They've been doing that since the 1600s. Ain't nobody bringing no Africans over here for work. Africans coming over here because there's more money to work in America than it is to dig up diamonds for a nickel a day. Keep it real. Their land has been colonized, and the wages of their work is getting lower and lower while the inflation of their money going higher and higher. And it happened in Africa before it happened anywhere else. Why you think they so rich and poor at the same time? All them resources, but everybody walk around barefoot and shit. And see, my thing is this right here. If we can't see what colonialism is doing today in the world, we blind as fuck. We ain't even got no business talking about what it was doing back in the day. This is just a bunch of niggas talking. They ain't even looking at what these same people doing in the world today that's contradicting everything they saying. These folks go to your land, set up motherfucking shop, and before you know it, everybody on your land gonna be working for them. For a small fee too, if you want food, clothing, and shelter. I was in Korea in the military. I saw how they colonized the area around the base. I know what I'm talking about.
To them, gotta be
Now go ahead. I mean, I don't know if you were saying that to me, but I'm gonna mute up because I'm actually in the middle. So I just wanted to address that.
I'm gonna mute up. I just wanted to.
But hey, brother Sanchez, if you ever, brother Sanchez, if you ever want a presentation on your channel, man, I'm more than willing to do it, and we could do this.
Hey man, A1 gonna have that bill, buddy. I can't wait. Let's drop a bomb. I'm gonna put some money in his pocket too. We gonna, you know, that's I hate to, you know, we gonna give y'all some for free, but we also gonna have to do some pay-per-view. You know, this is some big shit now. I fucks with y'all, but oh man, this some big shit.
You are some Sanchez. Look, my whole wife is mad at me because of how much I listen to you. I'm in my house because of how much I listen to you, bruh. You're not understanding what the fuck I'm talking about.
I already know how that go. Been there. But you'll be surprised how over time, like I say, put it like this. It's like planting seeds, like we always talk about, because with my ex, my son's mom. When I first got hold on, yeah, like when I first tried to get her on all of that, she was a little bit more reluctant. As time went on, as you spoon feed, it kind of got there. But then once me and her wasn't together no more, shit, she done shot off a full rocket and be like, yeah, I get what you were saying and all of that kind of shit. Now I'm on it. She didn't watch Sanchez shit and everything else, so it'd be like that.
And then flip the whole other side of the spectrum. It'd be like, you just read this, you saw this, you heard this.
Hey, peace,
It's like, what the fuck?
Hey, yo, I'm gonna
real quick, man.
At this time, everyone gonna stay muted. I got 20 people on a call, and I got to host this thing and make sure everybody get in. But we're gonna start with a Torchiness one out of respect because he was part of the video, And he's the brother that I was responding to in it. So everybody's gonna mute their mic till he's done, and he ain't got to rush either, because I took my time to respond to him. So that includes me too. So A1, take the flow. I'm a fair brother, man. Do your thing.
No doubt, man. Peace to God, man. Peace to God, sis, man. Let me just say one thing, bro. Before I became an Achanchan of America, after doing my research, right, I got 2 European college degrees, and I took history from the 100th level all the way to the 200th level. Not to mention, dealt with the Pan-African thing, dealt with the Hebrew thing, dealt with the Moorish thing. It wasn't until I done my own research to make sense of all this shit that they say that they was doing when they came here. Nobody came here. These people came here on the bottom of boats. They came here as slaves. Slavery comes from the term Slavs, my dude. And it's sad that nobody cares to look this up and make any sense of it. The Europeans can't rewrite history and tell you history because they wasn't even there.
Well, we agree that it does come from that word, but what do you think the word slave means in terms of criminal activity?
I mean, the word, I mean, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say the word slave is still what it means. You can't change etymology and the way words is constructed. They can only change that in your mind. They changed it up because how people gonna be superior over you if you found out that you had them as slaves? How they gonna do all the shit that they doing to you today, or we doing to ourselves willingly as a result of people putting the shit there, regardless of whatever it is. But when you find out from 1619 all the way to 1865, you had Negroes owning slaves, and these wasn't no black people who they was owning. Now you have to make some type of sense of that. It's too many rich black people in America from 1619 to 1865 for them to be telling you that white supremacy was running us. No, we was running all of this shit. And after 1865, when they went with the Scottish Rite Freemason, Albert Pike, the Knights of the Golden Circle, also dealing with Albert Pike, Judah Benjamin, Jesse James, Frank James, Rockefeller, the Rothschilds, etc. They wrote the United States of America Constitution. Our Constitution was the United States for America. Now, my thing is this, right? I put out a whole book on black slave owners 5 years ago in every motherfucking state, in every fucking county. Now you tell me, how is this fucking possible if they was oppressing you? It doesn't make no sense. So therefore, you have to become the researcher, because now you have a narrative where they telling you they was doing this and they not even putting out that Negroes owned slaves or white people were slaves. How you gonna leave that out the story? But just tell you that they brought you here from Africa. How you gonna leave? How you heard
of colonial codes?
Of what? Nah, I mean, you can elaborate on that, brother. I mean, you ain't gotta be so sophisticated, but go ahead, elaborate.
No, I was just asking. Have you ever heard of the what they call colonial codes?
I mean,
colonial laws. Well,
bro,
basically,
stick to what I'm saying. Stick to what I'm. All right, so let's go back, right? Let's deal with Iberia, aka Europe, right? All of Iberia and Europe was inhabited by people who came from the Maru, which you call America, right? We went over there, no people over there. We was the only people in Europe at the time when we went over there. No white people was in Europe. So when they tell you the story of the Moors from 7, that's a fucking lie. No Europeans was in Europe. We bought them there. Now, I don't know where the fuck they came from. I don't know where they came from. And I don't really want to get elaborate with the Yaqub experiment and all that that may have happened in the Yucatan Peninsula in Central America. So it's a lot of stuff that people miss out because we're going with the narrative of what they said. When you find, when you write research, right? A researcher does this, right? They find pros and cons. They don't just go with the pros. They find pros and cons. When you're looking up the flat earth, you're looking up stuff that doesn't fit the narrative to what they're saying. And they cannot
Let me ask you a question. I got a bunch of questions for you. That was just one. Did he? Nah, I may have missed you. Did you tell me where do we get our white slaves from? Where do we pick them up at? Because now, listen, the reason I asked you that, when they say that we were slaves, my brother, they also saying we picked you niggas up from off the shores of Africa over here and boom, boom, boom. So when you say white people are slaves, can you tell us where we picked them up from? With specific location. They tell us West Africa. I've heard Egyptian a lot too, which I debate. But where did our white slaves come from mainly? They say they black ones come from Africa, and you know we both disagree with that.
All right, so let me just, I got my computer open, so I mean I can't share obviously, but I can elaborate on some of the sources.
Because I want to see where we picked up these white slaves from.
Now listen, I'm gonna tell you like this, right? It's still, the verdict is still out on where they actually came from. Now they wasn't naturally in Europe. They wasn't naturally in Europe. They wasn't naturally. All these stories about Rome and all that shit never existed.
Wait a minute. Let me just clarify this. You are sure that we had slaves that were white, but you don't know where we got them from?
My dude, they not, that part of the history didn't come out yet.
Yo,
you know what I'm saying? That shit
but let me tell you something. I'm gonna show you why I got. I'm gonna show you why I got. That's like saying I own these shoes in the corner, but I don't know what store I bought them at.
I mean, we could say that if you want to say that, but what I'm saying is the history is being hidden, and the history that they not. The history that they hold up real quick. Hold up. The history that they. Okay, I got you. The history that they not telling you about is the history that you should be more curious. The shit that they willingly telling you, oh yeah, they was lynching people, they was cutting babies out of stuff.
I'm saying this. I'm saying it's your property, it's your slave. You should know where you got it from. Think about what you had to do. You had to scout for this slave, means study his land, go to it, beat his ass and all that, but you don't remember none of that. The first question I had was, where did we get these white slaves? Then I was going to say, how did we conquer them? How did we arrive at their location? We can't get past the first one, though. We don't even know how we got some property that we say is ours. Everything I own, hold up. Everything I own in this house, I know exactly where it come from. Just keep that in mind, but go ahead.
All right, so check this out, right? So one of the sources I got, right? It's called The Forgotten White Slaves, right? So boom. When you go down, the title is The Forgotten White Slaves and Ignored History of Slavery Worldwide. All right, so let's continue. And it's current event historian Paul Backhole. That's Backhole, Paul. So let's continue. Let's read a little bit of this, right? So it says, the story of slavery is more complicated than you've been told. Did you know that up to 1,250,000 white slaves were shipped to North Africa? Did you know a fifth of the United States government? Now, I don't entirely agree with this part.
Where were they shipped from?
I'm gonna get into it as I go along. This follow.
We can never get that part. Okay with you. No, I'm sorry.
All right, so look. So boom. So they go into it. They said, did you know that a fifth of the United States government of 1797 budget was paid in tribute to the North African Muslim nationals to free and stop enslaving Americans? Now, there's another story that go with that right there, but I'm not going to get into that unless you really want to. But let me continue reading, right? It said, did you know the Ottoman Empire enslaved millions of Europeans? Did you know that slavery was so common in ancient Britain?
Yo, I hate to be this way. It's kind of irrelevant what you doing. No offense.
I'm giving you an explanation to what you asked.
No. Listen.
So I'm trying to give you a source.
Hold on.
Cool.
No. The source. I want an answer. And this is just a bunch of. Hold on. Wait. Stop. Hold on. Wait. What you're telling me is that there are people who had slaves that we ain't told in history that these people had slaves. And my thing is, I'm not saying that's right or wrong. If you telling me that my ancestors owned white slaves, I want to know where did they get them from. If you cannot tell me that, there's no source you can give me that can tell me that, as you would have gave me the source to tell me that. If you can't answer my question, just say you can't. I'll move on to the next one because you're giving me a bunch of data I don't need right now. It's kind of,
Okay.
to the point that we're making here as a community.
We got you. I got you. I got you. All right. So if you want to say according to what they tell us from Europe.
Okay,
or
so
Iberia.
okay, there we go.
Yes.
There we go. Cool. Now we can go somewhere. Okay, so indigenous people from what we call America got on ships and went to Europe with a plan to go enslave whites in mind. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is at one point in time, before all the continents was availed underwater, America was
no,
the
we're
first
not gonna do that, are we? Come on, bro.
Yeah. I'm trying to, you asking me a question. It's not a simple, it's not a, like, I
We
can't
going to the
simplify
land
it.
of move. The land of move.
I can't
Let him go,
simplify
man.
it.
Let him go, y'all.
Can I answer, bro?
Bro,
Can I
no,
answer?
I don't want to
If-
cut
I
him off. I don't want to cut him off, bro. I'm gonna let you go out there. He in the
I
middle
can't
of it.
simplify it. It's kind of a story that goes with it for you to understand where I'm going with this. At one point in time, America is the first land out of the goddamn water. So then when the other land started to come out the water, we started to go to other places. We started to transverse to what we call the infinite plane, if you will, right?
Who came out the water with them?
What you mean who came out the water? The Amaru, the people from the Americas,
Amarus, right?
the Aboriginals.
I got you.
The
Bro, that sound like
Aboriginals.
some Black Panther 2 shit with the goddamn Tallow
The
Khan
water
niggas or something.
Yeah, I think that too. Them niggas sure was living underwater. You got it, bro. My fault.
Yo,
Bro.
I ain't gonna lie, man. It's Occam's razor. The path of least resistance is often the truth. Now check this out, right? If we got a history of owning white slaves for all this time, what now? Okay, I'm gonna work. What I was doing the minute ago, I was working you backwards, trying to peep the origin of how we got these slaves.
I ain't ever be able to get my statement out, though, brother.
Hold on, brother.
The boys cut me off.
Hold on. I'm finna get order right now. Watch this. I'm no longer concerned with the origin of how we got whites, because you don't really know that. You was honest, so I give you props for that. So I'm gonna try something different. I'm gonna work you forward now.
Nah. I'm not gonna let you in that question like that. I didn't tell you. I'm telling you their origins. Now I'm telling you as far as the ones that came over here, they came from Europe.
Okay, so
now, as far as their origins
right,
on the
right,
planet,
okay.
that's a whole nother complicated
Question. The slaves we own came from Europe. What language were they speaking?
They spoke what we call Slavic language. They spoke.
Can you give me an example of how that sounded?
I can't do all that, brother. I don't.
Okay,
I haven't
cool.
Exact,
No problem.
Book on the Slavic language, Sanchez.
I got you. Cool. So they spoke a Slavic language. Cool. And then we indoctrinated them with the English language because we're the original Englishmen, right?
Yes.
Okay, that I'm tracking. I just want everybody to, because everybody don't know that this is what you teach. I got to let you put it out there. So the thing is this right here. My second question is, because I want to work you forward. Black people, now you got in my mind of a world full of black people, and we got white folks picking cotton. We hanging them, we doing it. So it's basically a reverse thing. And I'm picturing a black slave masters everywhere just fucking up they white slaves, right? You walking in the street, keep your head down, white boy, right? I'm thinking of this in my head. Now, I want to know the history of how this changed to now the white man actually doing that to us. Go into this transition of power to where all of these black people all around the world at the same time just lost their white slaves and ended up at the bottom. When did that happen? Go ahead. I'm enjoying my yogurt too.
Over in America and over in Europe, it happened simultaneously because all of the castles and
That's
all
my
of these,
point.
all of the
When
original around the mid 1800s, man. Around that time, that's when all of it you start. That's when everything starts changing. And then after that,
and what was the military tactics that these white folks used to end up out of the slave plantations and taking over the master's house? How did they rise up off the plantations to take over?
It was actually Catholicism. It was actually Christianity that was perpetrated by the Romans. And now when I say the Romans,
I thought we created Christianity because King James was black, according to y'all, right?
Nah,
You also said Rome didn't exist.
I never said, hold up. First of all, I never said, as far as King James, listen, when you talk about all the Abrahamic spiritualities, all that comes from sun worship, my dude. All of it. Whether it's Judaism, whether it's Christianity, or whether it's Islam. It's all come from sun worship. All of that shit come from sun worship.
True that.
All of it. So what I'm telling you is we worship the sun over here. When you look up the Natchez and the Louisiana or the Washita area, they were sun worshipers.
Because they got indoctrinated.
Because we was we dealt with astronomy. We dealt with astronomy.
Let me explain something to you. You just mentioned the flat earth. The people who worship the sun, they believed in a sun-centered universe. Our flat earth American ancestors, they believed in a polar system, not a solar system. They knew that the sun and moon went around the North Pole, not that North Pole and the moon and earth going around the sun. The compasses ain't pointing at the sun. They point at the middle of the earth, the North Pole.
Do you know why
sun.
we worship the sun, brother Sanchez?
But brother, hold on. Wait. Let me finish, brother.
Are you gonna let me answer that though, right?
But hold on. Right? I ain't really asking no questions. I'm just trying to go back and forth with you right now. But for sure, man, you're gonna do our thing. You're gonna have it. Check it out.
Right.
I know the many reasons why people say they worship the sun, and I don't care for real, because there's no one thing in nature that we should focus in on. We should focus in the source on the source behind all things if we want to tap into what our indigenous Americans was tapping into. They weren't just focused on no sun. Their main focus was on the North Pole and this vortex energy at the middle of the circle that allowed them to even rise up to the state of consciousness. When they understood what was happening at the middle of the earth, they understood the mechanisms of it. You brought up flat earth, right? That's all based upon the North Pole, not the sun. Heliocentrism didn't come to later. Ain't no way around that though, and it's okay, brother, like flat earth, my lane. You know, y'all teach me stuff about the Aboriginal stuff, and when it comes to this cosmology, I can tell you now, man, if you agree with me that this thing flat, right, I'm telling you right now, it ain't sun-centered.
So on me?
Oh yeah.
All right, so check it out. So our people dealt with
They dealt with astrology, which is why they knew that it wasn't. Yeah, they knew it wasn't sun-centered because of that. Mute up, everybody. Let them go.
So listen. All right. So when I say we were sun worshipers, we dealt with the sun because it would be no life without the sun. No matter what we think.
That's a lie, though.
What you mean that's a lie? Nigga, if we lived in darkness,
so let me tell you why that's a lie, right? The sun is not the sole sustainer of life in the universe. It is the energy at the middle of the earth, dude, where the compass is pointing. Let me explain something to you real quick. The foundation of all things in material existence is based on electromagnetism. You know what most of that at? At the North Pole, not at the sun or the moon. Now, the sun or the moon does have electromagnetic energy. They are vortex. They based on the same principles of the North Pole. Is like a big tornado versus a little bitty tornado. And the biggest vortex is at the North Pole, is not the sun. The sun is going around something that's bigger than it, more powerful than it. That is the central mechanism that's driving this whole machine that we in called the earth. The sun and the moon ain't nothing but the negative and positive of a battery. Ain't neither one of them greater than the other one. But the point where negative meet positive, that's the center, that's the North Pole. And that's where the magic happened, like when man meets woman. The sun and moon just playing they small parts of a grand thing that's coming from the North Pole, though. Right? So the negative energy, positive energy is being balanced by this central force, and it ain't never been off balance. We're in a perpetual energy machine, and the sun and the moon is acting like a negative and positive inside of a battery. But what's spinning that thing, creating a vortex like a tornado with polarizing winds, is the pole in the middle, like a blender, like the pole in the middle of a blender, stirring up everything in the blender. This pole in the middle of the earth stirs up all the elements, even the atmosphere and all the oceans. It's very simple when you get into the flat earth thing, and that makes it a pole-centered cosmology. Now, the people who went against that with their dumb asses start putting the sun in the middle. Before that, they had Saturn in the middle. And we know Saturn ain't in the middle of that. I can show you the history of these dummies who giving us the sun-centered shit today. And they got the whole world think photosynthesis happened with the sun and all that stuff. When our ancestors was talking about photosynthesis, they was talking about our reality is holographic and is made like a photo, a holographic photo that synthesized. The Big Bang, the explosion of light is like a camera flash. Say cheese and a copy is made. Your body is the copy of the soul. It's based upon the way photos develop from the bright white light. That bright white light was what they saw at your conception. That light is what molded your hologram was molded from that. Just like back in the day when I give you an undeveloped photo, it's just a bright white light. Every photo started as a bright white light, just like every human, a bright white sperm with a crash on an egg and the light of conception. That's the photo. Snap, say cheese, guess what? And then the body is formed and developed after that white flash, just like a photo develops over time. But everyone start the same, but what's carved out of that white light is a unique photo that becomes Sanchez, you, me. But at the end of the day, we're all pure light that come from the Big Bang and the light of Polaris, according to the Mayan, the Aztec, the Inca, and the Olmec, who was dealing with flat earth cosmology. The sun and moon are just two sides of there's one unified light in the heavens. When it shines, the light projects in angles, which gives us directions. And left and right is now created. That's how you get sun and moon, left and right. But guess what? They going around something called center. That's all I was saying. They turned the word center to Santa and talking about the North Pole God and all this. But Santa is really center. Dealing with this center of the earth. And you know, one thing about this whole thing, and this is my last line, when it comes to indigenous cosmology, I ain't gonna lead you astray. I ain't making this shit up. You can pull up the models and see the sun ain't in the middle, and I'm done.
All right, so let me.
Hey, can I answer you, bro?
Hey, bro, I ain't never addressed the whole sun thing since I brought it up.
Yeah, it can be fair. Let him get a response.
So when I'm dealing with the sun as us being a time, so I mean, I understand what you're saying. All of that is relevant in the grand scheme of things. But when we get into right here, us being sentient beings, okay, you would not have no optic nerve. You would not be able to see if it wasn't for light or for the sun. So when we deal with the sun, we dealing with the sun because the sun bring all life to this planet in which we need nutrients to be able to survive on this planet. So when it rains and the sun come out, the sun forms chlorophyll for the so-called vegetation, or so fruit or what we call flowers can bloom. Okay, we need all that. Just like when it get hot, what happens? Niggas come out. You niggas who you ain't seen in months just mysteriously
not to trip, but where I'm from, when it get hot, niggas go in and get under the AC. And they'll tell you about it, boy. It's hot as hell out there, my nigga. Fuck that. But yeah,
not in the north, though. Not in the north. I'm in Jersey. So when it get hot, you see niggas who you ain't seeing much just pop up in the pit. But that ain't even, that's just an example, right? What I'm saying is dealing with agriculture, because guess this, right? Understand this. You would not be able to live on this planet without nutrients, without micronutrients, meaning minerals that form amino acids, that form amino acids, etc. So the sun helps that grow.
All right, so let me cook with you, man. I got him. Hold on, I got him. When people say we need the sun for this, we need the sun for that, they forget we need the moon for a bunch of shit too. The sun produces certain hormones, and the moon produces certain hormones that are very vital to your body. So when people be like, everything needs light. Yo, if you just give every plant out there only sunlight, it'll die. It need darkness too. We don't see the yin and the yang, which is what I was saying. Everything needs.
I agree with you. I agree with that.
Look, everything needs balance. And when we talk about balance, that's what the North Pole is all about, Ma'at.
But the North Pole is what? The Antarctica is connected to South America. When you go on Google Maps and you go and you walk from Argentina all the way to Antarctica, you can see at one point in time that land connected. So we talking about part of the Americas. When we talk about the North,
we not, brother. We doing a whole
and that spiral.
Nah, brother, stop a second. Let me cook with you, cause
go ahead.
You totally went somewhere that was just no, bro, no, we can't do that. Let me show you something about the North Pole. No one can step foot where the North Pole at. Did you know that? The North Pole is, dude, we got a grid point coordinate system on this earth.
Brother Sanchez, I've been doing the flat earth shit years
brother.
ago.
Brother, it's my turn, brother. Let me show you something.
Do your thing.
I don't care about hold up, bro. Two men talking. Everybody else, come on, man. Two men are talking. Be patient.
It's kilometer long, bro. It's like
okay. So check this out, my brother A1. Man, you can stay unmuted, but watch this right. So look, here's one of the greatest map makers of our time, Mr. Mercator. He told you what happens at the North Pole. There are 4 other lands at the North Pole we don't even talk about. And see, our whole world is based on a grid point coordinate system. You give me 2 grid point coordinates, I can meet you anywhere on this flat earth map. Right? So my thing is this right here. The grid points for the North Pole is 0 degrees. So there's no mistaking where the North Pole at, because the compass is letting us know where it's at, and we actually navigate based upon knowing where 0 degrees is in the middle of the grid at all times. Right? And so this is what the map maker Mercator is showing us, how all of the magnetic ley lines that we use to navigate with on a circumnavigate where they're being projected from. Like I said earlier, this is the real Big Bang. This is what gave birth to directions. All directions come from one place where there is no direction, and that place is called center, or Santa, if you will. Now watch this. Here's the Big Bang explosion right here. But if you look at what they giving you, it's just artwork to represent what's happening on this AE map. The cardinal directions is spanning out from 0 degrees, giving us the grid point coordinate system that we use to navigate with. This is called an AE map because it means azimuth equidistant. If you know how to use a compass, you know about shooting an azimuth. You know that this whole thing is possible based upon magnetism, and the compass is responding to the natural magnetic energy that's in the earth. And all of that energy, according to compasses and other instruments, is originating from the center of a circle. So the ancestors knew this. This is the secrets of electromagnetism. So when we talk about the North Pole, we ain't even talking about a continent. Guess what we talking about? A pole. A pole.
So that map right there, what you saw, right? You do realize that they call that area Mount Moreau. You do realize that, right?
Exactly. Because, and let me explain to you why.
Let me get into that since I brought that up.
Hold on, but you asked the question. Now, let me answer your question though. So not only do I realize it, I'm just saying the reason they call it Mount Meru, because all of the electromagnetic energy that's found in the physical universe is mounting up at that point. It's a summit point. It's the highest peak in the firmament dome. All of these, so I'm just, because when you ask me about Mount Meru, that opens up a door, and guess what? I'm going to give you the mic to cook, but I want to be clear, because I ain't really debating you right now. I'm just showing you what we do over here. So all of those black lines you see, think of them like TP poles. This is how the firmament dome is made, like this. This is what these black lines are doing on the AE map. They're all converging to a point in the middle. And at that point is the highest point. They call it Mount Meru right up here, where all the energy equal up at and reach a summit point. Right here, boom, it right here in the middle of the map.
All right, so when you deal with Meru, right, you get all into Quetzalcoatl, Kukulkan.
That's mythology. That's mythology,
I mean, not
bro.
necessarily.
I'm giving you science, but I'm giving you magnetic ley lines and science,
that.
brother. Let me ask you a question though. Have you ever? I got you.
Land my plane on that.
I swear to God, I got you. But have you ever shot an azimuth? Quick question, yes or no? You can go to.
I mean, elaborate on what an azimuth is.
See, have you ever used the compass before?
Of course, I got a compass on my watch.
Okay, so a azimuth point, you should know what it is then.
But I don't even believe in the compass, because when you dealing when you go back to the Tuskegee Airmen, they didn't even use the compass to get where they got.
Oh, you know what, brother?
As a European.
You know what? I'm gonna let you go into your Quetzalcoatl mythology, and I'll just reserve the compass talk, brother. It's all good. You got it, man. You got it.
I got you. All right.
Hey,
so,
let me say this before you
hold
say
up,
that.
bro.
Hey,
Who that?
This Top Cat.
What up,
I'm gonna be 5 seconds. Hey, I do want to say this here. Down there in Mexico, in the Yucatan, they teach that Quetzalcoatl represent earth, wind, air, and fire, the 4 elements. But I'm gonna throw that out there.
So look, so boom, and so let's go back there since you just brought that up, right? So look, when you're dealing with earth, fire, water, and air, right? These are all 4 elements that we need to be able to survive here on this material plane, right? Or what we call air shock, right? So when we deal with this, right? Earth is what? The minerals we get from the earth. Like I just said, as far as the vegetation, all the foods that we eat are carbon hydrations. Okay, carbon is the earth, hydration is the water that hit the earth. That flourishes the plants, we eat the plants, we get the minerals from it, right? Now, when we're dealing with oxygen, y'all already know what we need oxygen for. Because we have lungs, we have to breathe. Breathing contracts, make your heart beat, etc. Right? When you deal with fire, when you deal with nitrogen, most people don't even know what nitrogen is. Nitrogen is the motherfucking sun. Fire.
I just don't
when you
think
deal with when you deal with fire,
come from the sun, brother.
Bro, I'm not telling you that
everything is the sun. Most people don't even know what's everything the sun, y'all.
It's not limited to the sun. I'm telling you 4 elements.
Bro.
I'm telling you 4 elements in which what we need to be able to survive on this land.
No matter the 5th element.
Hold on. Let him
land. Element is ether.
The
5th element is spirituality.
Let him land.
The 5th element is spirituality, ether, what we call ether. That's what it is.
That's not the 5th element,
man,
bro.
all right, now, dude. If you want to look, my man, I don't know who you are. No, bro. Listen, respectfully. I don't know who you are. But if you want to have this conversation, we could do it another time. I'm not here to be going back and forth with you, bro. I don't even know who you are.
Okay, my bad.
So you can mute you. I'm here to talk to San. San said the big dog over here. I'm not here to talk to none of y'all. Respectfully, I'm here to talk to him.
You right, my bad, bro. You got
all right, no problem, brother. My name is Ahanu Kiel, brother, aka A1. You can always hit me up in the comments. You can always email me, whatever, bro. So, but when we dealing with this, when we dealing with this, nah, I'm not. I'm taking criticism from the big dog. That's Brother Sanchez. I don't need to
Well,
take criticism.
yeah, yeah, but hold up, wait, wait a minute, y'all. Listen, no matter if we like what he's saying or not, when I go to other people's channel, I do what he doing too. When I be on Sarnetta and a bunch of people try to gang up on me, I be like, look, let me just holler at, you know, the whoever the person, the main person at the moment. So I see what he doing. I do that too. So I'm gonna let him allow him to do it. I'm fair.
When we dealing with this science right here, man, it's only a couple people, man, who can build with me on this. You know what I'm saying? Brother Sanchez just broke down a nice, elaborate understanding of magnetism and what we call the yin and yang, or what we call opposite and negative, right? So what I'm telling you is, I'm not saying the sun is the center of the universe, but you need the sun for whatever you think this planet is. If you think it's round, flat, if it's an infinite plane, if it's a fucking, if it's a if it's a fucking hole, or what they say, we can fly into one side of the earth.
I'm with you though.
Well, okay, so whatever you believe,
I know we need the sun.
Okay, so for and I'm not saying that to you. I'm not saying trying to be funny when I'm saying it. For anybody to survive on whatever the fuck you think this is a floating fucking rock. You need that motherfucking sun. Just
Can
as much
I
as
ask you a question, brother?
and then hold up. And then when we get into the moon, there's stories about the moon not even being existent in certain times, in certain periods of time.
Okay, so listen.
A lot of
Hold
people,
on, y'all.
I'm
Listen.
here to talk.
Here's what's going on. If the brother said he wanted to deal with just Sanchez, let me deal with him at least first, and then I'm gonna see if he want to do any questions or whatever, because he dealing with me right now, and I just want to go back and forth with him. I'm gonna keep the show going. It's Friday, so we're gonna go overtime, but y'all support the show in the chat room. Support the show. Check this out. You can unmute, brother. My brother A1. I want to do this. Because me and A1 got some stuff we want to be doing, you know, collabs and shit. So check this out, man. And it's gonna be fire, as y'all can see, with me and him back and forth now. So check this out, my brother A1. I'm agreeing with you, man. Yeah, we need the sun. I'm just saying that, you know, when it comes to what is the most important thing we need in the universe, I wouldn't even answer that, because if you take any one thing away, everything will fall apart. So that's only a fact. You know, if you take the sun away, the moon away, any one thing, even if we just take all the ants away, it will go extinct. We need everything for this shit
That's
to
a
work.
fucking fact, bro. That's what I'm saying, bro. We ain't got. Listen, look. I stand on what I said about slavery emphatically, nigga. None of you Negroes was fucking slaves, man. Get it through your fucking head. And the Hanu Kiel said it. What's the date? 6/2/2023, nigga. You niggas wasn't slaves. Ain't no Europeans come here and conquer you. That is all a fallacy that was created through eugenics, my dude. Every Negro that's on the fucking planet came from Africa through eugenics, when that's not fucking true. The whole land was inhabited by Negroes. World War I, World War II ran a lot of these motherfucking Aborigines that was living in other places out of the original places where they inhabited at. But I'll tell you this, and I gotta go because I got some shit going on, you know, some grown man shit in a little bit. But
I want to ask a question before you go, bro.
With that being, I don't know, respectfully, my dude, I don't know you. I know Brother Sanchez. My name was mentioned like it was some lampooning or like some goofy
My name
type
Key,
shit.
man. I just
What's
want
up,
to
Key?
ask a
This is
question,
Hanu
bro.
Kiel. I mean, what you want to ask me? Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
I
Peace to
want to
God.
ask you, man. You said the main power source came from the sun. So
I ain't
wanna
say the
ask
main.
you-
Did you? I see. That's why I don't really want to conversate, because did I not say that? Anybody in chat room?
I'm not
Just
gonna
like
say
brother.
what you
Well, hold on,
said.
wait, respectfully. Just
Yeah.
like what Brother Sanchez just told you. It's a combination. Just like, listen, if I take your motherfucking liver out, nigga, do you think you gonna live? You need your liver,
No,
your
so
kidneys,
that's
your
what I'm
gallbladder, your
saying.
pancreas, your heart, your thymus gland, your brain, your spine, you need all of that for you
I
to be able
understand,
to,
brother.
for you to
I
be able
understand.
to. Okay, so there's not just one thing that helps you maintain on this infinite plane.
So
If
why
that's
do
what
you
you
focus
got.
on the sun? Why do you
My
focus on the
dude,
sun?
hey, listen, my dude, I'm not Mount Moru, the America is called the Amaru, Moru is spelled
Bro, turn
M-U-R-U.
up.
Hey, look,
Hey,
Maru is
think
spelled
about this,
M-U-R-U.
right?
Hold on, hold, fam, hold up. I'm not done. Maru, M-E-R-U, is also spelled M-U-R-U, which dealing with A-M, A-R-U, M-U-R-U, dealing with Amaru Maru, which we are on this land. So when we talk about Mount Moru is connected to the Amaru. And like I said, look,
Now
man,
look,
I'm not hard
don't
to find. Look,
don't
I'm
forget
not hard to
about
find.
don't
Fam,
forget
fam,
about.
fam, fam,
I got you.
fam.
This your
Listen,
boy.
nah,
Watch
you
this.
don't got.
This
Oh, go ahead,
Sanchez. Watch this. Look, I got you. I'm just piggyback on you. Forgot one. Amaru, Mount Maru, Sumeru, Samaria. Sumeru.
And
But see,
Lemuria. Look, Sumeria,
but see,
Lemuria.
so all of these folks was naming they like Mauritania. They was when they said Jesus was born from Mary. Mary is Maru. But you know what I'm saying? But
Hold, stay right there. Stay right there. Hold up, stay right there. So we dealing with Maryland. Maryland is Morocco. When you dealing with Moru, C-A is K-I, which means fucking land. That's all it means. When you say Amaruka, Amaru is the goddess. The CA would designate the goddess to the goddamn land of what we call America. So we dealing with Maryland. M-A-R-Y-L-A-N-D. Right? Now we can spell Mary. Go ahead. We could deal with Mary. Go ahead. We could deal with Mary. We could look, Mary is spelled, look, remember, M-A-R-Y-L-A-N-D, right? Now look, M-A-R-Y. We can spell M-A-R-Y, M-O-R-O-M-U-R-U.
it's a bunch of them.
M-E-R-E, M-I-R-I, M-Y, M-Y-R-Y. We can spell it in numerous different ways. And this is how these niggas been fucking with you through these word spells.
Hey, can I say something, bro?
Go ahead, man.
Can I just say that you went through all that to avoid my question, but it's all good.
I'm glad he went through that though. That because look,
I'm not even here to answer you. I ain't even know you was here. I ain't even here to answer you. I'm here talking to Brother Sanchez.
Yeah, and check it out, man.
Look, what I say is not egotistical. It's for the fucking people. It's not for me. It's for me. I gotta give this shit away. I can't keep it. I gotta give it away.
Yeah, hey, guess what,
so
man?
Along with everything Brother Sanchez said, look, bro, I agree with you on all that. I ain't got no queries about that. I agree with you on all that. But when we dealing with this area, what I'm talking about, when I'm saying this boss over here, I've been saying I'm a more for years in the Aboriginal community, for years, and I still say it today, no matter who challenged me. So obviously, I know something that a lot of people don't know.
There's a more
everybody got their angle when it comes to this America thing. We got certain individuals within our community who got their angle. And look, I take my hat off to all my brothers and sisters who bang or who put this information out there that their ancestors provided them with for the fucking people. Because that's all it's about. It's not about me. I'm not a pig. I'm telling you niggas you wasn't slaves because my research show you wasn't no goddamn slaves. My research. So it's like whatever you want to see the research, you want to see the information. I have no problem with sharing it. But if you niggas want to stay to be slaves and you niggas want to think somebody came here and conquered you, or Britain was coming over here, listen, my ancestors in the Amaru was thorough. We was fucking thorough. Wasn't just people pulling up on our rivers that we transversed to go to other places. That didn't happen like that. All of that is fallacy that was created through Reconstruction and through the eugenics society. So, I mean, like, look, man, my email is autoamaru, AUTOAMARU @AOL.com. You can hit me up. And we can sit here and run through all these records.
Say that again.
It's A as in apple, U as in umbrella, T as in Thomas, O as in orange, A as in Andrew, M as in Mary, A as in Apple, R as in Robert, U as in Umbrella once again, at AOL.com. And like I said, we can sit here and we can run through all these documents that I got, and we can sit here and try to make sense of this shit. And then we could look at their history and say that they fucking lying. So I don't believe nothing that they say. Nothing. No Roman Empire, Julius Caesar, none of that shit ever existed, my dude. None of it. Negroes was running what you call Rome, Sicily. This is the reason why they always tell you that the Sicilians got Moors in them. You think a motherfucker, even if you think a nigga went in there and took over Europe for 700 years, what impact that we brought there would have fucking been dominant? Even if I don't even believe that. We was always in Iberia.
Occupation.
Say that again.
If anybody want to answer this, I don't want to ask you no questions.
No, you can ask me that. You can ask me that. What you got to say about that?
No, well, I'd rather just ask it to the panel because I don't.
If you want to ask me about something I just addressed, then ask it to me.
Well, yeah, I was trying to ask you about the moon earlier, but you said you only wanted to talk to Sanchez.
Nah,
so
my brother, go ahead. I'm here to talk to Sanchez. But if you got a reasonable conversation or a reasonable question, I'm here to take that. I just don't want to hear.
Reasonable would be per your own perspective, you know what I'm saying? Which I respect, but you know, it's still per your own conclusion. So that's why
it ain't even on that. You want to ask me? I'm not running from nothing. I'm just saying respectfully that I wanted to talk to Brother Sanchez since my video on what I said was played. Yeah, I stand on everything that he played, everything that he said, I can prove it emphatically. So everything. I'm not running from none of that shit. I'm here for the smoke. I'm
well,
always
you said
here.
about the sun and the moon earlier. How does that play into the farmer's almanac? Because you know, like in most farming, you have to know moon cycles. You know what I mean? Myself, I know farming. All my people from Mississippi. So one thing I know about farming is very the thing that the sun does is just provide the light. You know what you need to know about farming is everything that the moon is doing, the phases of the moon. When you plant your crops has to do with where the moon is and such and so forth. So can you speak to that?
All right, boom. So check this out, right? When you go to Chitsa Isten, right? Chitsa Isten had an astronomical observatory, right? That basically traced the celestial seasons, right? So it went from March 21st, June 21st, September 21st, which is basically 9 months or 9.5 months, which would be the woman's menstrual cycle, right? Which the original calendar was set off of. The original calendar that we was functioning off of went off of the woman's menstrual cycle, 9.5 months. March 21st, June 21st, and September 21st.
Them niggas probably was basing it around when they can fuck or not. Like, okay, we can't hit nothing during these times. During these times, we can hit some. You know what I'm saying? I'm just fucking with you.
But the brother just asked me, right? That's what we dealing with. Now, Tissy, look up the astronomical observatory with the swivel dome. We had an astronomical observatory in Chester. It's thousands of years ago, nigga. With the revolving dome,
I think
nigga.
I get what this is right here. No, brother, I asked you. You're talking about the sun and crops, and we need to know about
said the
eating and all
moon.
that.
At one point in time, the moon didn't exist. Now, if you
I
know
can't
history,
go for that. I can't go for that.
Hey, look, they're writing it. So it's like we can't prove none of this.
Wait a minute, bro. You just agreed with me a minute ago that
and
if we
I'm not gonna agree with everything.
Hold on, let me. Bro, can I just finish?
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
You just agreed with me a minute ago that if we take away anything from creation, it'll fuck up the whole thing. Now you saying the moon wouldn't
The moon didn't exist. I don't get that. Like, I was asking him a very specific question as far as the sun, and when you talked about knowing how to plant crops and farming and stuff, I get what you're showing me with the pyramid and all of that. But what I'm saying very specifically, brother, as somebody who farmed and all my people from Mississippi, a farmer's almanac is based around the moon cycles.
Okay, so you're right.
Hold on.
So if you take the moon out there, if you take the sun out of the equation, would you have any crops at all?
Watch this, right? If you take the sun or moon out of the equation, it won't be an equation. It'll put us in la la land and your little fantasy land. That's why I'm not gonna entertain a time now or when the moon wasn't there when I know Earth is a battery. That's like saying I bought a battery, but that was a time when batteries didn't have a negative part. It need both negative and positive. We just agreed that it's a battery. Is negative and positive, sun and moon, man and woman. If you take away anything from it, that we can't have power, which is if I take away the positive side of the battery, it can't work. If I take away the negative side, it can't work. The power come from the balancing of both of them.
And you know what? Different varieties. Hold on real quick, A1. It's more different varieties of fungal and mushroom life over the planet by diversity, like 10 times over than the floral life and the fruit and vegetable life. Fungal and mushroom life don't need no photosynthesis to grow. They don't utilize the sun at all. And by an overwhelming majority, it's more of that shit on the plane than anything else. You can add up all the insects, flowers, fruit, vegetables, and all of that shit, and that shit outnumber everything, and it don't utilize the sun. What do you think about that?
They come from the moon. They come from the moon. But
hey, so you ain't never. Hey, look, hey, fellas, real quick. All right, so back to what we was talking about. If we take the sun out the equation, nigga, would you be able to motherfucking have tomatoes?
If you take the sun, anything out the equation, brother. That I think we already clarified that.
All right, okay, all right.
This is gonna be an outfit, bro.
Wait a minute,
you know
brother.
what? Hold on.
Hold on real quick, Keith. In your example, brother, you saying the moon is not in the equation, and what we saying, how can you have an example where you took the moon out and the system sustained when literally in all agriculture you need the moon in order to know when to plant your crops, when to start the next seasons of crops. A farmer know that. You just spoke on farming and knowing when to farm. Don't you know this, brother?
That's right. And then you spoke on the sun being the central point. Like, because I wanted to bring that out because a lot of globe earthers also use that the sun's light is what's reflecting on the moon, because it was in the earth was in the middle of the sun and the moon. But now that we've been observing the skies, and now that we can see that the sun and the moon be up at the same time, we know that's bullshit. So now y'all got to say shit like, well, the sky just blotting this part of the moon out type of shit. So I'm trying to push you into saying how your sun is fueling all the light that's on this motherfucker. When
that's
we got
for me.
like,
hey, brother, man. Let me address that thing. Look,
no,
my dude.
Bro, go ahead.
Once again, yeah, I can see the sun and the moon out at the same time, bro. I got videos of this shit. So,
yeah,
like,
so they both
but what I'm
produce
saying,
their
all
own
right, so
light.
look, all right,
come
so
from
if you wanna,
another
all
source,
right,
bro.
okay, bro. All right, so look, so cool. So if you want to say that the moon is important, I concur with you, bro. I'm not here for that, my dude. He brought up
I'm
white
saying
slaves.
they both
He brought up with
important, bro. I'm
yeah,
not
they
saying
are. Okay,
one
all
is
right,
more important than the other.
I agree, and you win. So you cool? I agree with that. So
I'm
win.
cool. I'm cool, man.
Right,
Flat
okay.
power, man. Shout out to all the
is way
flat
more
power
important than the
community out
moon.
here.
What you niggas got to talk
The
about
sun
white
is way
slaves
more
though?
important than the
All
moon.
right. Let's
Can I
forget
ask the
about
bro
white
saying,
slaves.
please? I got something for him.
White slaves, I got something to say on white slaves. So
okay,
you talking to a nigga whose family had white slaves. So I'm telling you that there were white slaves who came from Italy, who came over
you
here
should
looking
say
for
that,
a better.
man.
No,
You should be saying that.
nigga. I know I
You
can say what
dead
the fuck I
wrong,
want to
bro.
say, bro. You
Go
gotta
ahead,
let
bro.
me
Go ahead.
talk because
Go ahead.
I'm finna kill your whole argument. This is why I came up here, because you was talking about where the fuck white slaves came from. Nigga, they came over here on a boat looking for better places. We don't even know if they
They
was
come over here
factory.
independently, nigga. They was led over here.
Yes, they
Ain't no,
did, bro.
just
Bro,
anybody
this shit
could
is
not come. Wait,
documented,
fam,
bro.
respectfully. Look, fam.
All right, go ahead.
Respectfully, nigga. Let me tell you something.
Go ahead.
Respectfully, we had forts. Look, we were so sophisticated in America.
Bro,
well, we had forts on the mouth of every rivers. And we had lighthouses, nigga.
That's why.
Wait. I'm not done. Wait.
The white slaves got more documents than they can document black slaves coming, bro.
Family. Okay, listen. Okay, let's stay with that point. They did not come here independently. People just could not come to the America.
It don't matter how they came here. Did they come here or not?
They came here
And,
via.
bro, did they come
came
here or not?
All right, so but you saying like they jumped in ships and came
Bro,
over here. That's
no,
not true.
no. We're not gonna play semantics.
So how you going?
Did
How you
fucking
going
white
to debate me?
bro? Did
Hold
they
on, how
come
you
here
going
or
to
not,
debate me?
bro?
Hold on.
Bro,
How you going to
did they
debate?
come here or not?
Hey, brother Sanchez, can you respectfully,
Bro,
like,
Sanchez,
like
don't
your
say
man,
this, nigga.
being,
Bro,
listen,
did they
Hey, yo,
come here or
hey, yo,
not?
can I talk
Bro,
respectfully?
don't say this, nigga, bro. Did they come here or not?
man, listen, my man, hold up. See, it's, go ahead.
Yeah, bro, did they come here or not? He talk about white slaves. Bro,
Unconscionous,
can you
man. They were
admit they
brought.
came here or not?
What unconscionous? You should say they're brought. Because
Oh
I
my
shouldn't
God.
say nothing.
Bro,
My
did they
man,
come?
my man.
Was
My,
they
hey,
here
look.
or not?
Hey, brother Sanchez,
Bro,
brother.
We not gonna interrogate the brother. If he say he don't want to, do it, then hey, fuck it. We ain't gonna interrogate him.
No,
man.
I wanna
No, I want to
ask
say
that.
something respectfully to him. I got something good.
I just don't want your man yelling and not letting me say what I need to say, bro.
Respect.
Because we don't.
That's
We grown.
yeah. That's fair.
We
That's
grown
fair.
ass men over here.
I'm not gonna yell at
You act
nothing,
like.
but I want to ask you something
Hold
respectfully.
on, let me address that man real quick. Let me address him real quick.
Okay.
So look, so what I'm saying is this, bro. You up here like I already said white people came here. So how the fuck you gonna debunk me on some shit that I said? Now you, in whatever way you wanna whatever way you wanna say they came here, that's fine with you, nigga. I don't give a fuck how you say they,
bro, but
brother.
I'm
My
not
no,
done.
hey
I'm
fam,
not
stop
done.
cutting me,
I'm not
brother.
done,
You are
though,
done.
bro.
You are done with me. You are done.
No,
with me. You are done.
you're
I don't even
speaking
want to
on
talk to
one
you.
side of what I had to say,
Fam,
and I ain't gonna
I'm
let
not
you do
even,
that, bro.
brother. You came
Nah,
up here
fuck all
talking
that,
about,
bro.
man.
I ain't gonna let you
Fuck
do
all
that,
what?
bro.
Fuck all
Bro,
what?
I'm not gonna let you make a
Fuck all what?
narrative of what the fuck I'm
Fuck you
saying.
talking
I'm
about,
gonna
man.
say what
Whatever.
I
You
gotta
can do all
say,
that,
bro. I don't
fam.
need
You can do
nobody
all
else
that
to
cursing
explain what
all
I'm
you
saying,
want,
bro.
nigga.
Bro,
But
can
dude,
I say what I'm
Y'all got some
saying,
real
though?
That's
information,
why.
man. Ain't none of that
Look,
cursing, nothing. Y'all got
look,
some
but
real
why?
information.
Look, that's why.
One mic, guys.
Look, that's why
Bro,
at this.
you're running.
Look, at this point, just don't talk to him no more, bro, because it's gonna be more conflict than anything, and just let another caller deal with him. It's all good. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I want to ask you something. I want to ask you something, right, bro? All right, I think you may be right about the white slaves, but I'm not saying that that's true. But I'm gonna tell you why that might be possible, right? Because you're missing the key thing to the slavery thing, right?
I'm missing the key thing, or you missing the key thing?
No.
I didn't
From
look,
listen,
bro.
can I say,
I didn't
look,
did the research on this before you probably ever heard of
all
it.
right, but look,
So you can't.
bro,
Don't tell
listen.
me what I'm missing.
You know why I
I'm
say
not,
that? No, you know why I say that? Because
when
I've listened for hours
when
from
we
my
dealing
perspective.
with this subject right here, nigga, I'm the
Can I tell
God
you why?
dealing with this. Yeah, you can. You can say something.
Maybe you'll agree with me, bro. Maybe you'll agree with me, bro.
All right. Well, say what you want to say. What would you want to say?
Look, respectfully, right? All right.
Yeah, go ahead.
The part you're missing, right?
I'm missing. Or hold on. Don't say I'm missing it. You may think I'm missing it because you never asked
All right,
me.
I may think you may know. You may know.
Okay.
You're right. You're right.
Okay. All right. So let's go with that.
So my great grandmother told me that she didn't hear about she was a slave until Roots. Once Roots came out, that's when they thought that they were slaves, right?
Indeed.
But I realized that all of us don't got the same history, bro. All of us is not indigenous. What happened is, I think there was African slaves that came because you know
Bro,
why?
you can't give me no direct
You know
story if it's coming from. Wait. We going, fam. We going to talk. Relax.
Cool.
Let me talk back and forth with you though.
Cool.
Let me talk back and forth with you. So your grandmother said that she didn't know she was slave until Roots, right? So let's stay right there. Let's say right there. Do you know the population of the people that was living in Northeast, Southeast America?
Yo, bro, I was gonna get to that.
All right, so wait, do you know the population? I don't want you to get
please,
all
please, you know why? Because I was mentioning, yo, bro, listen, because I was gonna mention the census.
Calm y'all egos down. Y'all trying to jump up and act like y'all know so much, but y'all
Hold on, time out. Can I go? Please go? Please, I just want to speak.
I haven't been able to go either. I was
Please. I just said a couple
One mic.
Y'all have no control.
Can I go, please? Like I was here for a whole hour. I just want to say one thing. I'm not gonna hold you. Like 1 minute.
I've been here a little over an hour myself. Thank you.
That's all I need. No, straight. Like you go after me. Like I just need 1 minute. That's it, right? Now, what happened was the Roots, right? The original story was a book written right by a guy, like an African. It was originally called The African, right?
Alex Cohen landed, man, bro, dude. The African.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, we know.
So
we all know about the brother.
I'm not disagreeing. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so what I'm saying to you is this, brother. You obviously don't know me. Wait, fam, relax. You obviously don't know me, nigga, because I put that shit out there about 8 years ago.
Please, bro. Please. Right? Okay, so cool. Right? When I gotta get back on train of thought. Okay. So at one point, I feel like there was slaves, right? There was African slaves, right? And then they mixed in with the indigenous people that was here. Because let me go to my notes right quick because I was listening and I wrote some notes. Give me 1 second. I think it was in 1790. No, it was in 1790 when he did the first census. When he went to each home.
Fam. Please listen to me, brother. Please listen to me. Please
Man,
listen to me,
just
brother.
get 1 minute, bro.
No, I don't.
I know you probably noticed. I know you probably noticed already, but I'm about to land right now. Can I land?
Wait. Damn, let me look.
Keep
I'm
telling
not
him,
gonna
wait,
ask.
man. He can't even finish his thought. Let him finish.
My dude, shut the fuck up and mute your mic. I'm not even talking to you. Why are you talking?
Man, because I'm trying to hear the bill,
Okay,
man.
I'm
and
talking
everybody
to
keep
him.
cutting each
Nah,
other.
but he's not gonna
Goddamn,
listen.
pull out
My
that
dude,
stupid-ass New York ass
my
nigga.
dude, listen. If man, whatever, brother. All right, you got that, bro. You whatever, man.
Yeah, I
Listen,
know
when
I
I'm
got
saying
it. Oh,
now,
Mount Maru,
you don't. Hey, look, you
pastime
ain't got it
believing
in
ass
first
nigga.
person. You got it on the internet.
Hey,
You
yo,
got it on,
fam,
so
I'm
don't
not
get
saying that
fucked
you
up,
don't know this
nigga.
information. I'm trying to get somewhere, bro. I'm not saying that you don't know this. Me
Don't get it
saying
for
that
don't talk that tough shit, nigga.
Man,
Don't talk
stop
that
the
tough shit,
tough
nigga.
Hey,
shit, man, and keep the
so
information, bro.
Don't
here's
talk
what
that tough shit,
here's
nigga.
what
Who
we
the fuck
gonna
you
do,
talking
man.
to?
Bro,
Yeah,
We ain't
man.
gonna do
Hey,
nothing. We ain't gonna do nothing because if we was in face person, you wouldn't be saying nothing.
Hey, yo, hold up. I don't want it to go there here, cause check it out. When I was doing my little video review of A1, my shit is all intellectual shit. I never want this shit to go into no ratchet shit and personal shit. I host a debate league. I got to make fun of your scholarship and hype it up and do all that. But what y'all doing now, that's different, man. Let's get back on just the intellect shit. Channel that energy. You know what? Say that his work is dumb. Tell him, look, man, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, right? That's cool, but all the personal pulling up, how we got to go there? We can go in on each other's teachings and shit without, come on, y'all. Go ahead.
That's a man. I'm not up here. I'm listening.
That's a
Your
fact,
man
Sanchez,
asking me a
but I
lot of
think it'd be
questions. I'm just trying to,
disingenuous that they get
brother.
to use that energy and not stand in it. You can't come over here.
I'm
A1
standing in
that
it.
type of
I'm
energy, but
here.
then
I'm
not
here.
stand in it, bro. It's cool,
Look,
though. Salute to you.
look.
My
I'm
bad.
not
Like
standing
I
in
don't
it.
want to
I'm
start
right
no
here.
chaos. I was just being respectful.
I'm right here,
Been
nigga. I ain't
very
going nowhere.
respectful since he came up here, and it was respectful before he came up here. It's like y'all have contention for no reason. He's
No, I
been
didn't have no
respectful.
contention. I was just saying I
He's
was
been
respectful. I wasn't
y'all
hollering
jumping
nothing.
down
A
the brother's throat.
conversation that's
You guys are
challenging can
acting like you
sometimes
guys
become
are, and
contentious.
Oh,
I'm
can I,
talking and
yo,
you're
bro, can I
talking
say
over me
something?
now.
I wasn't
I'm
jumping down nobody's
talking
throat.
while you're talking over me now. Do you have any etiquette
Because
or
everybody
manners?
talking over me.
I
That's
Bro,
guess
why
why.
you
you
are. I
talking
was
over
making
the
a
sister,
sentence. I
man?
was
Cedro, we're
saying
gonna
a
let you get it.
statement. Stop being a rude ass. Come on, calm down. You're not a child, are you? Can you act like an adult? I was trying to make a
You do
statement.
this
I said,
all the time, sister. So, man,
just like,
it's getting
here
lame
this
at
one
this
go,
point.
this animal. Listen, can I speak, brother? Like, for real, stop doing
Nah,
that.
don't
Act
nobody
like
really
you're an
want to hear you
adult.
talk, but go
Don't
ahead. You
nobody
got
want
it.
to hear your damn ignorant ass voice, but you stop it, little child. Like I said, I'm a grown ass woman. Don't talk to me like I'm your kid. All I said, the
We
same
trying to
thing
deal.
Sanchez
That's
said.
up for the
It was
consensus.
shut up, animal. It was respectful in everything.
Whoa,
Sanchez
she
was
called him
going over
animal. Yo, kick her off. Kick her off.
Shut
It
up,
come out
animal.
of
You
them, bro.
definitely
It come
animal.
out of them
We're
when
all
they
Look how
get
animals.
you can't even
frustrated.
control
They
yourself.
real
Look
talk
how you
come
can't
out
even
of them.
control yourself. Are you
Just
in the
let her
zoo?
go, and
What's
so we
going
can
on?
come on. We can't talk over each other, y'all.
Damn, they so damn ignorant, Sanchez. It's sad. They embarrassing your channel. It was fine. Soon as A1 came up here, they decide, oh, we're gonna get ignorant. They start jumping on the brother, ask him a question, be done. Damn, why y'all attacking him like he ain't come up
Wait,
here to
wait,
answer
hold
the
on, wait
question?
a minute. Why when we come to y'all channels and y'all do the same thing, it ain't considered the same thing? This
Did they
getting
do
kind of
that,
weird.
Sanchez?
Nobody
Did they,
jumped on him. We
Hold
Sanchez?
let that man
I'm
on.
respect
Who
his
that?
Sanchez.
questions,
I'm
and he
Hold
talking
got
to
on.
it.
Who
Sanchez.
that?
Can I speak
Bobby?
to the host?
Hold on.
Host,
Sister.
host,
Hold on. Who that?
host.
That's Bobby.
That's
Hey,
Bobby
Bobby. I
ignorant
thought
ass.
me and you wasn't gonna have this problem again, bro.
I don't got no problem with you. The problem
All right.
seems to
I
be
didn't even
when
know.
somebody.
Address.
Hold on,
I
A1.
can't see who in the. I
A1.
can't see
I'll
who in the
mute my
panel,
mic
brother.
for the rest of the night, man, because I've
All
been
right. Now
listening to
I
y'all
can't. But I
good
can't
for a
see who
while.
it is. I don't know
Yeah,
everybody
I ain't
who
got
be
no.
over here.
I get
So
it,
go
Listen,
ahead.
but
Cedro,
it
right
doesn't
now, bro.
matter.
I just want
But
one
my thing
question.
Do
I'm
is
saying
not
this,
go
though.
Cedro,
The
here
just
with
thing
answer
10
my
that's
people
question.
what it
That's
talking
is.
it.
at one
I
time.
was respectful. I didn't yell. I didn't go.
It's too many people talking at once, man. So look, let's say say to Bobby and A1, ain't no problem with y'all. All right, don't because y'all was about to get off on a bad foot, right? Cool. The sister
Yeah, absolutely ain't one.
soul said we jumping on the man. Guess what? We ain't jumping on him. It could have got to that point, but I stopped it. I said, look, the brother don't want to be bogarted by different people. If he say I only want to talk with Sanchez, I'm gonna let him. If he change his mind later and say, okay, I'll take some questions and shit if it's reasonable, right? That mean he's saying I'm exercising the right to have discretion, Sanchez. I entertain your panel, but if I say, hey man, fuck him, go to the next one, that's what I want to do. And at that point, if I don't let that happen, we now interrogating the man. So that we got to still have some control and decorum. So salutes to Key. We gonna set up a debate. Key, I see if you want the debate, we can set it up on some stuff, on a formal
I
thing with the
appreciate
clock.
that, Sanchez.
Yeah, with the moderator, all that. Cause that's what I'm trying to do with A1, man. We need to really make this brother comfortable over here. Regardless of
Yeah,
what they do on their channels and stuff. You know,
I
this
don't
how I'm
want
trying
him
to
to
do
feel
mine.
like that, man. And you know, I apologize. I might have been a little tense with the
A1, bro, I got
question.
mad
And
respect for you, bro. I just want to ask you a question. That's it.
Look at him. He jumping in. Don't even let him finish. Y'all have no decorum.
Yeah, it was just the information. It wasn't on nothing personal or nothing. It was just the information because, you know, I got ancestors from the South, man, who I know their history and I know what they was doing. So this not no information that I'm even trying to really debate. I'm just putting it out there and you can't refute it because it's real fucking life. Like I can get the paperwork and bring forth my other ancestors and have them come stand here and my other people in my family, excuse me. I'm sorry, I said ancestors. But to know who know they ancestors, who can sit here and say, yeah, that was my grandpa. You know, he had this and they had that. Now, some of the shit the brother's saying is real, but then people try to take this information and act like that there wasn't any slaves as far as black people. Yeah, black people were slaves too. Slavery was a business, man. It was black slaves, white slaves, Haitian slaves, African, Jamaican. It was
But when you
slaves from
saying
every
black
motherfucking
slave, you
where.
gotta be look. But see, understand this, right? When you say black slave, you gotta be specific because people want to
I
take the
am
African.
being, bro.
But
Can
wait,
I
so
finish, bro? But you asked me to
I'm
let
trying to
you
build
finish.
with
So,
you. I'm building with you. I mean, you just went
I
into a
know, but
whole.
look,
Go
but
ahead,
this what
brother.
I'm
Go ahead.
saying though,
Go ahead.
bro. It was
Go ahead.
people in our listen. You gotta understand. We moved into this United States type shit. This corporation that took over. So there was a certain way of business that was being handled where you had to survive.
Give me a
You gotta pay
timeline.
your
Give me a timeline
bro,
for that.
let me land, bro.
Yo,
Because
bro, listen. If we want to talk, we want to talk.
bro,
Fam, if we
Let him
want to
go,
talk,
let
we
him go,
want to
let
talk.
him go, let him go, let him go.
right now is
Give him a
can I
minute to land.
bro?
Give him a minute to land.
That's it, bro. Because it seems like you're with an agenda to take away what I'm saying. I'm speaking for the ancestors, bro. I'm telling you who my grandma was, who my great grandma was. Like, so what I'm saying is when shit changed to where we had to go to the corporations to get a paycheck, bro. Shit changed and slavery was the biggest business, bro, that was going on. And you're acting like some black people wasn't slaves. Black people
Hey,
who
fam, you
didn't
know what?
have
Hey, look,
land
let
no
me
more.
explain something to you real quick, right? You know the reason
Bro,
why I don't want to talk to you. Nah, fuck that. I'm cutting in there.
no, bro,
You know the
why you
reason
being
why I don't want to talk. You
disrespectful?
know the reason why.
No.
Nah,
You
nah,
just
nah,
talking,
nah.
you just
Hold
nah,
on, bro.
nah,
Let
nah,
him let
listen,
hold
bro.
on, hold
Now
on,
you're
hold
being
on, hold
fucking
on.
I don't
disrespectful,
want
One
to hear
mic,
bro.
none of
one
that shit,
mic,
motherfucker.
one
I
mic,
don't want to hear
guys.
Bro,
none of
Come
that
let
shit.
on,
this
man.
You
do
know
the
what? Nah,
debate,
nah,
bro.
nah. I don't want to
Bro,
hear
let
none of
them
that
do
shit.
the
Fuck
debate,
that.
bro.
I
Straight
don't
Bro,
want
up,
to hear
bro.
none of that. I don't
Bro,
want to hear none
I'm
of that.
not gonna
Look,
disrespect you, bro. I'm
So
not gonna
man,
cut you
man,
out or
whatever,
nothing.
man.
We
all
can
right, so look, what I'm gonna do now, check it out. Both of y'all stay muted. Let me say some real shit to get order. This how we gonna do it. Key Norfolk, do me a favor, man. Don't even address A1 no more as long as he on the show. Because he's requested not to deal with you, and it's been chaotic every time y'all deal. It's distracting from the show because everybody else trying to build, and we can actually, and not no salt on neither one of you brothers. It just ain't working with y'all, and it's other people too on the call. So why deal with the chaos when we can move the mic? Let me go to the sister Dulcina real quick, man. Salutes to the sister. And if you got anything that you want to say to any of this stuff, you can. And let's get an order.
And peace and salute to you, Brother Sanchez. And I do want to ask you first, before everybody else kind of jumps in, based on what you were saying earlier, when you said identifying with Africans, and some Africans came over here, we know in history, to imperialize and take over and colonize the natives. But since we know it got to a point now that slavery existed, and we can see Africans and natives, Indians, Abos being enslaved, should we be on one agenda now since we all have the same objective?
That's a question for me, or is that a question for me? I mean, are you talking
I know
about
you don't
A1?
believe in slavery, but it was more for Brother Sanchez and what he was saying earlier. But I guess to be more specific, like if we identify as Moors or coming over here from Spain or anywhere, like we know at this point, whatever transfer of power has happened, and now we're in the same boat as each other, whether our
in
ancestors are.
2023, yes, that's what happened. But what I'm saying to you is this, right? Listen, I got plenty of bills on Indian slavery. I don't even believe that shit no more. Because when you do people genealogy, you find out certain people been living in certain places for hundreds of years. And you look up them same places, oh, this is where this war took place. And them people been living there peacefully all this time. So a lot of the history that they tell us is bullshit. It's bullshit. There ain't no white people come, they enslaved that. Like, one thing Brother Sanchez asked me, do I think that they enslaved that? And I kind of doubled down on it. And I said that, yeah, we enslaved now. Yeah, we are enslaved now because we are part of a corporation. And that straw man shit and all that stuff that you hear, that's real. But as far as our ancestors going back beyond the 1900s, no. We had our own land. When you go back and do people genealogy, I've seen this on at least about 30, 40 people genealogy. You got people who've been living in Georgia, South Carolina, Florida, Alabama for years. They got one ancestry who've been living there 300 years. So how the fuck is all these wars going on? How's all this stuff going on simultaneously? Because they're lying to us.
Hey,
and then, like,
and I don't believe a lot of most of the shit they tell us in history. In fact, damn near none of it, man. But I ain't gonna lie, man. Some of the stuff they tell us in history, we can't say it ain't true. But when you talk about these wars, though, right? Having something to do with the people being not having a same residency, could it be like today? Like we go to war, other countries bomb us, like Pearl Harbor, we go to their country, but the average working people maintain a residencies. Now I understand what you're saying, but I'm just saying, like, can you go to war still but still maintain your could that be an option too? I'm just picking your brain now.
it depends on if the war is fabricated. Like Pearl Harbor was fabricated. Pearl Harbor was the Gulf of, what they call it, the Gulf of Tonga. That shit is fabricated. 9/11 is fabricated.
Pearl Harbor never happened?
No, I'm not telling you that they didn't come there and bomb. But all of that, remember, the same way we know 9/11 happened, but we know that the people responsible for it was from this soil. There wasn't no goddamn Saudis or no Arabic people came over with no goddamn box cutters. We know that. We know that they put, I ain't gonna get all into it, but we know ain't no planes even flew through the building. So if they lied to you about that, what else would they lie to you about? Why are we still believing any aspect of it when we have things that is in total opposition to the original narrative to what's going on? Everything from Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, JFK, all of this shit is
now listen. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think that in the 1600s and all of that we were fucking like these. I believe in slavery, but not the way they tell us. I believe it goes back further than what we saying,
brother. That's it. Slavery ain't dealing with no Negroes. It's dealing with it's an ethnicity. I just want to say that. I want to make sure I'm clear about that. Slavery is dealing with ethnicities
Hey,
called the
brother,
Slavics.
relax. Let me ask you a question based on that, brother. Can I, if I was owned by another person, still be a slave even though I'm not from Slavic, land of the Slavics?
You could be an apprentice. That's what it was. You could be a apprentice. Like Anthony Johnson was an apprentice.
Come on,
an
man.
apprentice. They taught you. Look. All right. So case in
Come
point.
on, brother.
Case in point. Let me give you a case in point.
I'm saying, right? Can I be a barbarian, right? But I never been to Barbary, and I got no lineage to the people of Berbers or none of that. But I still can be a barbarian.
The Berber culture, that was a culture. That wasn't like what they telling you, Barbarian, North Africa. When you do research, they tell you that you have Barbary tribes all on the southeast.
You know,
I'm just giving you I'm just elaborating on what you're saying.
And this, but you missing the point. The point is this, right? You saying slavery is slavery, right? And that's what I'm saying you wrong at. Now just hear me out.
Let's set this up.
Brother, wait. Let me say why I say you're wrong, and we could do whatever. Just you ain't letting me talk. So here's why I say you wrong on that. A person can be a slave but not be a Slav. A person can be a Slav and not be a slave. Not all the Slavic people were slaves, and not all the slaves in America were Slavic people. That's what I'm saying. You got an action that's named after a group of people, like vandalism is named after the Vandals. You see what I'm saying? So my thing is this right here. I can practice vandalism, but I'm not a vandal by culture. That's way in Europe somewhere. But they're saying you're acting like a group of people from Europe who went around the world vandalizing everybody's property. And we call it vandalism today. Now, you can be a vandalist, but not be from nowhere in Europe. And you can be in Europe where the Vandals from and never committed the act of vandalism. You can be from Barbary, but you ain't a barbarian. And you can be living in America and your ass can be a barbarian because of the action, not because of nothing to do with the culture. And if you keep pairing the two like they got to be married like that, brother, you're just wrong. You can separate the two. And I don't know why you won't do it. It's starting to seem a little disingenuous now because it's crazy, bro.
All right. So when you dealing with the barbers or the barbarians, you ain't dealing with no feeble-minded individual. We talk about people who had the signs from 0 to 9, who transversed the planets or transversed this infinite plane, as you will, right? So we're not talking about no feeble-minded individuals. Okay, when I'm telling you slave, you could be a prisoner of war. You can be in bondage. You could even be apprentice, like I just said. But when we dealing with the conditions that we call slavery, it comes from the Slavic people. The Slavic people was brought to the Americas in 16.
I got you. I know you keep saying that. I just want to say this real quick, brother, because it's going on repeat, right? You just got to hear me out, right? Mm-hmm. Let's say you true on that the first people in the world to ever be enslaved were the Slavic people, right?
And the only people.
Okay, watch this, right? Let's just say you now here's my thing, right? Let's say, okay, because the act of enslaving a person is you victimizing a person, making them a victim in some sort. Now hold on, brother. Please don't keep cutting me off. You've been doing that with everybody. You got to relax, man. Like I said, if you're wrong, you just wrong, and you just got to relax till it's your turn, brother. You're wrong here today. And this what I'm telling you. The Slavic people ain't the only people on the world being enslaved. What you think happening in Africa to people? That's indentured servitude. It's like y'all are delusional. I'm not riding with this shit at all. This is weird behavior to me. What y'all, this whole conversation. To say that there's only one group of fucking people on the earth that's been enslaved, had the act of slavery perpetuated on them just cause the name? Y'all don't know how to separate semantics from fucking real shit. Like, think about what I'm saying, right? I just showed this man there's a culture on the earth called a Vandal culture. They goth culture from Europe. And one of the actions that we do is vandalize property. That's named after them. Does that mean that they the only group of people on the earth that ever practice vandalism and ever can because it's named after them? I hate to say it, that's the dumbest shit, dumbest logic ever. I can't help but say that. I gotta say that. Because, bro, that's weird. Anybody can practice the act of vandalism, but now you got to make these people own the action just so you can be right. Because you can't admit that you're wrong, brother, that it's a lot of people in this world being enslaved. You just said we being enslaved today, and you used the word slave a minute ago. Right? So we ain't Slavic people, but the same shit that happened to the Slavic people happened to us, and it just so happened they named that act after them, but it happens to everybody. They enslaving motherfuckers in the Amazon right now and in the Congo, all over the motherfucking world. You think it, bro, this is, woo-wee. Bro, there's a group of people called the Huns because they was known for hunting. Did you know that? What you gonna say? They the only group of people in the earth that ever hunted and ever will, cause they the Huns. That's the logic. Please, brother, don't do that, man. There's children watching. It's okay to be wrong. That's amazing. That ain't even worth keep putting the argument up about. That's crazy. And he's so adamant about it that the Slav people are the only ones. Oh my God, man. That's crazy. And I,
I'm sorry, I was going to ask a question to follow up on it because I'm just confused on how they're saying everything is black on black crime at a certain time in history, and then it evolved to have like the white Europeans come in at the end and I guess conquer. But I would guess that they conquered everybody, right? Like anybody that was going against each other in wars would have been conquered by the white Europeans. So now we all have that same status that are here, no matter if we're African in origin or from here. And that's my understanding, but is it different than that?
I mean, I ain't got no pushback on that. I think that at the end of the day, man, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't even know it was this deep, Dulcina. I understand they was saying, and I know I'm going somewhere else than where you was going, but I'm still kind of dumbfounded. I'm like, yo, it's layers to this shit I didn't know about. They're saying that no one else on the earth can be slave but Slavic. That's my first time hearing that today. I didn't hear it when we sat down on the first one, and I'm realizing, damn, yo. But no, no, I want you to take the flow, sister. You can have it. I'm building with you right now, and whoever else want to build, y'all can unmute the flow, and we can go back and forth. Sure.
Hey, Sanchez, is he gone? Is A1 gone?
Yeah, I was hoping he would respond, but yeah, he got up out of here, man. I don't know why. The heat must got too hot for him.
Hey, yo, bro, he kept cutting me off. I was trying to just tell him that I think it's both. Like I think it's African slaves and indigenous. And in 1790 when they did the census, it got mixed together. And then Jesse Jackson coined the term African American. But when they
actually
did
Jesse
the
Jackson
census, they called everybody colored. And then we went from colored to African American. Now we just call each other black, which is really blank because we don't have a nationality. That's what I was gonna say. That's just from my study.
So can I answer that real quick? So I've been listening to A1 for like years now, probably 2 years. So I don't know if that counts for years, but 2 years. And so before colored, right, we were called the copper colored according to A1. And then according to his research, and I actually looked it up too, because the Webster Dictionary, I think it's the 1800, I don't know what exact year, but the 1800 Webster Dictionary says that copper colored means, or is a definition that was applied to the people that they found here when they first came here, but is now applied to the Europeans. So A1 was kind of right, because before colored, we're called copper colored. They dropped the copper, now they call us colored. The second part is that when he said we weren't slaves, right? I think there was a misunderstanding. What he was saying, what he was trying to say is, the first time, and Sanchez is right too, because when they first came here, or brought here, or however they came here, that's a whole different topic. We were already here doing our thing. They assimilated into our culture because we were not a warlike people. Like, in other words, we didn't build like weapons to, overcome nations and stuff like that. After they've seen how we operated, okay, we also had wars with each other. After they see how we operated, they came in and assimilated themselves. And then later on, I have documents showing that they were Europeans. For example, during World War I, if you look at Tulsa, Oklahoma, what do you think happened? These were not slaves. These were people who were already here, who had their own land. They had oil, they had all that stuff, right? They had pictures and everything. So what happened was, when they found out that they were less financially stable than we were, they got jealous. And they literally went and bombed the entire Tulsa, Oklahoma, and not just Tulsa. There were a bunch of other places that you guys know about. But that's what he was trying to say. He was like, they came in, we worked with them because the land was vast. We built a constitution for them called the United States Constitution for America, all right, versus of America. And then later
Brody,
on,
was there slaves? Yes or no, Brody? Like what? Because you cut me off. But was there slaves? He's saying that there was no slaves. I'm asking you, was there slaves?
no, I don't think there was not. Okay, so I take it back. Let me answer. Can I answer? All right.
Go ahead, answer.
So there were and there were not. Is that a proper answer for you?
No, we ain't gonna do that.
Yeah, but did you?
No.
Let me explain. Allow me to explain.
But look,
this is Sanchez. Allow me to explain.
Troll.
Okay, man.
No, I'm not trolling. What is this? Why do you? Okay, call me
You said
troll.
something obviously contradictory, and I'm saying you're trolling and you're confused.
No. Whoa. Sanchez, you're saying I can be hungry. You're saying I can like an apple, and okay. Here's the thing.
Oh no, if you saying well there were slaves, but there wasn't, that's like, well, I am gay, but I'm not gay.
No, dude, no.
Yes.
That's ridiculous. That's like saying,
No, it's 100% correct. What he said.
No, wait. So you're saying everyone in Africa is slaves?
No, bro. That's why I said that there was indigenous and African slaves.
There were
slaves.
There were slaves is the correct statement.
Hey, listen, that's why
to say there's no slaves is an incorrect statement.
Listen, we got different histories, yo. Listen, we got different histories. Like
no.
Indian. Another black person could be an African slave. That's why we get confused because we like
right.
They all called us one. That's what I'm trying to say. You're not listening. That's what I'm trying to say. That's why
obviously
not. One person might think they're African slave. Descendant, then like another person saying, "No, I'm indigenous," but you got to understand, we may have different backgrounds.
We like to overcomplicate shit. We love to overcomplicate shit, boy. It was slaves, but it were the slaves.
No, that's not what I said. Oh my gosh! Now you're
no, go ahead.
You see?
Go ahead.
So what I'm saying is, okay, here's a clear example. In the land of Africa or Saudi Arabia, there are slaves, but the people of that land, there are slaves, and then there are people who are not slaves who are of that land. That's what I'm trying to say.
But yeah, that's exactly what that's what I was saying earlier, that you can be from the land of the Slavic people, but your people probably never been slaves. You got people that's from the land where the Slavs is from, and they'll tell you, man, my people never been slaves, never will be. Yeah, but we from Slav, though. We from that land. Look, you got people that's slaves that ain't from that land. Just like I said, you got people that's barbarians, but they ain't Berbers. They ain't from Barbaria. And sometimes, like, we don't know how to separate the culture from the action. Just because there was a certain culture that we named this action after don't mean that it ain't a universal action that all humans take. You got barbarians in every continent. So, but that don't mean that these people that from Barbar are all over the world. It meant that people commit acts of barbarianism everywhere. And if we don't know how to separate them two, I think we in big old trouble. It shouldn't be a conversation for real, if you ask me.
No. But his disagreement with the official story didn't stop there. So it wasn't just his, attempt to come up with some explanation, because actually when he was explaining it, he did say that there was slavery practiced, but by entirely different groups of people. And he just didn't want to call it slavery.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. They play a
Sanchez,
lot
are you
of
aware of Angel Island and Ellis Island? Just to verify, I'm sorry.
they play a lot of word games over there. I heard of them, but that's just about it. I heard of them. That's it.
Can we pull it up real quick? I want to show you something on that to kind of confirm what he's saying, because this will prove that. Let's look up Angel Island, and then we'll look up Ellis Island. And you'll see what they did when they brought all the immigrants. They brought the Asian and the Siberians through Angel Island. They had them in like these prison camps, and then they started distributing them. This is how they created the parish. They had the women's mission. So with the mission, they would go to the different countries and continents and say, hey, you want to come to America? Because they would be over there starving. Their children were dying. The women couldn't give childbirth. It was so much going on. They didn't have food and things of that nature. Next thing you know, they go over there with the mission and they start telling them, hey, you can come to America. Now, of course, the people thinking, oh, yes, of course, we need something going on. So they come with the people to America, thinking it was going to be like, oh, let me just get here and start the work and blah, blah, blah. They first put them in the camps. They didn't know they was going to do that, but they put them in the camps. Then they had to be Christianized. They made them sign Christian cards. They had to be a Christian. Then they would go on the parish, which is the reservation. They would have the church, the school, and in the hospital. They told them this because they were dying. You know, they needed somebody to help with the sickness, so on and so forth. So they had to have the hospital there. They had the mission so they could have the Indian training camps, which is what the schools were. And then they had the parish, which was the church. So they had to be Christianized to come in with their certificate of baptismal. And when they came in that way, now they are now able to bring them in under the parish, and these are the natives. So now when you hear the Native Americans, this is where Native Americans come from, because you know, you hear Indian, the people like, oh, Native Americans, that's Indian. People think it's the same thing, but it's really not.
Let me ask you a quick question. Do you agree with that, brother, that the people we calling the Slavic people are the only people in the world who ever been slaves? Okay,
of course not, Brother Sanchez. No, no, absolutely. I'm telling you now, we finna look at right now. These people were the same ones. They were the same thing, brought in for servitude. They had them start working all these jobs, the mills, all these things. Once they had them working the mills, they had them working the agriculture, so on and so forth. Then they started taking the things from here to their countries to build their country. The dirt, the land, the soil, seeds, trees, brother, everything. I kid you not. This is facts. Man, it's so much information on this stuff for people to be not understanding. And then they did the same thing. Once we finish here, we'll look at the other part.
Oh, yeah, I don't got a problem with none of this here.
Okay, perfect. President Roosevelt doing a New Deal. This is how they started the Federal Reserve, 1933. Once they got all these people here, they had everything set up right. Now they set up their construct. This is when you hear people talk about, oh, the straw man or whatever. All that is them setting up the birth certificate and the Social Security system, because when they set that up, they had a conference that was called the Bretton Woods Conference. That conference is where they created the United Nations. You know, the UN is everything all over, right? So when they created the United Nations, this is what gave them the sponsorship with all the different nations, so they can start bringing the people over, creating the certificates for them. That's why they start having the immigrations. And then the immigration, they have the green card. The green card is the same thing as the birth certificate. So now they have the indentures that say these people, the people that they took the land from, all these people's resources, the royalties that they had, because they had all the books. When they came in, we already had government set up. It's books and books on it, brother. I done read them on my bills on lives. I really go over this stuff.
I believe that I know we had government set up.
Okay, so yes. So they copied. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I'm getting excited.
See, everything you saying, like, I'm with all that, right? I'm trying to understand the slavery thing. I understand we had control over the land. We indigenous. We had kingdoms. And I wouldn't even call it government, because we weren't governing the minds of the people like they trying to do us. It was more of a spiritual system that we use tribal shit. But I'm with you, though. I'm just saying, like,
so let me say, so they had these They had them coming over here, brother. Like I said, listen, I got a book. I'll show you. I'll send it to you or something. Some pictures of it. It has the pageant. It's called the Pageant of America. It shows where they brought all the people in. When they all came over, they had them in the position. They had them going in the warehouse. They was cutting all the wood. We had trees, brother, that was like hundreds of feet big. That's how huge the trees was. They was taking all our wood lumber to go take it to all these other places. So they had the people here. They had all the men working. So what happened? Of course, they need the women because the native women was like, we ain't messing with y'all, you know. And so was the indigenous because we weren't dealing with none of them. We weren't dealing with the natives too much. They had agents. I got a book of this, Brother Sanchez. It shows the Indian agents, which ones was paid, how much they was paid, the goods that they was bringing, everything that they traded and brought over. I promise you, I can like show you all this stuff. Now listen. They got these people, right? As soon as they brought them over, Sanchez, they needed to have women, you know, because they had all these men here working. The men was like, oh, you know, we need women, da da da. So now this is what started the slavery. So now when you hear them talking about, always talking about the white slaves or whatever, that's because the women slaves start coming in because they start bringing the women over to appease the men. So they were under the basically, you know, just you would call it slavery because the men, it's kind of like they do it now. They'll be like, what you call it? Like they'll say, hey, you want to marry this lady from Africa? You get her green card, and then now she's an American citizen. It's kind of like that. That's what they were doing then. But what they were doing, they were bringing a multitude of the women over. The men needed women, so then now they married a woman. Once they married the woman, the family. When you look at family, it'll show you that servitude as well. It goes into slavery. So now, once they brought the women over and they married them, now the woman was the male slave. This is where the slavery comes in with the white slavery. Brother, it's just so much. But I want you to look at this real quick and so you can see what's going on. And then I really want you to pull up.
So when you talk, so in a nutshell, you saying they married their way into our royalty.
Yes, yes. Yes.
And hold on, slow down for me. I'm a slow man. So watch this, right? When they married their way into our royalty, that's what made them slaves under us.
Oh, I'm muted. Yes, correct. Exactly.
Okay, so that's why I disagree. I would say that ain't what made them slaves under us. That's what made us get infiltrated by them.
No, it wasn't us. I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry. Let me correct that. You said us, and I said yes. No, that was for the Slavs, the Asians. They brought them from India.
They married into our royalty, correct?
They brought them over.
No, I got that. I'm trying to see some else. Did they marry into our royalty?
Okay, the ones that came in, some of the Indians, right? The true Indians, not the natives, the Black American Indians. They were in the camps as well. Some of them were, brother. We had traders. So these people, they were a part of it, and they were agents. They were actually paid to be, you know, part of it. They decided they wanted to go to the United States. And, you know, they went in with them.
So we were infiltrated.
Infiltrated, brother.
So I don't understand how now that makes us slave masters. That makes us victims of infiltration.
Right now, you know where that comes from is because some of the people that still had their property. I don't think I understood what you said.
No, I'm saying because that brother was talking about, he was saying white people wasn't slave masters. Us black people were the slave masters, and we enslaved them. It was white slaves all over the world, right? And I still ain't saw no.
It was the black ones too.
No. Hold on, no. We don't want to muddy this up. I'm very specific on what I want to stay on right here, because this is what the show was about. It was about a bunch of black folks enslaving white folks. All right, and I wanted proof of that, and I ain't got it yet. I keep getting a bunch of, no offense, pointless data from, you know, that's neither here nor there about the topic matter. So my thing is, if we enslave white people, you haven't said nothing out of your mouth to prove that to me other than they infiltrated us. That wouldn't make us slave. That wouldn't make us slave masters.
That's only part of it, though, Sanchez. So I'm telling you one thing, but there were many components. You know, a lot of times there's a lot of things, brother. That was only one part. That was one way they did it.
I think I think the truth is very simple. That we were the original slaves, and we still in slavery, and we looking for many delusional ways to deny it.
Yeah.
Occam's
The
razor.
mental slave. The
All
mental
form,
slave.
yeah. If you control the mind, you control the body. Tell me a pimp, right, that don't control a woman's body once he got control over her mind. The first thing he got to conquer is her mind before he can make her sell that poo nanny. The spirit come before the physical. You know that. Your name's Sister Soul, not Sister Body.
That's right.
So my thing is, I just don't see where it was this time where it was a trading of places where blacks had whites enslaved and we was the slave masters and all this stuff A1 was talking about. But I'm willing to keep listening, and I tell you when y'all
Please
get
let
there
me.
though.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
and
Okay.
salutes
Thank
to
you. Thank
everybody
you.
on the call. Hit the like, share, donate button, guys. Salutes to y'all. Go.
And I know other people want to talk. I'm gonna be quick on this last part, brother. The other thing is, now, mind you, you see where I'm coming from now. You understand. You can look at this later if you want to verify some of that too. And you look at the Ellis Island. If you want, you can pull that up real quick. But along with that, what happened was they were in here. But mind you, a lot of our people still had their land. It was certain territories that they hadn't invaded, and it was large places of land that certain tribes or whatever still was on. They still had ownership or whatever. They would still be doing trading and stuff. So what happened when these people started bringing people over doing slavery, this and that, they was like, oh, okay, well, I might as well get some slaves too, because they had money. So they started using slaves as well, not so much each other. They were using the natives that they brought in for the servitude or indentured servant. Some of the people owed debts in other places, so they came here to pay their debt off so they could get them for a certain amount of time. Whatever they paid off their debt with, then they would be freed. And then you hear about these freedmen. There are two different things. There's the freeman, the F-R-E-E man, and then there's the F-R-E-E-D man, which is the freedman. It's two different ones.
Okay,
The
now
freedmen,
what happened to those both of those groups today? You gonna go into that?
the freedmen are the ones that never went into servitude, brother. The freedmen are the ones that always had their land. Their ancestors always been here. A lot of them still got their land now. It's a lot of people that got their land, brother. A lot of them still got their same ancestral land. They have all their records, everything. And then they're the ones that are freedmen, the ones that were brought over here.
Okay.
And those people are freed because once they completed their servitude or, different wars or whatever, then once they ratified or whatever the slavery, then that ended it.
Once you say that a person was freed, that's backing up the idea that they were in captivity and they were freed from it. Once they serve their sentence, like in prison, that's why we say servitude. But they don't want to acknowledge that. They just want to say, we ain't victims. I don't like that word slavery. And, and it's like, hey, man, it is what it is.
Exactly. You can't go against what the facts show. This is my understanding from what I study, and I do a lot of research. So I don't know about, I can't agree or disagree with a lot. I respect A1 and a lot, this brother's put in years, but all I can say is what I study, and I can prove the information of stuff that I've learned or I see myself. And these things prove everything that I've shown. And the Ellis Island does as well. Oh, and let me say, that's what I want to say about the Ellis Island. Roosevelt, he started the New Deal. Instead of pulling Ellis Island up, maybe you could pull it up, Sanchez, the New Deal in 1933, when they had the Bretton Woods Conference and they set up the United Nations.
I want to know what the old deal was, but nah, you got it.
Right, dirty ass. But exactly. So this set up their propagation and all their stuff. This is when they took all the gold, brother. They had all our people turn into gold. They was like, oh, you don't need to carry all this gold. We can set up this system and you could pay with your debt. This is where it came in with your signature is worth this weight in gold. I know you've heard that before. Because what you do is sign. In true reality, your signature is an autograph to your payment that goes back into the system they set up when they did the so-called straw man or whatever. All the straw man is a nativity of you. It's a corporate soul structure they set up for each state that you're born in. They have the they have the rights and privileges to you under that birth certificate. So that's all it is. So you see the New Deal, he set up all these programs, all these different programs. They start paying all these people and the Recovery Act, and they set up, they had all the immigrants coming in through New York. That was the Ellis Island. They came in through New York, right? They were living all in those brick buildings. They were rolling up cigars, paying them like $1 a day for like 2 families in one apartment, rolling up cigars and stuff. He came through there. They proposed, oh, because of this, we're going to do the New Deal. This is how they start orchestrating this fake ass system and everything with that. And the Bretton Woods Conference came in 44, about 11 years later. So now when they did this, they had everything set up for these people with getting a way to have the royalties and the control over the gold that they took from the people, saying that it had the value with these fake ass notes. So they created the fiat. That's why the fiat, the cash, is only a debt note. It doesn't mean shit. It's just a debt note. That's why it ain't nothing now. They're trying to get rid of it. The fiat is nothing because there's a credit system attached to it. Because now, once you're born, on your birth certificate, there's a registration number. The registration number goes back to the Treasury Department, and that is the Treasury Department that holds your particular trust for your family that you came through, depending on whatever they had, the gold, the tribe they was in, blah, 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 blah. So the reason they brought in all these natives, brother, was so that they could fictitiously pretend that they were us. This is why you have all this exchange of the name, like, oh, why we got the same kind of name as them, and how this one got this name, this and that, because these natives that they brought in, that they Christianized and set up to replace us with their fake ass, they are the ones that have our names, so they can put their names on our certificates and our royalties, so they have everything set up, mineral royalties, land, oil, all of that stuff. That's what happened with Bill Cosby. That's why they attacked him, because he had all this shit. He had his oil rights to his land. They was trying to get it. That's why they was attack that man. A whole nother subject. But I'm just saying, this is what's going on with all of this right now. So as you see, I don't know if you want to look through it, brother. I don't want to keep talking. I know people like, I wish you shut up. Y'all been patient. I appreciate it. But yeah,
I mean, my whole title was, some people say that slavery never existed. So who put the lashes on that man back? And no one never answered that question. And I asked it in part 1. I'm still asking it in part 2. I'm tired of putting that man back on my thumbnail. Because when people
that picture, right? I'm sorry, that looks all fake and altered to me. I don't see a scratch near his neck, his shoulder, his sides, his arms, nothing but the
Okay, let me ask you a question. Have you ever got whipped before? And you ever been whipped before?
No.
Okay,
but I'm
so
sure if
we're gonna
somebody
act
hit me
like,
with a whip.
well, no, to my understanding, they were skilled with that thing. Cause let me show you why I say that, right? They wanted to punish the slave but do less damage over a broad area and just keep it to a target area. In other words, after he got through beating his slave ass, he still had to be able to go and work that slave the next day. So if you beating his arms, legs, face, and all that, now you're losing money. But if you can just hit his fucking back and fuck his back up, he gonna go be working tomorrow with a fucked up back. But his arms, legs, nigga, get out there and pick that car. And I didn't hit your legs good, your arms good. I'm just saying. Now,
you think it could have been a prop, Sanchez? Maybe to scare people. You think it could have been a prop? That's a possibility. Let's say they remember now.
Okay,
people were scared to say who they were.
I want to answer you, right? Okay. So what I know is this, right? When I was a little boy, I grew up in the 80s in Alabama. And I remember my mama telling me one day, we got out the car from the grocery store. And I remember my mama telling me, run in the house. I didn't know why the fuck she was telling me to run in the house. And then when I looked back when I was doing it, I saw all the KKK coming down the street. The KKK was coming, and I never forget that as a little boy. But my thing is this. I wondered why black folks had so much fear for these fucking white folks, but we'll shoot up each other's shit. We went back down with each other. And it was because the stories that I was told from my elders in the South, you can't even eat if I told you this shit. And it's newspaper articles to back up what I'm saying. Like, nigga beaten to death for stealing a chicken. Nigga hung and they'll hang you and shoot your body while you're swinging up there because he stepped on the property. They was getting lynched for dumb shit. It's in the papers. So hold up. But just let me, because I got to be able to land. My thing is this. It's more easy for me to believe that the people that was fucking us up in my day was fucking them up in their day versus it is they was photoshopping and lying about the white man whipping you on the back then when the people who he whooped said he did it and he said he did it. So the easiest path for me to go, plus what I see with them doing today, it's easy for me to say, yeah, they were doing it back then, versus it was some big conspiracy to, but that's just me. But I'm a fall back.
Can I ask you a question, bro?
Hey, let me just say this though, bro.
Hey man, let me eat, man. Hey,
Hold up.
hey, let
I
me
just want
eat,
to say
bro.
this too. Hey, bro, I just want to say this. I just
bro.
want to say this. It's nothing crazy. Look, they used to say that in them articles too, bro. Like they used to actually say that literally. You feel what I'm saying? So you not capping. My grandmom showed me old articles. It'll say that. It'll say nigger beating. Like you feel what I'm saying? They ain't hold no
That's
punches.
what
You
you
feel what I'm
just
saying?
saying. Can I ask a question pertaining to that? Do you think the disconnect got to do with brothers from the so-called North and people from the South? Because my people from Mississippi, I grew up in Chicago, like I always say. Now, when it comes to slavery or how white people and Ku Klux Klan operate in Chicago, in the Midwest, I've always been told by my people that moved from the South to the North, like, man, niggas, it don't go that way. It's a more fight back spirit versus the ones that came up in the South, like, yo, it's a more of a, I ain't say niggas don't fight back, but like you say, they seen more horrendous shit to make them like, look, be weary of them motherfuckers. They'll do some horrible things. Like Emmett Till was from Chicago, whether people want to believe that or not. And him going to the South, he had the energy of, I don't give a fuck what they own down here, but you see what happened to him. So you think the mentality got something to do with it?
No, I think it's this. You got to look at where slavery started at. Where anything start at is going to be more dominant at. You know what I'm saying? So, for example, right, if a army start at a certain location in their homeland, but they expand to other lands, the people who live near a U.S. embassy in another country, it's easy for them to overthrow that embassy. Because it's more of them than the Americans there. We just got a little embassy where we expanded there. But come to our land and you will see that it ain't that easy. Like we got bases here, Coast Guard. So when you get to the South, you're literally in the headquarters homeland of motherfucking slavery, where they create the slave mindset at teaching a nigga to look down while he a little bitty boy. You know what I'm saying? And what they'll do, you got to understand how they instill this into the Negro with fear. It's fear-based trauma, where they would take one leg and tie it to one horse, take the other leg tied to the other horse, and make the horses take off in two different directions.
Okay,
Stuff like
this
that.
what we got to do. Hey, real quick.
They was tarring
Hold
and
on.
feathering niggas and doing that at the same time.
Now watch this. Now, I got you, Smoke, but I just want y'all to understand. I got you, Smoke. Seeing a person tortured in the middle of the street by a lynch mob, and I ain't talking no Ice Cube. I'm talking real white folks that you gotta turn. Bro, I'm talking about the stories I heard. They had to tell their children, turn your head. Don't you look down there. And they don't stop when the person dead. They keep beating on your body and fucking your dead body up, man. Check this out, bro. The stories I heard when a nigga talking about playing with this, it ain't real and all that shit. Nah, man. That's crazy. Emmett Till wasn't the only case.
We got pictures all over Alabama where they was hanging niggas from bridges.
And that was so-called
in multiple
after
counties in
slavery,
Alabama,
bro.
man. There's pictures with niggas hanging from bridges and all kinds of shit. So,
hey, let me get in real
and
quick, man.
look, that was so-called after slavery, so you can only imagine what it was during and before so-called slavery.
Hey, let me get in real quick, man, because there's some things that's being overlooked when it comes to this narrative, man. And the first thing that's being overlooked when it comes to this narrative is we ain't the ones who painting this motherfucker. That's just the absolute certifiable fact. We are not the ones. So that leaves us with one or two choices to either accept or object. And currently I object to the narrative because I don't trust the people who painting the narrative. That's first of all. You know, when it comes to this, hold on real quick. Now, when it comes to this, whether or not slavery existed, based off all the available evidence, what's being said in the past and what's being practiced in the present,
one could easily lean toward that understanding. But to do so, you still had to trust. You still had to trust the narrative. Look, I got some more to say. Okay. Yeah. No, 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 no. See, this is what happens when we become. This is what happens when we become personally attached to the narrative, right? Even though, no, I'm not accusing you. I'm not accusing you of that, though, bro.
Hold
I'm
on,
not
hold on.
accusing
My
you of
mic
that.
was muted the whole time I was talking. What I was telling Smoke y'all was my information ain't coming from the white man. It's coming from
No, we heard you.
I know they didn't hear me. It's coming from oral tradition, right? In the South, and people, older folks from where I'm from, telling me how things were happening back in the day with people getting lynched in the street, showing me old newspaper ads, and even up in my time, I can see it happening even in the 80s as a little boy with stories just in the 80s. So they was telling me how it was worse than they time. I'm like, damn, right? So my thing is, this ain't nobody relying on a white man narrative to know what the atrocities that happen against a certain group of people on his land. If a lot of people who do that, they going by roots and mainstream shit. So I think the brother's starting off with a false presumption that our information coming from the oppressor, and that was the whole foundation of his intro. And I want him to restate his stances now that I give him that.
Okay, this is what I'm trying. Let me clarify that, right? I'm not accusing you. I'm not accusing you of trying to entangle your oral history with the narrative. But what I am accusing you of is blaming the narrative for your oral history, right? That report that you get from your oral history is not because of the narrative. You know what I'm saying? Your oral report is because there's a certain demographic of people who are opposed to another demographic of people, and we'll call that demographic your people, and that other demographic those other people, right? Because you know how niggas get all twisted about labels or whatever. And all this is centered around a very valuable land grab, right? It's centered around a very valuable land grab. And the people who wanted to dispossess the original people from that land went through whatever means that was necessary for them to possess it and to maintain it. Whether it was lying, stealing, cheating, even murder, bro. It to whatever degree it took them to maintain those things that they, depossessed these other people of. And when I say lie, I'm saying that slavery thing is basically a lie. But them being at your land, that's not a lie. And they utilize whatever methods that they could to make sure that land and maintain the possession of that land. Whether they have to continue to lie to you or continue to murder you, continue to treat you deplorably or, uh, atrociously, they will continue to do that to
Yeah.
maintain your possession. You know what I'm saying?
Everything,
And to keep you docile.
once you say to maintain your possession, you just said the definition of slavery, to possess another human. Now, guess what you
No, no.
did? You went through, no, I got you. Because, brother, this ain't going nowhere. I got you. Hold on, bro. Real talk. You doing a lot of preaching, but it ain't really clicking. I'm just trying to help you out. Everything you explaining are byproducts of slavery. But you started off telling us how we were conquered and how we fell into slavery, but can't nobody present no proof that we weren't enslaved. Once you take a person land and take their property, those people become your property too. And that's the definition of slavery. It's just that simple. We complicate shit.
That's right.
Okay, so
We can
so
clearly
basically,
see.
so basically what
We
you're
can
saying,
clearly see that
I
America.
just said, but hold on. When you say basically what I'm saying, you can't say it no basic than what I just said it. So why clarify it with a basically what I'm saying? I just said it. The basic way
Okay,
it's
let me
gonna be
ask you a
said.
question then.
Cool.
Let me ask you a question
That's
then.
better. Cause you ain't gonna get it more basic than that. It's just gonna fuck it up. Go with the question, yeah.
Okay, that's since this point is unquestionable. Let me ask you another question.
You got many
Right, because you just
questions as you
determined,
want. Go ahead.
right, you just determined it to be unquestionable. That's a certified
No, I
absolute
said you
fact
can
now.
ask me questions all you want, brother.
Well, I'm not gonna question that anymore. Your mind is made up on that.
No,
So I want to ask you another.
no. Here's my thing. My mind is made up because ain't nobody been able to question the facts that I presented in part 1 or part 2 of this series. Slavery exists. Slavery is real. Which is the definition of slavery is people being possessed by another people. Didn't you just say they had to maintain the possession of our people, and that was out of your mouth? I'll stop and rewind the shit. You gave the definition of slavery, brother. Out of your mouth. Everything you were saying is a result of slavery.
Yeah, I meant to do that, but what I didn't say that it was a result of slavery. I'm saying slavery.
Listen,
I'm saying hold on,
you
let me
gave a
explain.
definition
Still
for it.
don't
get it.
It ain't a result, it's a definition you gave. You said that once they conquered our land, they possessed the people on the land. They didn't let you do what you want to do. You became a captive on your own land, which is a slave. You still can't do what you want to do. You got to use a crosswalk. The Pope don't, Queen Elizabeth don't. Like, come on, bro. You had power on this land and you lost the power, and the people that's in power are the slave masters, and the people that lost it are the slaves. It ain't no need to overcomplicate this shit. I got a lot of people on the call, but I'll take any questions you got.
Let me have one more tip. I need one more tip at clarifying my position, bro. I'm saying
I know your position. I didn't need clarity on it though, brother. I was giving my position just then.
I feel you, but this is what I'm saying. This is all I'm saying. I'm saying slavery is the result, not the cause. Slavery is the result, not the cause.
We got you, brother.
Yeah,
we
bro,
got
I got a couple questions
We
for
got
you.
you, brother. If you think that, brother, I'll just yield the flow to somebody else. If that's your answer, cool. We can go ahead, y'all. Go ahead.
Yeah, because we
I
gotta
got a couple
remember.
questions for you, bro.
We gotta remember, Sanchez. America is still enjoying the accumulated wealth that was generated by the enslavement of our people. And that's why our kids are running around here like menaces, because they don't understand why they so poor and these people so rich. We don't break that down to them. So, and I think a lot of these people, they want to wash the story away, which is so detrimental that they don't even realize it.
And the brother's basically saying slavery is an effect and not a cause. Guess what, y'all? Because of slavery, we're economically affected, spiritually affected, mentally affected, and identity crisis. Identity is affected. It's so many effects of slavery that I can start naming right now and be here all day. Slavery is the cause of those effects. But we ain't gonna go into that though. Let's just go ahead, man. And this is crazy.
Hey, yo, bro, I got a couple questions, right? How long do you think white people was here before they conquered the land? All right, so they landed here, they came here, whoever came here, Christopher Columbus, whatever. How long do you think? I got a couple questions, right? This is the first one. How long do you think they were here before they conquered our land?
I believe that now this is where the smoke finna come in at, right? This is where the smoke gonna come in at. I believe there are different groups of white people, and that their aboriginals ain't gonna like this shit. There are a group of white people that always been in this land. And they gonna say, so there are some indigenous white folks. There are some white folks that we can't prove that they were pilgrims and came over on a ship. They appear in antiquity. Now, who are these white folks that I'm talking about, right? Who are these different European-ish Asiatic groups? We see them when we start studying the Olmec, Mayan, Aztec architecture, not movies, not the $5 Indian. I can go to the stones right now, and we see Negro features. So what I'm saying, if nothing is new under the sun, we gotta quit thinking that this country called America just became a melting pot. This shit been a melting pot. It's been several cultures. This just been a big melting pot, man. What can I say? It always been that way. And even the statues and all that here show a very diverse culture of people. What we find is all great civilizations need diversity. Even your damn employer, if you work at a company, you may see that in the workroom. We are a diverse employer and all that shit. Everybody know you need some of everybody to make your shit be the winner. If you only got one group working for you, but these other people got every group working for them, y'all in trouble, boy. You can't beat diversity. You cannot beat diversity, man. So check this out,
bro, I
right?
agree with you.
So
Yeah, it took about 200
so when
years.
you look at all of these great cultures, it was based on the fact that they were melting pots like Babylon, Samaria, Egypt, America, and it's been this way for hundreds of years.
All right, I got two more questions, bro. That's I'm done, right?
Yeah, it took
That's my
about
first
200
question.
years for them
So that's
to
my first question,
halfway
right?
conquer
Here's my second one,
America.
right? Because I'm getting to jumping right now. This is my second one, right? All right, you see how you just said that there's possibly that you believe that there's maybe indigenous white people that was already here too?
I didn't say it. I hate to
All right,
use
what did you
that
say? 'Cause I want to put words
indigenous
in your mouth.
word.
I want to put words in your mouth.
I just said that there are all colors of people that's on all lands we see, and we can't find a point in history to show when or where the diversity came to these lands. But every land you go to, you see all people. Even if you go to Europe, you see hella Chinese, Japanese, Jamaicans in Europe.
All right, but look, yo, brother, you probably don't realize, but me and you been through this. We was chatting for like 2 hours one time on this channel about the same thing, right? And we came to like the conclusion that the white people that's the hillbilly white people is like different from those
Yeah,
soul
that's
beings,
what.
right?
There we go.
But look, question, right? This is my second question. I just want one more, then I'm gonna leave the floor. Everybody else can get on, right? Do you think that those white people that was already here, the regular white people, not those soul Indians, do you think they possibly could have got enslaved too? And that's what they talking about when they say that white people got enslaved too?
That's what. See, here's the thing, right? When you talk about the George W. Bushes and the Bill Clintons, them the white, they're like a buffer slave class. White people are slaves too, but that, like when we talk about these hillbilly countrymen who we call the patriots, these are like the countrymen, these group of white folks that was here prior to the fucking JEWS coming here. See, because when we talk about the JEWS, really that's who the slave master of this land is. Everybody else slaves, even the fucking poor white folks, Billy and all them, Clinton and Bush. But they in a better position than us though, right? They using them as a buffer class. That's what the racism in the media is about. Black versus white is gonna boil down to that on a political level. Let me show you the people that I'm talking about. Watch this. Here go the people that came over on ships. These ain't your regular white people. These are the ones that just got over here, but they run everything. I'm going to say that again. These people just got over here, but they run everything. And when they came over here, guess what they brought? Them 7 candlesticks, that Jewish menorah. Now, guess where they flag at? Next to the American flag, they candlestick is in the White House. They defied the fucking temple of God, if you will. But everybody you see on this ship, man, I'm telling you, bro, if you want to talk about who came over here on ships just a few years ago, it wasn't us, it was them, man. The JEWS. Now check it out. When they came over here, they established a system of corruption that they've established every fucking where they go. This is what they said when they said Plymouth Rock landing on us, because they came over here with a system of manifest destiny. A spiritual system and started corrupting us. Look, they came over here with their Jewish flag, they starved David, and guess what? Now we Israelites and Christians and all that. Bro, this wasn't that long ago. Before that, we knew we were tribal people indigenous to this land with our ancestral spiritualities. These are the people that came and gave us the globe, the fucking dollar fiat currency, and this didn't happen that long ago. So, but check out.
Brody, let me ask you a
now-
question. Why you saying that? I got something to say about that, right? Is these the same? Is this the same time, the same people that was doing the incubator baby thing? What does that tie into them
Yes,
coming over here?
yes, and they had it in all the areas. And when they did the World's Fair, they were selling the babies through the at the World's Fair even.
Now,
Yes.
guess what I'm saying, or to answer you, when they came to the shores of America, they already saw Bubba and them, Billy and them, and the country white boys and stuff. These ain't the same kind of white people. See, when we see George Bush next to these folks right here, you can tell they different. And they all, you know, like a cult with they black suits and black top hats and beards and all that. But, you know, we ain't gonna go too, we might be going too far. They said, if you
I
can
mean, we might as well have it jumping now, like it's like almost the end. We might as well take it to the pinnacle. You feel me?
I mean, go ahead,
Well,
go
we
ahead.
can-
Now, y'all got it. Go ahead.
Well, yeah. Let me say this real quick. Well, one thing I think what I was trying to share with the brother A1 is that when the colonizers came over here, they set up something called colonial codes or colonial laws, and inside these codes, they were saying no matter if a slave was a Christian, a Muslim, it didn't matter what he was, or the natives that was here, no matter what they was, you can enslave them, you can have many as you want. And this was in like the 1600s. We're talking about colonial laws where they was already setting the precedents of how they want this country to run and how they wanted to overthrow the colors that was here.
Hold on. So, bro, do you think that they lied about the timeline? Do you think possibly this can be this right here, what you showing me, could be the moment that they came over here, the Christopher Columbus story?
Watch
came
this.
in 1820.
That's what I keep on telling you, my brother. Listen what I'm telling you real quick. They tell us the transatlantic slave trade. Well, let's look it up right now. Let's sync the years, because I did this before, but I don't want to guess. Let's show you something.
Yeah, the slave trade in 1808.
Yeah, I'm gonna just go through the from 1526 to fucking 1867. Now keep all that in mind. I'm finna show y'all something. Just watch what I do. Just let me do this. Let me do this real quick. Watch this. When did Jews migrate to America? Now let's sync these years up together. You gotta ask yourself, right?
1820. I just
Now,
said
but watch this though. How is it that the Jews in colonial America began their arrival as early as 1650s? You see this? And it went on to the
slavery started.
And it went on to 1920s. Now hold on. Ain't these the same years they give us for the transatlantic slave trade?
Yeah.
Y'all don't see where I'm going? Let me cook. Let me bring it home. What I'm saying is this right here, right? I don't need no amen. I just want to cook. I smoke. I don't want nothing in the road. So check this out, right? The same years Jews supposed to migrated to America, they said blacks was coming over here on through the transatlantic slave trade. Guess what? A lot of the Jews came through the transatlantic the same paths that the slave took. I'm trying to say, do we think this a coincidence, right? Let me show y'all something.
they the Slav, Sanchez.
Why can't y'all just let me cook? I don't know why y'all can't do that. Because I don't want nobody to add into what I'm saying and mix it with what I got. I'm just trying to do me real quick on this one. I'm saying what I'm saying and just what I'm saying only, with no add and taking it from. That's what I'm trying to do. So the point that I'm making is the people that really came over here during the slave trade is them and not us. I don't really want to go into what we calling them, because we call them the J word today, and we identify them by the Star of Remphan, which they call the Star of David. But we can go into that later, because these people ain't just done this first with us. They've been all over the world bankrupting empires. And if you don't understand the history of these people, we will be over here acting like it's exclusive to us. Plymouth Rock landed on a bunch of motherfuckers. Now, this is what I'm saying. They give us this kind of artwork to say that this is how we came over here when we indigenous to this land. That's why this is a cartoon. But if you look at the people that was crowded on boats, that really came over here crowded on boats, is them. Look at how packed these boats is. Do you understand the living conditions on these ships, y'all? It's easy to look at this and say, oh, well, but bro, look at this. Did you understand all of them people got the shit? They got the piss. They got babies, pampers, periods, food, water. Come on, dude. Do you understand the conditions that was on these ships? It was the same conditions they tried to tell you was going through. And then how ironic that it's the same years. Please don't miss this point. Don't let it go over y'all head.
And then it said only 292 slaves. What was the millions at?
This is what I was showing you, Sanchez. They came in through Ellis Island. You didn't look up Ellis Island yet. But this, you're going to see these same pictures when you look at the pictures of them coming through Ellis Island. I don't want to keep talking about it, but yeah. And in 1611, the reason you see those timelines, that's when they formulated the first Jesus church in Colombia, where they killed all the indigenous people in Bogota, Colombia. And now they have the World Trade Center. They had, not the World Trade Center, I'm sorry, the Emerald Trade Center, the World Emerald Trade Center, the United Nations, and it's something else that they got there. And they had the Jesuits created the first Jesus church when they came through there. And they are from the Knights of Templar.
Hey, yeah, bro, can I ask my last question before I be out? That's my last, that was two questions. Can I ask my last one? Right? Because that just connected a lot of dots for me. Thank you for that. And the nice lady that was speaking, that made me understand what she was saying more too. I understand because I was listening the whole time and I understand. And that just hit the nail in the coffin, right? So my third question is, right, where were the slaves in the Wild Wild West? Because I should have asked this question first, because basically this seems truth right here is all I needed.
So what you gotta think what colonized the Wild Wild West was the gold rush. You know what I'm saying? So they had black folks working during the gold rush too, and they would put them in the harshest conditions for the lowest wages. So, you know, same shit.
Sanchez, on that.
Yeah,
You
and a
can
lot
look
of
up,
land
if
were
you
owned
want,
by
if you
blacks.
want to, real quick, Sanchez, you can pull up Mary Ellen Pleasant. You'll see she was the richest woman. She was a billionaire back then in California. She had all the gold. She had Thomas Jefferson working for her. He was a bank teller when she met him. She hired him on to help her so she can get through the white society. She was a beautiful woman.
And guess what? She's the ops. Because I'm gonna tell y'all why I say that. You can give me a white royal family, you can give me a black royal family, and I'ma still I got to be fair, right? You got Asian royal families, black ones, white ones. The black ones are Boule families, and you got so I don't really get excited looking up these folks that's work. They the ops, so all of them the ops, man. But you know,
but a lot of blacks own land. A lot of blacks own land in California, but they passed laws during the gold rush to take the black people land.
Listen, man.
They took everybody's gold. That's why when he just pulled that plan up, the New Deal, it shows you they confiscated all the gold from everybody. They turned in their gold, and they stole her gold, created the mint.
We gotta get off of what we had and look at what we got. And when we look at what we got, is a generational wealth gap big as fuck. So I mean, we can talk about what we had, but we gotta look at what we got, man. Cause check it out, right? You could tell me about all the exceptions. It still don't take away the majority. And it's a systematic threat that the people are under. And the system can get a out and get a pass if we try to, you know, to me, when people say, well, blacks had slaves, that's a deflection. When people say, well, oh, there were rich black people back in the day, not interested. I want to talk about all them poor ones and broke ones and ones that was oppressed. See, you see what I'm saying? Because that's whose story wasn't told. And that's who wealth was taken, the war crimes was committed against them. And they will be blinded behind pharaonic worship. Everybody want to identify with the slave master. You know, if you want to find the ops, follow the money trail. And I ain't saying, you know, nothing wrong with getting your money. I'm just saying though, when we talk about you up in the higher upper echelons of royalty, some people say, Sanchez, is there a threshold of how much money you get before you become like an agent or on the other side, you know, working with the ops? Hell yeah. Listen, Whenever you get in a tax bracket to where you got enough money to have some sort of influence in society, you're gonna be controlled, or it's a matter of time before they knock your ass off if you think it's just sweet out here.
Right.
Ain't nobody
Because
out here
the thing,
with a you got it.
I was just gonna say this, Sanchez.
Can I add one thing
I
real quick,
totally
brother, if you don't
disagree with
mind,
people
on that
when people
last
try to
thing he
bring up
said?
that it was that blacks owned slaves.
Mhm.
To me, that's one of the biggest lies ever told. Because and even if they did own slaves, it didn't generate no generational wealth. It wasn't enough of them if they did to account for anything. So my thing is, to me, people are going by hearsay, and I don't believe that narrative that blacks owned slaves, because we had laws passed during the colonial times all the way up in the 1500s to this very day that prevent blacks from owning certain parts of land and stuff. So when they said blacks owned slaves, to me that's hogwash, and there was no generational wealth created.
Hey, yo, Brody, special question, right? What did they do?
And real quick, Sanchez, on what you
after
just said
the
about the lady Mary Ellen Pleasant, not to say that she wasn't out, but I just want to say
I
they
wasn't
used to.
even saying that about her. I was just speaking about royal families. I'm gonna have to look her up to see who she is.
Oh,
though.
please do. I'd love to have a conversation about her later.
Hey, yo, this is a question for both of y'all, the lady and you too, Sanchez. What do you guys think that they did after they got off the boats? All right, we got to this point. They came here on the boats. It was really them crowded up on the ships. And it's crazy because we had a lot of arguments saying, how could that even be healthy? How could you be surviving in slavery coming over here in a boat like that? But they seem to have done it. So that's a debunk.
They pushed our people back, brother, and they literally
Yeah. Let me answer that, brother, real quick. You talking about the capabilities of the boats now. If you look at the boats they was using, it ain't the shit they drew up in these images. That was my point. If you look at these cartoons right here, this is laughable. But if you look at the real deal, what they had, okay, now I can see that. I can see you on that now. We get a better idea of what was happening now.
Yeah, like it is possible. Because I was looking at the
that
picture.
was a steamboat when all the white people was on it.
Yeah.
But what did they do when they first landed? That's what I'm asking. Because look, you see that picture right there? There's
Okay, I got you. The history of Jews in America, the first Jews that arrived in America started to populate in New York. And if you look at where the Jews headquarter at today in America is in New York. Now, New York earned a nickname based upon the influx of these Jews, because these J words had a lot of influence when they culture coming into this land, right? And what the word was Gotham, Gothic. We know that Goth people wear all black. They don't wear a lot of reds and yellows and all that stuff. Let me just show you what Gothic people look like. Here's what they look like. We don't understand what Goth culture is, right? You'll never see these people in a purple suit, a green suit. For their whole life, they're Goth. This is Goth culture. And what is Goth culture? It is everything we into today when they throw up the devil horns, get money and fuck everything. Fuck your heart. It's all about the money. These people is all about money. It ain't about, listen, I'm tell you, man, you talking about committed extermination, genocide around the world. We ain't gonna even talk about it. It can get you, struck. But what I'll say this though, everywhere you go, where these folks go, soon as they land there, it's only a matter of time for the normal practices and procedures of that land is transformed to some totally different. When I tell you it's like a parasite, dude, but you can't say much. Some of the stuff I might have to, this is what I got to do my pay-per-view. This is what the pay-per-view is for.
Yeah. My bad, bro.
This kind of shit right here is what the pay-per-view for. So where we can talk about
That's
shit
have me
like
up
this.
there, bro. I ask question, bro. I ask the best question. You see me.
Real talk.
I can add to this.
And to talk about the jab and all. Yeah, y'all got it. Y'all
This reminded me of the Matrix right now, bro. Y'all, this picture right here is giving me chills because it's reminding me of the Matrix. It's like
the
reminding
people
me
in
of
all
the
black. Yeah.
The agents.
It's
You
supposed
can
to.
imagine the energy, Sanchez, just to say, right? My daughter's school when she was in college was in Buffalo in New York. When I still lived in New York, we used to go there and they have a big area. They have the whole area. When you go there, I kid you not, the energy is so dark and disgusting. I couldn't wait till my baby left there. They have the whole area that they're in. It's disgusting. The synagogue they got there is humongous.
So yeah, so when we talk about, and that's what I'm talking about, like when they talk about the colonies arrived to America, there were people already here. These colonies that arrived to America, they came here with their own spirituality, if that's what you want to call it. Ain't nothing spiritual about it. Let's say religious system. They don't really have a spirituality. They have a religious system that justifies them ruling over every fucking thing. That's what they got, right? And they got a government that will swear on that religious system, on the Bible, to uphold this system of manifest destiny. They got us thinking that the white people created the Bible. Look, them hillbilly old white boys didn't make that Bible, son. That Bible and all these religions come from these guys. These guys. And the white folks was indoctrinated by the book just like us. It just made them more favored over us. But for divide and conquer and shit, no cap. They wanted you to think that the everyday Joe white man is the one that indoctrinated you with the Bible when it was this particular group. And if you want to know how I'm telling the truth, it's the group you can't talk about that let you know that's you got the right one, baby. See, because
bro. Yeah, you're right.
This real shit that you talking about.
Hey, bro, drop a bomb. Hey, bro, hold up.
I'm about to say some shit just now. Yo,
Hey,
bro, I
yo,
was about to
drop
say
a
some
fucking
shit.
bomb. Because I keep trying to tell these motherfuckers the same shit. They keep on going at these everyday white man living like he's the motherfucker that conquered you. And he's not. He's not.
Well,
Like,
he is enjoying
let's deal with the
accumulated wealth.
knowledge, though.
He is enjoying accumulated wealth with the enslavement of our people, though.
Hey, Madon, relax, bro. That ain't no put, bro. We getting on a. This is the man that did it. The you and the white man, dude. The white dude that's living in the trailer park ain't in a better position than the nigga that's in the projects. Both of y'all is enslaved by these same people.
Tell him again, bro.
And they changed their costumes, Sanchez. That picture you show of the Quaker oats, that's them, the Quakers. They have all our records as well. If you find one that's in your area, they will have all your family records. They got all of our records. That's crazy. How do these people have our records?
Watch this, right? If you see that oatmeal box in his hand, let me share some with you real quick. John Kellogg was working with the Catholics. You know, he's part of the Vatican and all that. Don't you know he created cornflakes so that men can have control over their sexual drive, and that the cereal got certain lead and things in them that make you sterile and lower your sex drive? Don't you know? Watch this. I got you. We're going to pass it around. Watch this, right? Watch this. If the whole world just stopped eating cornflakes and cereal in the morning, it'll be a fucking burst of new babies coming in. The sterility rates will jump up. No cap. Guess what? These people came over here to control your population so you couldn't outnumber them, and you'll be surprised some of the ways they did it. And when you see him with this oatmeal box in his hand, that's a weapon. We don't even know that's a fucking weapon. Them corn, that's a weapon.
Yo, bro, that's what I'm trying to say, bro. Look, I think they got
he was one of the biggest advocates of sterilization. He was one of the biggest advocates of sterilization. He was trying to do that his whole career, bro.
That's the form of alchemy they use. That's why they do this.
That's what I'm trying to say, Mister. I'm trying to say, yo, bro, I really think no cartoonish. I think really they got superpower. They got like evil powers. They got super evil.
Listen. If you get into the evil power thing, bro, you dealing with Germanic bloodline, worm Germany. That parasitic by nature. When you dealing with Gothic people, that all of that etymology go back to Germanic bloodline. When you look at the English pantheon of who we call the heads of England, the kings and queens, it traced back to Bavarian bloodline. NASA.
What's good, everybody? What y'all on?
What's going on with Germany, y'all?
Yeah, they
hey,
put the
listen,
fear of their
hey,
God
check this
in our
though.
own
Like,
And hold on now.
All right, no, y'all good.
Let me build on what Bobby said because he's right. This now we going to Germany. That's where we get the goth culture from. Now check this out, right? Look at the name now, German. What did they do with smallpox?
The German,
Crazy,
the
bro.
worm man.
Bill,
Worm Germany is the place, the parasite place. Worm Germany. I'm telling
And they
y'all.
are the germ, the
And they
germ,
put
Yeah,
the
they
the
are the
germ man.
German
When you hear
parasite.
germ,
and the
when
pale
you hear
brims.
when you hear germ man, it is saying it's a germ man that was created. That's the incubation that they were talking about. They use radium and nitrogen. They literally created them. They did experiments with it's a certain plant, I can't remember the name, and they also use grasshoppers. This is how they figured out how to start doing the cloning in that time when they started. This was right before they did the incubator.
Well,
You don't gotta know. I'm telling you because I read it and I showed you. So I'm just
well,
saying.
what happened
Okay, you don't
was
gotta
they
know.
put
You
the
don't gotta
fear.
know. Excuse me. Let me
This
finish
is
what
what
I'm saying.
happened. They put
No,
the
no,
fear
no.
of their God.
I'm gonna speak
Excuse
before y'all
me.
keep going. We gotta
Wow,
build and
man.
keep building. Let's not get a
Wow.
mess.
Come on now. Come on.
What's wrong with y'all? Yeah, dang, go on and take the floor. Y'all thirsty as hell to talk.
Damn,
So
Like, go
y'all
ahead,
gonna do
Bill.
that?
He was doing good.
Wait, she was doing good. It's like I
I
get
said
out
we was doing
2:30.
good together. I was saying,
Hey, just let the brother
Yeah,
get it back and let's get on with it, man. Let's
yeah,
go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah. It's like go ahead, y'all. Never mind. Go ahead, y'all got it.
It's all
Well, I
good.
think
It
the
ain't.
biggest
Yeah,
thing
let's
that
do that.
happened was
Hey, check it. Hey,
they
what's
put
good,
the
everybody?
fear.
Hey,
They put the
Madon.
fear of
Hey,
their
you'll
God.
appreciate this as
They
well,
put
right?
the fear of
You
their
know
God
about
in our
you
people
know about
and
the
made it look
different
like
accounts
their
Damn,
of
God
Madon.
was
Shit.
more
Go ahead,
dominant
Madon,
than
you got it.
ours.
God
You got
damn.
it.
Shit,
Go ahead,
nigga.
Madon, you got it.
I'm saying like.
This shit hella weak tonight, boy.
Yeah. All I
Then
was
when
gonna
I
say
mute
is,
up, then yeah, that's crazy. All right, but
all I was gonna
here's what I
say
want to say.
is,
What's good,
this all
people?
I was gonna say
Okay,
be
go ahead,
myself.
say it again.
I
Yeah,
think
go
the
ahead, say
biggest
it again.
Nah, hold up, man. Y'all niggas between you and me, myself. Come on, man. Y'all, hold up. Madon, say what you. Ah, damn, this shit's
Yeah, it's going. You know,
annoying.
I'm real brief, Sanchez. You know, I'm brief. All I'm saying is, to me, the biggest thing that happened was when they came over here, they put the fear of their God in our people because it seemed like their God was
right
more powerful than ours. So, and I think that's what happened. That's where a lot of people
That's
started
what's up,
joining
See,
in.
Madonna.
Like
How
so
the fuck did we just get
they
off of
God is
Germany
powerful.
and
Let's
all the
join
beef
their
shit?
side.
he was dumbing the
let him
conversation down,
live.
but Don
Let him live,
dumbing it
y'all.
down though, bro. He dumbing it down. We can't allow that.
No. Y'all are. Let me tell you why. If he gonna be in and out, let him do that, and then we can pass it to the next person. He was in and out. Now you finna create a whole argument with the man that you said need to stop talking, but you want him to argue with you now. Let them go and just pass it round. Just let us pass it. Go ahead, man.
For sure. Be adults, everybody. It's all right. Everybody can get their turn. All right, it's gonna take me less than 2 minutes for my 2 cents, right? All I'm saying is that it's a place called Golgotha where Christ was crucified. Also Calvary, but it's obviously different accounts, it's different books, right? But Golgotha is the place of the skull. It's the skull mount. And that's where the Gothics get their actual credence and their aura and their style from. That's why they use that for a reason. That's why they, dress in their skull and wear those crosses, inverted or otherwise, right? But we know the deeper meaning about the cross and the crooks and what light does within the human body, right? So that's all I was gonna bring to the table. But outside of that, the actual image, whip peak that's on the actual thumbnail, right? Dude with the whip back. Supposedly, when they posted that in the news article, which we should pull up, right? Oh shit, that's my phone. When we look at that article, they said it has sparked the abolitionist movement. Like this is like mid Civil War, post Civil War time era, right? Where that image comes from, and that's what the new Will Smith movie is about. It's called Emancipation. Is real coded, right? That movie is pretty trip, but that image spawned abolitionists. Abolitionists were the white people that didn't know that this type of slavery or that type of shit was going on. Not to say that slaves, they didn't have their own slaves, but it was certain tactics that people took in certain areas. And that's what caused the outrage. But yeah, this has been going on since before we think it has been. And our people have, delved in it as well. So it's just how bad you treat somebody that's working for you.
Well,
now you interrupt me to
So I would say this, right? The fact that somebody working for you, you own them. They your property. You liable for them. You're their employer. And that by definition is slavery, right? So I don't care if your slave master treats you good or bad. You still got a master. You still got a person over you that's responsible for whether you eat, be clothed, or sheltered. And ain't nobody over them doing it. It's just you. Ain't nobody
Parents
over
like
them
mother
doing
and fathers.
it. Right.
Right,
So
like the parents.
so no, I got it. So what I'm saying is, ain't no way to downplay this shit. I don't know the agenda what everybody got, but when I peep it, I'ma always meet it head on, right? So
I'm from Richmond, Virginia, so I agree.
no,
Yeah,
I ain't debating you. I'm just talking, man.
Yeah.
But the word
Sanchez right though.
Yeah.
Because what it is back in slavery time, they used to pay the slaves like 10 cents an hour, and then with the sharecropping. And if you do the math with inflation, the average American get paid the same thing because it's like $2,000 to $3,000 a month. You know what I'm saying? So you basically can pay the same as the slave in the same condition like Sanchez say. You may be getting treated good, but you still depending on this person to feed you, you know what I'm saying, and clothe you. And
Oh
then
yeah, we still on the plantation for
and,
sure. I feel
and
that.
one thing I wanna point out, man, because we all over the place. Well, we ain't all over the place. I'm just saying we was talking about the goth thing. When you look up the etymology of the word goth, let's read it. Old English Gotha, a member of the Germanic people who lived in Eastern Europe, from the Latin Gothus and Gutos, which is preserved in Gothic people, the first element cognate. Here's where the part where it get interesting. Old Norse, Gotar, what does it mean? Men. Second meaning, people see Dutch, we'll see that. But then the sense man. Why does the word goth mean man? I don't know, but I'm gonna tell you what I know. When you see these motherfuckers, I never see they women. It's just men. But that's just me looking on the surface. It might be a deeper meaning, but I noticed that
Hold on, Sanchez. I'm gonna help you to it. Hold on, real quick. Y'all going.
I'm just trying to, do the etymology of this shit. I'm
Oh,
kind
yeah,
of done, man.
For sure, no, you good, bro.
It's open research at this point.
That's why I'm trying to tell. That's what I was saying earlier about the Bavarian bloodlines and the Goth and the
Somebody got
Germanic.
that wind, man.
All
Yeah, that's
roads
about it,
lead
man.
back to Germany. You know what I'm saying? This just my theory. Y'all can everybody can have their own minds to think how they want to think, but I do believe
That's
that
literally what the Bible says. It goes back to Germanic origins.
Oh yeah,
like,
ain't
that's
nobody
what
got
language
smoke.
is there.
Ain't nobody got smoke on the Germany part. Hell no.
What I'm saying about Germany is that the Germanic people that want the worm
that's
Germany
right.
and parasitic.
It's the Yakubian theory. It's the one
humans
that was
for
graphic.
some reason seem to come out of Germany. Let me just say it as plain as that.
They
For
was
some
fleeing the
reason,
Roman Catholic Church.
the parasitic nature of humans seem to come out of Germany. If you look at all the pantheons of what you call the royal families, the Catholic Church, and all of that shit, even when you go all the way back to what you call those folks, the Crusaders and the Knights Templar and all of that shit.
It's about a certain type of people.
Yeah, they all was fleeing the Roman Catholic Church to come to America to express their own freedom of religion. That's why a lot of them.
What time period are you talking, Bobby, for the Germans?
That Sanchez show earlier, those people were fleeing Roman persecution, the Roman Catholic Church, to come to America to express their own freedom of religion. That's why we got all the invasion of the white folks on them steamboats in the 1800s.
No, that was from England. But Rome had a huge.
No, they came from Germany, England, Spain.
Sure, but you said they came from Rome.
The tyrant, they was fleeing the tyranny of the Roman Catholic Church, because the Roman Catholic Church was spread not only in Africa, through Rome, through Germany. Look it up.
Okay, I see. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. So
and when you look up what a Goth is, no, go ahead, bro. You got it. My bad. You got it.
I'm just saying. So in other words, you're saying these people were fleeing religious persecution that came over here in the slave.
See, I didn't say all that. See, that's what
Now
I
he,
don't.
I think
And look, and let me share something with you, right? That's why I don't like when people piggyback on my shit. And I piggyback on other people's shit. I ain't gonna lie, but I don't like when they do it to me. I don't like when people add to what I'm saying or take away from it. I just like to say what I'm saying, drop my mic, and then the next person say what they saying. You know what I'm saying? And it can be that way, and we can just pass it around. What they saying ain't got to necessarily agree with what I'm saying. And I can keep the mic moving, and the people can hear all the different perspectives. But I said what I said. But basically what I was saying, the people that, Yvonne, your mic, let me do something for you real quick. Hate to do it. You got the background noise, and you desperate to get in, and it ain't a good combo right now while chaos going on. Let's get you up out of here. I'm sorry. If it wasn't for the rumble, though, I would have did it. I'm so sorry. But I can't do it. But check this out, y'all. What I'm saying is this right here. The people that came over here on them ships, they practiced Gothic culture. And I'm going to get into what that is. It's everything that foundates capitalism and everything, you know, basically the whole foundation of heavy metal. This whole culture, the value system of get money at the top of your value system, even over family, all that is just, see, because these people is really serious about their Gothic practices, meaning that they don't really got no love for their own. If your money skills ain't right, and you ain't fucking up on key and making the family look bad, you get kicked out. You get banned, and we don't even know your ass. You ain't one of us no more. You got Jews that's broke as hell in an alleyway because they get kicked out. Like, this shit is, with them, it ain't like how your family members love each other and all that. I'm sure they love each other, no kidding. But I'm saying a daddy will fall out with his son and damn near ban him from the family because you ain't making the right financial sources, because you blew, and they the richest motherfuckers on earth. How much more do you see? And we have developed that same attitude to where it's money over everything, man. This is their spirit. They don't have a spiritual system. Money is their, bro, let me show y'all something real quick. You think I'm lying? Watch this. The star that these people got ain't just theirs. That's the star of Remphan. Do you know who Remphan is? That's the name of Uncle Sam, the devil in another culture. That dude with the beard pointing at you, Uncle Sam. Sam is the sham god, Sham. He's the god that uses fiat systems to fucking siphon. This is
Did you say Renfield Sanchez?
Remphan, Remphan. That's the name of this. Yeah, the star of Remphan. And check it. Yeah, you can. This is just another name for Moloch. But what I'm saying is, if you look at your dollar, right, your dollar got this 6-pointed star on it. You know what I'm saying? Your money got this on it. These people created fiat currency, and they created the game of Monopoly. And at the end of the game of Monopoly, guess who always wins? The bank. None of the players going around the board with that little pass and go, trying to save up and buy property and all that. Dude, if you think you win the game, Monopoly, I made all of y'all give up your money to me. What happens then when it's time to put the game up? The winner got to get his shit back to the bank. That's the esoteric reason, symbolism behind Monopoly. Nobody really wins but the bank. All of that shit go back to the banks, the central banking system. We have foreclosures on homes every generation where when the inflation happens, a lot of people lose their houses, jobs, cars. You think you own this shit. Grandma used to say you just renting that stuff. The rich folks gonna get it all back. This is modern slavery. And give that shit to the next generation of slaves. And keep renting it out just like these. And you think the rap game is enslaving niggas on contracts. All right, bro, these people created this shit. And they go all around the world with this goddamn symbol. And their system of capitalism, they call it a bull market. Don't you know that the first symbol of God was a bull head called Apis? That bull they got on Wall Street, that golden calf, is the abomination that Moses erected. I keep telling these folks that modern Christianity ain't nothing changed. Moses, what Moses learned from the Egyptians and established in the new land was capitalism and the bull market system. The worship, he didn't get rid of the bull. He recreated it and turned it into a little man called Uncle Sam. That's the Baphomet. They never, when they told them they stopped worshiping the golden calf and they went to Christ. No, man. They still got that bull on Wall Street. And you still in a bull system, a bull market. So these are the bullies. They go around and they usurp power out of all. I'm going to tell you something about these people's track record. They don't lose, and I ain't trying to give them no glory. But for my research with these guys, wherever they go, you just can just prepare. It ain't a matter of if they gonna take it over. Your ancestors start talking about when and shit, trying to prophesy when. I can't make this up. I know that sound crazy. I know that it sounds like we ain't no hope, but I'm just telling you what the fuck I've researched.
Yeah, that's true. That's what they did with the East India Company. When we check out the East India Company, these people was ramshacking countries, man.
What does that tell you though? Like, you know what I mean? Like, should we be studying them? Like, if to play devil advocate, like, they kind of great. If you would,
Yeah, when we studied the East
just
India
look at
Company,
the shit for what it is. They're like they taking over all this shit. How
So
are they doing it?
so let me show. Hold on, Madon. Damn. Let me holler at the man. So check this out. They're evil geniuses. What makes them great is if they can make you play their game. Now, the game is rigged. And the moment you start, it's like the casinos in Vegas. When you say that they're great, they're genius, like these casinos are fucking geniuses, man. Because only thing they got to do is convince you to play. And they know the winner is going to be them every night. Ain't nobody going to make no more money than a casino. They know they got the machines rigged in a way by law where they know how much money they're gonna pay out every year. And if you ain't from Vegas, you wouldn't know that. But yes, ain't no such thing as I struck big in Vegas. All that shit calculated. It's a dude, it's fake. Right? They know which machine gonna pay out what and when it's gonna pay it out every year. You just don't. They know how much money they gonna lose in the casino and how much they gonna gain. Like, it's not a game of random odds like they want the tourists to think. But see, if you look at what's happening with what I'm saying, the casino now just gotta get you to play. Cause it costs money to play. Cause why? It scared money can't win money. My thing is this, man. If you never play, you never lose. But once you play, if you was already winning in life, why play? Because the only option you can do now is lose. If our ancestors already had the land and all that, see, they lost it all when they went into this system. This is what we're talking about when this system it was established with government was changing when these guys arrived, just like they making new laws for immigrants and shit like that. And I'm gonna tell you something right now. In these early days, and y'all can build on this with me. I'm gonna land right here. When these folks was coming over here, it was a time in America where they was rebuilding a lot of the infrastructure and shit. And these new laws and new established statutes and shit during these times, what came out of that was a new fucking whole government, basically, with these people being the biggest influencers of that government and everybody else at the bottom. And when they talk about the founding fathers and the Constitution, how was the founding fathers dressed? Like pilgrims? Like the dude on your oatmeal box? Let's pull them up. They was dressed like these guys. What is the Constitution? The Constitution is the fact that they established a new world order over our systems of law and government. But then the question be, how did they even make it to that point? How did Africa get infiltrated? Slowly disease them, the germ man. Why? Because the diseases that they give you, they the only ones with the cure to them. So you at their mercy. Now guess what they tell you? When you start breaking out with bumps and shit on you when they show up in your land, and you asking your chief and them, hey, I never saw this before. What the fuck is wrong with me? I can't even feel my arm. What is this shit? No one in your village never saw this disease before. And the pilgrim comes and say, oh, we can get rid of that for you. Who do you think is God now? The pilgrim gonna say, oh, when you say, well, how did this happen to me? Well, you made my God mad. And the only way I can get rid of this is if you please my God. He can heal you. My God will heal you. He's a healing God. But if you make him mad, he'll punish you with pestilence and disease. And you made him mad. Why? How did I make him mad? Because you didn't give me your land. My God said that the land you own, it belongs to me. Well, if I give you my land, will these bumps go away? Give you the land, the bumps go away. They don't, our ancestors don't understand biological warfare. This is new to them. They think some God is striking them down with a curse. And these folks is playing right into it. Yep. And he gonna do it again to your babies if you don't give me your wife too. And he gonna, and see.
Bro, that's why you have the Bible. The Bible, the way they just tried to cut you off, bro. But that's why they made the Bible was helping them create this agenda.
That's what I'm telling you. That's why they needed you to the Bible to back this up to say, think about it. These same people went to Egypt and took over, right? And what they did, they said, look, the Egyptians wouldn't do what our God told them to do. So he killed one of everyday babies with diseases, with the serpents that fell out the sky. Now let me show you the serpents that fall out the sky. Watch this. Look at what the medical logo is. The winged serpent. The serpent that fell out the sky that was striking the world with pestilence. Bro, who you think created? What do you think? Bro, these people
That's
went.
the feathered parasite right there.
These people created these people created the what we call the medical system, the treatment system. We had a healing system, right? These are what we call the snake oil salesmen. Why do we call it snake oil? They see, just like the Egyptians, they had a form of treatment where they was trying to use snake venom as the foundation of it, and which is they still do a lot of that today with different animals and stuff, which is why the Egyptians had like minotaurs and shit like that. But if you look at this symbol right here, let me show you something real quick. This is from Egypt right here. Watch this. The winged serpent in Egypt. I'm gonna pull it up right here. So the serpent with the wings, right? That ain't just in American culture. We practice in the system of the Egyptians. The pyramid on your dollar, nothing changed. The American eagle is Horus. Literally nothing changed. From the fact we got Memphis, right? All this stuff. Man, I can go on and on and on. That DC is built just like motherfucking Giza in Egypt. This is facts with the Washington Monument and all that. So I'm gonna just pass the mic, but the only thing I want to say was how they biological warfare, when it came onto the earth, it is literally the most dangerous form of warfare, no cap. I know we think guns and missiles. Yeah.
And I know you might not agree with me on this, Sanchez, but from my research, that Caduceus staff, that medical symbol, that feathered serpent, you know, like I was saying the last time I was on here, worm.
Parasite, worm, big worm, parasite.
Right. I swear to God, Sanchez.
Well, I basically just said the same thing with you. Look, because what I'm telling you is the medicines they giving us under this symbol ain't healing us, brother. It's basically putting parasites in our body and shit.
That's what I'm trying to say. But
I'm with you. I'm with you on
it. No, hold on. What I'm trying to talk about is this symbol specifically.
Just to verify.
Yeah, what I'm talking about is this symbol specifically, right? If you look up the Tuskegee experiments, And what syphilis is, it actually the many different diseases that's created from syphilis, like Alzheimer's at one point in time was called syphilis of the brain. You know what I'm saying? Like actually worms. Syphilis is not a disease, it's an actual little parasite, right? And how syphilis propagates or actually, you know what I'm saying, reproduces itself is this image right here. It creates like a DNA coil on itself, and the two different heads of the syphilis parasite worm kiss at the top. It's like two snakes kissing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It's some deep shit.
And guess what, Bobby? That's what I like about sacred geometry, because you seeing syphilis in that, but just like a virus like syphilis, right? You seeing that. At the same time, it's a general symbol that predates all of these evil motherfuckers that simply just mean what's happening. No, let me. Bobby like to play fill in the blank with a nigga. You don't know what I'm gonna say. Let me do it. Here's what I'm saying, right? Here's what the symbol is doing. The DNA is right here. DNA, that's the symbol of DNA too. Mama, daddy both giving you one strand. They coming together, boom. And this is how your torus field is made with you in the simulation and shit. So, but yeah, if you looking at viruses, bacteria, you'll start to see this same pattern everywhere, man. It's like the foundational principle of all things. So it's universal, but that's why I say it's an abomination how they using it. And even when you look at this plus sign right there and they give you the serpent with the wings on it, let me do this and then I'm going to yield the flow, right? Watch this right here. At the middle of our earth, there's a plus sign. They said it's where healing take place. This also happened to be where a hill is at called Mount Meru, Calvary. So healing, heal, it's a plus sign like the medicine symbol, right? Then you got a serpent at the bottom with a bird at the top. Watch this, right? In the Mayan cosmos, they got this sacred bird at the top of the cosmos. Right at the top right here. And look, you can see the serpent at the bottom of they shit. The serpent is at the bottom. I'll show you what that is too, because it look different on here. It's a serpent with two heads right here. But then on this Yggdrasil tree, you'll see it. Hold on, I'm tripping.
Yeah, that parasite mimic that sine wave or that serpentine energy. I'm there with you.
Here go what I'm talking about. How the serpent, you got the serpent at the bottom, right? And you'll have like the bird at the top of the dome and shit. And they turned that into the medical symbol. Even took the plus sign where all of the four corners meet and shit, and trying to turn that in. But see, that lets you know what happens right there is recovery, healing about this. So we wake up from the simulation and shit on a macro scale. They just stole the symbols.
Remember what you said a few weeks ago, or maybe a month ago, about demons and manifestation, Sanchez, about how a demon, the highest a demon can get is to where we are at as humans, right? And the human experience or the soul experience is boundless. It go beyond this. So what I'm thinking, like, as I'm looking at these symbols you showing, the sine wave energy, you know, being infected with these parasites, it lock into your code. It's like that's the demon that can only his height of manifestation is, you know what I'm saying, forming inside of you or your body, you know what I'm saying, and taking over your sine wave. Whereas you inside of your body, the height of where you can go is beyond what the body can do.
Hey, let me share some with my nigga Bobby real quick. Y'all see this sine wave image? Now guess what? I'm about to do a show on my channel tomorrow, right? Look at the Neuralink logo. You see this?
There you go. They link into your sine wave.
So hold on. This is what I'm coming with tomorrow. I'm just showing y'all something. Watch this. So you got the sine wave, you got the Neuralink logo. What is being transmitted through the brain computer interface? A sine wave. But here's where it get deep at. Watch this, right? You see this sound wave on that line? Watch this right here. Keep that in mind. What is being transmitted through Neuralink? That is called the Kundalini serpent. Now that is literally the word candle. That flame, this Kundalini, is your consciousness. It's that which is giving your body, and this is the observer. This is the observer right here. And this can leave now through the BCI. They can when they talk about when there's God in the Bible that will uproot you. This is what it means to be uprooted. Like when you pull a plant from the root and you can see the little strings hanging out. This right here is why they say it got to be pulled up from the root chakra. The Kundalini rises from the root chakra. When I was doing landscaping and you pulling weeds, you got to pull them from the root and they'll never come back. That's kind of like damnation. So that's what I'm saying, to be uprooted. This is what the rapture is, the mind uploading, the snatching the soul out the body and all this stuff. No cap is what, you know what I'm saying?
Sanchez, real quick, if you remember, sometime last year you was talking about something when it comes to the chakras, and I was saying I wanted you to watch my video on the 144. That's exactly what you're talking about right there. It shows that the petals on the chakra, each petal adds up to a certain number. When you add it up, it goes up to the 144. That is the same picture you showed, the Christos. When the Christos oil comes from the serpentine spine, this is where everything initiates from. It comes up the plasma, which heats up in our blood and starts the blood to oscillate. It actually is what bursts the crystals in your mind. So we have that pineal gland opening in the Taurus field or your aura, and that gives you the protection. That's what they make that Star Wars movie out when they be mocking us. They mock us with that too, because they're talking about the force be with you. That's that force around us. It is actually our Taurus field of energy.
Sister Soul Man, can I walk with you on the 144?
Absolutely. Yo, she all the way on 100%.
Yeah, she on
But
point
hey,
with that sine wave.
look at that. But y'all see that sine wave though. I'm just gonna say something real quick. Y'all see that sine wave? Then it down like 180, then it goes back.
Break it up.
Pay attention to the numbers and what they're actually showing us, right? Oh, all right. Yeah, I cut that off. All right. Can y'all hear me now? All right, I was just talking about can y'all hear me now? Okay, cool. All right. Yeah, I was just talking about the actual sine wave and how it goes from 0 to 180 then 360. When you look at that sound wave, they're telling us about the complete cycle of reality that they're taking control over. So when we pay attention to that as well, that's the waters. The waters are what she's like what we're talking about in like Christianity, like Christ propagation, Christ consciousness, right?
Let me explain something to you, right? The waters is a medium. The wave moves through the wave moves through the water. So the wave is a wave of energy that you can't see. The only reason you can see that energy wave is because it's moving through the water. But if it wouldn't move through the water, you wouldn't see. So it's like that's how. So I just wanted to clarify you that the sine wave ain't the water, but the wave is what moves through the water though. But
it's the representation.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. And like and that's why when we get into the science, like they test things like based off of the movement of something that we think is controlling. Like we can't actually see the thing, but we can see what we think is a after effect of that actual object. And from that actual wavelength or that movement, we think we can see where these objects are. But that goes into how they see stars in future further far galaxies and shit, right?
They don't see shit.
They don't exactly. Yeah. So what I'm saying is like what we're talking about is an inner light, is an inner flux, is an inner serpentine type flow, right? Now, I think the reason we call ourselves reptilian as well is because when you look at the top of your skin, it's patterned like an actual scale as well. But no, I'm just going back into the Kundalini. But what they're talking about is Christ consciousness. Yeah, you can go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Bro, go ahead, bro. You was talking. I'm sorry about that.
No, I'm just saying like what Christ consciousness is understanding that there's a source material, a source energy that we pull our reality from. And that goes in and out of us, and that goes back into a story. It's like we're living, breathing flesh CPUs and GPUs. And what we are, of course, we know we're in the a hologram, right? A hologram. So we are light, and we're projecting our light self collectively. And that's what our world is, our realm is. And this is what they talk about Earth. We are the Earth. We are the dirt. That's why they describe us as such in all the religions. We are the terror, which means burnt earth or dried earth, right? The mud dried man, right? So when they talk about gumming in the earth and all this revelation stuff, we're thinking, some people think that it's an actual event about to happen to the actual physical, we call plane of earth, where cars drive on, but no, it's to you in the light, in the source, and the flux within you. But yeah, y'all got it.
Okay, so
Yeah,
I
wanted to
would
say
say
something
it'll
about that.
probably be as above, so below. What's happening around us, above us, below us is happening in us at all times. And man, you know, salutes to the bill. I gotta get ready to wrap this thing up, y'all.
I can say one last thing.
But yeah, you got it.
All right. So Bobby was saying something about the parasite taking over the mind. Like 3 years ago, I came on the show and I was trying to show y'all about this island called, I think it's called VIGE Island, and it's a bunch of statues with like these like kind of like parasites or reptilian like creatures wrapped around humans and like trying to influence them, whispering in their ears.
Whose
like
mind is the parasite taking over?
The human mind. And plus, I'm
Now
about
let me
to
ask you
check
a
it right
question. Do you got a parasite on your mind right now taking you over?
now. No, I maybe do.
Hold on. So you want to know if you do have a parasite on your mind or not taking
I think
you
I
over?
do.
Is what you saying? You think you do?
No, I think I do. Like I'm being honest.
Okay. So let me just say this before I close out. If you think you got a parasite on your mind that took you over, then you need to just stop talking. Go somewhere and get that parasite out of your mind and come back, and I'm gonna see if I'm talking to the. Hold up, brother. I'm gonna have to boot you if you don't let me stop saying what I'm. You just cut me off. I'm talking. I'm saying that parasite taking over you, brother. That's why you cutting me off. How I know am I talking to the real you? You need to go deal with that parasite, dude, because I don't even know who you are. I'm talking
Deal
to
with
a
that
parasite.
parasite.
Yo, but I'm Cedro Star. How the hell you don't know? Yeah, come here, show every day.
Man, I don't know if I'm talking to Cedro or the parasite that took you over. You said you got a parasite on your brain. Them
We don't
things.
know.
Yeah, them things.
We don't know who we talking to.
I don't know who I'm, bro. Am I talking to the real Cedro or the parasite might be talking?
Look, listen. Can I be honest? Right now, you talking to the real Cedro, but when I be probably getting angry and stuff, you probably talk to the parasite. But let me tell you what most of us probably do got a parasite. Can I finish, bro? Just 1 minute. We get the parasites from the food we eat. And I think that's
crazy.
Let me finish. Let me tell you what.
He said, when I get mad, that's that parasite. That's like the Christian
Listen, y'all
saying.
laughing, but y'all let me.
That's the Christian saying, that's the devil in me, man. When I get mad at you, that's that devil coming. That worm, that big worm coming out.
About to say, get it. Yeah, y'all get us about that shit.
Wow.
Get that parasite believer. Yeah,
Oh,
sir.
man.
Light his ass up.
Oh man! Hey, you know how the Christians be like, that devil is a lie. He be like, that parasite is a lie. You ain't gonna make me mad today. Down, parasite.
Parasite is a
You
lie.
come back to me and you want to apologize because that's gonna end up being the truth. What I'm saying right now.
Parasite, get behind me.
Listen, y'all
Yeah,
ever heard of the
man.
Candida worm? You ever heard of
Bro,
the Candida worm?
can it just be that a nigga get mad because we human and ain't no worm and you making him mad?
No, can I tell you why? Can you please give me 1 second,
Bro,
please?
what kind of worm makes me happy though? Is what I want to know.
Can I please explain, Brody? Why you chose
Brother,
me for?
I gotta go, and I don't want to know what worm.
I say that one last thing. It's the Candida worm. Just look it up. It's just everyone to clown me after we get off. Just look up the Candida worm. Actually, literally.
That's what makes me happy.
No, but it takes over your mind. The Candida worm. That's why when people that eat meat is like mostly violent. Do you agree with that?
Candida's based off of sweetener and sugar, my friend.
No, wait. Do you believe that people?
I disagree with that because Alkaline City is a vegan, and that nigga is very motherfucking. Let's just say Brooklyn, for lack of better. Let's just say Brooklyn. I eat meat and I'm more relaxed than Alkaline. He's a vegan, and that nigga be want to fight everybody. Tell me I'm lying.
I put any money on it. That nigga never had a fight in his life. I put money on that.
What you said?
Put money that Alkaline probably never had a fight in his life.
brother, I don't care. He's violent. His temperament. If the and that's all. Maybe I don't care. I don't know if he'll fight or not. I'm just saying he's very aggressive. The word pussy, bitch, suck my. I'm talking about, bro. If that's what vegan. So I don't want to say that a person diet is really gonna, make or break their fucking character. You can be a piece of shit and eat healthy than a motherfucker, and you can eat like a fucking unhealthy. You can be unhealthy but be sweet as hell, like my grandma. She didn't eat right, but she was a good woman.
Yo, my bad, cause through my research, I thought you probably would know that your diet do.
I'm going by my reality. Fuck, no offense, but fuck your research. What I know is based on what I experience. And I'm telling you the truth. Hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. Y'all niggas on this panel affect my mood way more than a Snickers bar. Real talk, my nigga. Niggas like you, Madon, and all that trolling shit, like just the dishonesty, that shit affect my mood way more than that popcorn. So I'm not gonna play this game with you cause a nigga ate a Big Mac, he cussed you out. No, that ain't the way that go. I'm not gonna play that game with you. But I gotta get up out of here though, man. Y'all need to listen to some of the stuff y'all say. Yeah, we ain't like that's just simple thinking. But salutes to everybody, man. I appreciate the bill, man. Until next time, though, y'all be safe out there. And to the people in the chat room, man, if y'all enjoyed the show, we've been going about 6 hours. I ain't gonna lie, I gotta do it again tomorrow. Do me a favor, man. Hit that Cash App, hit that PayPal, support the show. And I appreciate all of y'all. Let me stick around and look at the chat room a minute, Salutes to everybody out there, man. All my loyal viewers. You've been with us for all this time on this exciting journey. You've been enjoying this content. You've been a part of this community. And just to let you know, we always need your support so that we can keep the research going and have time to manage all of these platforms and keep them alive. So send in the Cash Apps, the PayPal, sign up to the Patreon, It's y'all who ensure that we can continue delivering this quality content. So if you love it, show your support. It fuels the passion. You know that it does, and it enables us to bring you even more exciting shows like this one and different styles of content and all that. So thank y'all in advance for your contributions, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Salutes to everybody that sent in a donation today via Cash App, PayPal, Patreon. I appreciate you guys. I do not take your